There you go. Yay. How's it been?
Fair to middling.
Fair to middling, eh? Oh, Robbie, did you get your thing from the other side of the planet?
Oh, you mean...
Thing.
Well, not quite the other side of the planet, but...
Well, it is. Speaking in riddles. From our mutual friend.
No.
Oh,
No.
I did.
Penny drop. Yes. There's... I believe there's a shipping delay.
Oh, well, I got mine.
Happy?
It's brand new. We'll see it.
Ooh,
If
go
it
on,
tracks,
get out.
if it follows me.
I got something else today, but it didn't come from the other side of the world. It only came from, a few hundred miles away.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
Are these top secret for upcoming PSN?
No, not so much.
Ah, here we go. It's following me. Here we go. Ready?
Ooh.
A Lexicon 244 emulation.
Very nice.
How beautiful is that? I watched a video on it, and the guy was showing you how to use it and everything like that.
Who makes
And
that?
It's oh god, it's gone. It's gone.
Oh, no worries.
It's a couple of names, isn't it? Oh, Chase Bliss
That's it,
Harris.
Chase Bliss.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, Maris.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the guy dialed it into the sweet spot, played this sort of like a brassish sound, but it was like, yeah, nailed, absolutely fucking nailed that 244.
I think Jim Glue has one. I've heard
Yeah.
about that for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Jim's got a rant lined up for us.
I know what it is.
Oh, yeah?
Is it anything I've done?
No.
It's
Oh,
not.
okay.
No, it's manufacturer related.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like them.
Or developer, should I say. Developer.
It's not that
Talking
plug-in company again, is it?
How did he say on Hong Kong Philly? Could be.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, just the wrong guy. Look, new keyboard.
Osmos.
Osmos arrived.
Oh, cool.
When did that? I thought you'd been quiet.
Yeah, it took 2 hours to put the software update on it.
Oh, jeez.
I've had, mate, you love this, right? I take it out of the box, I bring it upstairs, I go, right. I plug all the plugs in, I turn it on, nothing.
It's been spawned.
You know about the
Fiddle.
power thing? We have to plug it in all the way and turn it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, and it was like, you didn't say anything about that. I didn't look, did I?
Well, Tim Schubert did a whole video complaining about it, found out that was a problem, and
Yeah.
he just didn't read the manual. So
Yeah. So, and it's not exactly the biggest manual in the world either.
No, it's not. No.
However, I download this firmware update for it, and I decide I'll do it on the PC. So I do it on the PC, and I connect it all up and everything like that, and go, right, update, and it sits there and it goes, yeah, communicating, connected, blah blah blah. Right, transferring patches. Okay, if you need to, it transfers the patches, and then eventually nothing happens, and then it times out. And it says a problem with the install, blah blah blah, and all this sort of, or no, it timed out. It goes, waited for response, gave up. Yeah. So I did that 3 or 4 times, and then on the display on the Osmos came up sensor 41 error.
Oh, was that a calibration thing? Were you touching the keys at one point when you turned it on?
Nope,
Okay.
no, nothing like that. But what I did do was I counted up to the 41st key, and just lots of this, wiggle, 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 and did it again. It went straight through.
Yeah.
So it was like just the sensor come. No, I'm not happy.
I read about that before I got mine. It's a calibration thing every time it boots up. So if you're
Yeah.
messing with it or moving it or bumping into it, you'll screw up the
Yeah.
startup.
Yeah, no, it wasn't anywhere near it. This sensor just was stuck. so it was slightly on or something, and it was failing. So I loosened it all up, and it all seemed to be fine. So, but I haven't heard it yet.
Oh,
So I'm just doing things.
well, turn on. Let's get some sour notes.
Yeah. Now, if you want to hear me play badly, this is your
Matt.
opportunity.
I just want to hear if you get the chord spread like I did when I first started playing it.
Yeah. Oh God, I really hope I do.
It's natural because you don't
Yeah.
think about that when you're pushing your hands down, your fingers down.
Yeah, well, your brain's in keyboard mode. At least
Well,
when you're in front.
You're concentrating on pushing down and not out or in, so your
Yeah.
your abductor muscles are actually spreading out your fingers. You don't even know it. So
All right, sis. It's all right. You're not in trouble. It's her making all that noise. Right, let's pull this out. Let's have a look. Have a look.
yeah,
Let's
my
plug
battery's
these
already
in.
low on this stupid thing. I got to go inside. Stupid battery.
Me and Fiona bought an iPhone today.
Yeah, fine.
An old one.
Why an old one?
Because I'm not paying £1,000 for a fucking phone.
Yeah, and the new one you have to do that stupid trade-in, otherwise it's full price. And
I'll just do mine on a contract over 3 years. I change every
It's
3
not
years.
that we really need a phone that badly.
actually, the
What
new
we-
phone can't. You want to get it for the LiDAR. You can do 3D scanning right on the phone. It's awesome.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
We'll reconsider that.
It replaced my it totally replaces my structure sensor. I don't have to use the structure software anymore.
Oh, okay.
And it's good quality. There is a hack though with the existing iPhone. If you use the face scanner for face unlock,
Yeah.
that's a 3D scanner as well. If you didn't know that, that's why they have you move your face around when you scan. And there's an app you can get that's really cheap that will leverage that face scanning and make 3D models,
Right.
but not as good as the LiDAR. It's more like photogrammetry, but the new LiDAR sensor is fucking amazing. So you can actually go out in the park and scan objects, cars and statues and nude sunbathers and whatever you want.
And yet again, I ask myself, why hasn't Andy been arrested yet?
It's because you're very sneaky and quiet.
No, not yet. Again.
Again, oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
My horrible criminal record, yes.
Yeah.
I'm such an
That's
exciting chap.
Yeah. You're out. Oh, why do I have shelving? Oh. Dear. Oh, I pulled something there. No.
Oh, there's an incredibly funny piece of news coming out tomorrow morning. Oh dear.
What's the new talk release?
Oh, I can't possibly say.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those. What the fuck?
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That doesn't bode well.
It's one of those things. It came in,
Yeah.
and I said, "Yeah, I'll write that up." Looked at the press release. I'm like, "What am I actually writing up here?
Yeah.
What's the news?" And it's just, I had to check back with the guys in Germany. I said, because the press release came through in German, so I translated it. And I said, "Have I missed anything? Is it just this?"
Right.
And they said, "Yeah, is it just that?" I was like, "Okay."
Well, this is
Is it Wunderbar?
No, it's
Is it kaput?
Exactly. Yeah.
oh,
It's so funny. My former boss at the company was German, and he'd sometimes go on a rant on our meetings with a couple of the German guys on staff,
Yeah.
and they just very, very expressive about certain things, and it would just sound. They were talking about mundane stuff, but it just sounded funny. So
Oh, okay. as opposed to why did we do Russia? We could have
Yeah.
won. We could have won. I know.
Annex the Sudetenland? What? No.
God, why do I do this to myself?
Don't know why.
I don't know.
Why do you do this?
I don't know why I do this. Ow! Yeah. Hello, baby. So what? Tried out this Cherry Audio thing yet?
Sorry, what?
Have you tried out this Cherry Audio thing yet?
Oh yeah.
What is it?
Where have you been this week?
Mate, it's been a week. Trust
If
me.
I told you what
It's
it was.
been a week. No, you didn't.
This is why Kent is so brilliant at not giving away embargoed news.
Yeah, because I don't remember what it was you told me, yeah.
But sometimes I won't remember what he's not supposed to talk about. That's-
He
Yeah,
doesn't
but I won't remember
doesn't
what I'm not supposed to talk about.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Octave Cat, mate. Octave Cat.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. No, I didn't know.
What I didn't realise is that Octave Plateau is now a registered trademark of Cherry Audio.
Oh, really?
Voyetra 8 anytime soon, maybe? A proper modelled Voyetra 8?
Okay.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to get the Behringer Cat module, but according to Starsky Carr, it has a couple little flaws in it. Have you seen his video on that?
No.
There's an issue with I think is it the filter cutoff or something like that. There's a little thing because he compares them side by side,
Yeah.
as he usually does, and there's some stuff that's a little bit off. It's still a really cool little module and cheap, but now this software's out. It's kind of another option. So
There you go.
Well, yeah, this one has been made in conjunction with Carmine Bonanno, which
Alright.
it directly translated is Carmine Goodyear.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, I got the Mustang back.
Yay! What was it?
400
Shit in the
450
carburetor?
quid. I tell you what. After a few days, they got back to us and said, "All right, yeah, okay, well, we put a new battery in it, and we did this and we did that, and it's got a loose wire on the immobiliser." And I'm going, "Why is there a loose wire on the immobiliser? There never was before." But anyway, and they said, "Oh, it's got a puncture. You got your driver's side rear has gone flat." I went, "Oh, that's it. Okay, because I know what that is. You've been fucking wheel spinning it and you've torn the valve,
Yeah.
haven't you?" So they've been giving it some stick. Yeah.
oh.
Any way of proving that?
No, but I know that's what's happened.
Yeah.
Yes. There you go.
Because those aren't cheap, are they, them shoes?
No, they're not. Okay. Will it make a noise?
Oh, there's something there, but not.
Let me turn the volume up.
That would help.
No,
It's really, really
There you
faint.
go.
It's all
Yeah, it's low.
left.
So remember, the volume on the top goes to the back. The volume on the front pops out for the headphone jack.
Yeah, I think that's
So-
really, really beautiful design.
It's clever, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Any particular reason that you are that quiet, young man? No, there is absolutely no reason at all why you're that quiet. Yeah, that's nice.
Oh, that's noisy.
We won't have that. That one's pretty shit.
That's
Right, that's okay. seems to work.
There's a bit of a hum on there. Yeah, it's not hot enough.
It's getting louder. It's way over to the left.
Yeah. Also, it's really easy with the way the jacks are lined up to plug in the expression stuff instead of audio. So check that out. It's vertical left and right.
Yeah. Yeah, I did do that. However, that said, one of these cables might be dodgy. Let's see if we can swap that over and see if it changes size.
No, still on the
Left again. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still on that side. Whose idea was it, Siri, to have the keyboards over here and the mixer over there? Was it you? It was you, wasn't it?
find.
Was it you? You? Yeah? Don't you make it tell at me?
How's my little man?
Oh, much better. It's coming along really well.
Good.
Although one morning, accidentally, I gave him his tablet when I came down in the morning.
Microphone.
It doesn't follow me around like the camera, does it? It needs to follow me around. No, I came down in the morning, gave him his tablet, went down into the workshop and started my day. And around about lunchtime, when she surfaced, she gave him a tablet, and she goes, "Oh, I've given him his tablet." I said, "No, I've already given him his tablet." Oh dear. And he spent the afternoon going, "Hey, do you think that the wind comes from when birds flap their wings?" Or something like that, you know. Yeah, he was a little glass-eyed for a while. So, bless him. He loved it. Because he was running around like an idiot because it wasn't hurting him.
Yeah.
So, when's Jim coming in to have this rant?
Don't know.
I wish he'd hurry up. Come in and rant. I need violence in my life. It's been too quiet around here. Right, dare I turn this one on? Didn't seem to
Oh,
know.
fuck off.
Now
Sorry.
what?
Still on.
Well, I can tell you that the AT response on this is fucking lovely.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful. But why are you only one channel?
It's fun too because you would expect it to be similar on a lot of the patches, but they mix it up quite a bit. You never know until you start going through the action. Oh, that's what it's doing on this patch.
Oh. Oh. I see.
That's better.
You gotta let the young man in.
Oh, the young man. All right, we'll get rid of him then.
Boom.
Get in before he does.
Congratulations on the album, my friend.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind. Is that working? Is the mic on? Am I actually doing things properly for once?
Yes. I'm
Is it
glad
work-
that it's
Mother?
not possible to wear out a digital download.
Oh, good. Oh, you sweetie chops, you are.
No, seriously, it's literally been on repeat for like since Monday.
Oh, was that Andy Grace's thing?
no.
Yeah.
It's fucking good album.
Oh,
isn't it?
in the workshop, mate. It's Christ, I got so much done this week.
Oh, good. So it's helps production.
Yeah, it
Spread
really
the word.
would.
Spread the word. A couple
Yeah.
of cheapskates need some money. So
Yeah. Well, I'll put a link up on my page.
yeah, I've just watched Alex Ball's video on the Colossus. So
Good, isn't it?
I definitely need some money. Oh, bless. Anyway, so my sincerest and most humble apologies that I'm not Jim. Sorry about that.
All right.
We can rant if you want. How you doing, darling?
Got nothing to rant about. Hi, Matt. Both of us. I'll give you a hug.
Ooh,
What are you twiddling with now then? Hydrosynth.
Osmos.
Osmos. Oh, it's right.
Oh, it's there.
Well, you were there, were you, Matt? Oh, it's there.
Oh. Anybody else remember Vision On?
Mhm.
Yes.
That was the dinosaur. Used to
Yeah.
come on.
Wow.
Let's all do it, Ian.
Not yet, surely.
Hello.
Hey,
When it-
you've had that jumper on for a week. Does your missus know?
Hey, I've
I
had it
always
on for
like
longer
Steve
than a
Jobs,
week,
he's
mate,
got a
I can tell you.
wardrobe. He's got 7 of them, one for each day of the week.
Very nice.
Kent, thanks for being my first subscriber. He didn't buy the album, he subscribed.
And bought the album.
what's
And bought the
this?
album.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
So thank you very much, sir.
And I think I overpaid for the album as well, didn't I?
Oh,
I don't know, did
remember
you? I
rightly.
need to check.
Oh,
Yeah.
and thank you for your donation, by the way, as well.
You're most welcome.
do we get? Do
Fucking hell, they're all here.
Automatic subscription.
Hey!
Just wondering. You know.
No.
Quick, let's get 2 or 3 more in, then Jim can't do his rant.
I've got one small problem with that thing. It doesn't appear to come with a power supply.
The Osmos.
No, the CMX.
Chase Bliss.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So
Oh,
I'm
Steve the bastard.
going to
Hiya,
source
Steve.
sourcing one.
Just so you know, that audio interface went in the post yesterday.
Oh, that might be what came this afternoon.
If it's fucking sealed up with brown parcel tape, it's got a small label. It's from the missus.
Thanks, darling. You're a sweetheart. Yeah, because Matt sent me a audio interface to try out and see if might be
Just
causing
so
all the
we
issues.
discount either audio interfaces or the Mac.
Yeah, mind you, I think old Longhurst hit me up, Long Prong, a couple of days ago, I think it was. And you know that problem he's had where if he has a loud plosive or sudden sound and it mutes his mic, he said he took everything off, and then you put all the software back on, but without the audio interface connected, and then connect the audio interface, and then turn on the computer. And he says, and it appears to have cured his problem. So whether it might or might not cure the Dalek issue, but we'll see with that other interface and see what happens, buds.
Give it a try. I did test it with this M1 before it went, so I know it works.
So, I actually playing an Osmos for the first time.
Oh, it's turned up, has it?
Yeah, it's been here 6 hours. I only just actually heard it
Yeah.
just now. So, but yeah, a lovely piece of kit, mate. I still want Jim to do a rant.
Why do you want Jim to do a run? What's he been doing?
Apparently, he's got a rant brewing.
Has he? Why?
Rob seemed to know more about it than I did.
Oh.
Is he going to be there on
Jim?
Saturday? Do we
Yes. Yeah, I spoke to Neil Wharton on last night? Yeah, last night, and then Jim. So I'm driving to Derby on Saturday morning to pick Jim up, and then we're going up to Neil's, and then like last year, the three of us are
Drive
going
down.
to drive down to London. So a massive thank you to Neil for his driving generosity again. I'm very much looking forward to it. Very, very much looking forward to it. It's going to be an enjoyable day in good company.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Well, okay,
I'm just going to go to the
yeah.
Korg booth and go,
Can I come
All
with
day
you,
long.
Rob? I'll
Yeah.
come with you. We'll
Have
both
you-
do it.
by the way, Ian, between you and me, have you seen anything about... Okay, I'll tell you later.
Oh, okay. You mean there's more? There's more. No, I told you I am really off their Christmas card list.
How bad is this?
It's not bad.
Stupid?
It's just laughable. Yeah, it's
I have
like,
to s-
I don't know what they're smoking, but it's good.
I quite liked the 3D thing. I thought that was all right.
If it's a step towards something,
Yeah.
it's
I
fine.
mean,
And it's 20.
And they've always,
20
to be
something,
fair, they've always been known to do sort of unusual stuff like that. You know, so I'd cut them some slack on that one for sure. But we'll see then, won't we?
What's it support? Oculus?
Oculus Rift or Meta, which is isn't that Oculus? Didn't he buy Oculus Rift, or didn't he buy the company that made it? I don't know.
But Facebook bought
Yeah,
one of them.
Meta.
They bought
Yeah,
Oculus. Did they buy Oculus?
yeah. I think they bought Oculus.
What's
So, yeah,
Oculus?
It's a
So-
3D.
VR headset.
Oh,
Chris-
that thing. Oh, yeah, sorry.
My lad's
See, I
first
saw it and
company.
I've immediately forgotten because I'm interested.
My lad's first company out of university with his two university pals was doing 3D for architects, and the Oculus weren't around, and he had to import them from America to actually even have a set in the UK at that time. They were way too early because it's, you know, you see this stuff on the telly now, but and the company did eventually get bought, I think, but Josh had left by then. You know, but so whenever I see that sort of 3D stuff, you know, it's always quite interesting.
Yes.
Should I be worried?
About what?
I can smell burning.
Yeah, it's the Oculus, mate. Not Oculus, it's the
The Osmos,
Osmos.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
pretty shit hot, I must admit.
hey.
Smell
boom.
burning. Is Fiona in the kitchen?
Is that a metaphor? It's- sorry. No. Oh, I know what it is. It's the 80s.
I smell burning. Is
It's
Fiona
the
in the
eight- yeah, it's
kitchen?
the
Is that a
80s.
metaphor?
Yeah, the
It's
80s.
the 80s smelly.
Yeah.
The 80s burning.
Yeah, the 80s.
Oh, that's okay then.
Oh, yeah. No,
80s.
that's fine. It just burns
Burning all
the dust.
80s.
All right, yeah.
Burns the
it's not been
dust
switched
off.
on from it. Yeah.
Was it 80 releasing ozone?
It's like
Oh,
a
yeah.
fire. It's like a fire, isn't it?
Getting
It's
an
just,
EF off that like you wouldn't believe, mate.
Well, I've just
Okay.
spent 2 days in Wiltshire looking at houses.
Never mind.
Oh, deepest condolences.
Never mind, eh?
We were looking at Westbury.
From where?
Yeah, and then we found, and we did find a really, really nice house that we really, really liked, but it was in Westbury.
What's wrong with Westbury? Because there must be a story there.
Um,
Is that the dog end of Wiltshire then?
the
Dogging,
problem with
eh?
Westbury is there is no, there's no real town centre as such. It's just got a great big bloody,
It's just a hole in the
really busy A road going all the way through it. Sadly.
ground. Oh, okay.
And actually, where this house was is on the outskirts. Fantastic views. You know, you can see the white horse and all of that sort of stuff. The house was great. We loved
Which
it.
White
Very
Horse?
very
There's hundreds of
secluded area, but there's absolutely nothing in the town.
What about places like Calne or
Don't know
Marlborough?
that. It's got a railway station. I need to be able to get to London and Southampton and Exeter.
Calne.
And-
The bit of Wiltshire. The bit of
Waterloo.
Wiltshire I know. Is
Waterloo.
obviously the.
That's got a railway station.
Yeah, that'll do.
It's pretty close to London.
Yeah.
You know, I've been down quite a few times to that area. But it's the Avebury area. So
Yeah.
Calne.
We did
Come
look
down
at
to Leafy, Surrey, darling.
I know, but we can't afford. Sorry, mate. We did go and look at Warminster, but actually, then we realised that Warminster is one of the 5 most dangerous places to live in Wiltshire.
There's
God,
dangerous places to live in Wiltshire.
Apparently,
What?
people-
With
apparently-
sheep with
drop-
flake knives.
People drop litter that you might trip on.
Die of boredom.
Sheep with leather jackets on.
Well, it's a squatty
gang.
town, isn't it? So there's a bit.
Oh, it's
there's a bit-
ranting time. Ranting time.
Oh, is it? Is he here?
He's here. Rant.
Come on,
rant,
we're all
rant,
waiting.
Let him in. Let
Let
him
him
in.
in.
Hello.
Rant.
Come
So
on, Jim.
I'm just gonna
settle in first before I
Hello,
proceed
Jim.
with my rant. So,
Hello, Jim.
hey, how's
Tim,
everyone
lovely
doing?
To see you.
We're all right, mate.
Cool. So,
Got your
yeah,
bags packed for Saturday?
no. Dangerous places in Wiltshire.
Apparently,
Oh,
and
no.
as Mr. Biscuit says, Warminster is a dump. We didn't feel that, but actually, it was only looking afterwards. We had a nice cup of coffee. At least there was somewhere to have a cup of coffee in Warminster. There wasn't in Westbury.
Leave it,
just-
Westbury.
Let me just turn my volume down because I don't think Native
Yeah, I
Yes
think
is
Leafy
actually
Story would be
talking
lovely, actually.
about my general appearance. Although you never know.
He wants you on his OnlyFans page, mate.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
Yeah. He's trying to draw you in.
Premium dinero for that sort of action. So I've heard.
Apparently.
Those who know tell you.
Warminster.
Oh, mate.
So, do you want to hear what I've got to rant about?
Oh, we
Go
do.
on, then.
We're on pins.
Well, that's why we're all here.
We're on.
Okay. Fucking Antelope Audio. What a fucking shit company.
Right. Keep going.
Oh my god.
Headline.
Right. Where do I
won't
begin?
spoilers, but I've
Fucking
heard
herds of them. Yeah.
Honestly, so they have great designs, great ideas, and make great sounding interfaces. But as a company, what a fucking shit show. So their software is just, sucks ass big time.
I'm
It's
just looking them
horrific.
up now.
So they're in a lot of sort of pro studios because they can do interfaces with like super high channel counts and flexible routing and stuff like that, and they sound great. But yeah, but the problem I've got, well, many problems. So I've been wondering whether to sort of, because they got all their own plugin platform on this, so it's DSP based, FPGA and DSP in the actual interface itself. So you can run their own emulations of some cool hardware and stuff, which all sounds pretty good. Their software itself, though, is buggy as hell. They've got this launcher, they've got this separate server that calls back to home. There's like so many layers of like they've just hacked shit together because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And the software is so buggy. Like I've been waiting them to fix basically the right input channel every time you start the interface would be out of phase with the left. With no indication that it was out of phase. The only way to reset it was to click the polarity button on and off again, and then you'd be able to get a stereo signal in phase, which is that's a pretty basic fucking thing to test, is like the input. Right, this is only the beginning of it. The main shit show has sort of happened recently, though, because they've just released their sort of native plugin offering, a bit like UAD did, and so that they've ported all their sort of DSP plugins to audio units and VSTs, etc. They've not done Pro Tools yet, but they're doing a Waves basically with the whole subscription only kind of thing for that stuff. Which, whatever, that's what they want to do. But one of the issues a lot of people have is they already released this kind of like bridge plugin called AFX to DAW. And that was supposed to be able to allow you to run your DSP plugins sort of as, slots in the actual DAW mixer, etc., and channels. And they never ever got it working properly. And it was a paid add-on of like $200 for a lot of people. And it's just a shit show, never worked, terrible latency, crashes, and people are like, fucking hell. And now they've released their native things, and it's that all the people who have bought their previous premium plugins and this AFX to DAW bridge plugin so that they could run these plugins are now being asked to pay for their subscription on top of the fact they've already bought all these plugins, and But that's not the worst of it. That's kind of like, okay, that's their choice about their business model, etc. People have a choice to leave, etc. The thing I'm most fucked off about is that on their Facebook page, which isn't their official forum, official group, but it's run by Antelope Audio. I know this for a fact. And they've got fucking shills everywhere, this company has. And so when people have sort of complained about this model or whatever, the admins have been going around deleting people's posts. And all I did in this group was ask them to, can you stop deleting posts, please? And I kept asking them, and they kept deleting posts, and then they deleted my posts, and then they banned me. And I'm like, it's fucking censorship. You know, they just can't fucking deal with any customer feedback. And we're not talking about anything aggressive. We're talking about just, you know, them trying to reinvent reality about what their systems are like and what their customers think. And not only do that, I've since found out they actually bribe people to do reviews with the offer of free plugins. And, you know, there's the guy posted a screenshot earlier of exactly what they do. And, you know, so a lot, they're trying to sort of get people to think that they are actually a good company, even when, you know, these are not declared as paid promotions in any way. You know, and it's just like, and so they did that on Facebook. Then they started doing it on YouTube, on the comments on their YouTube announcement to do with it, and started deleting people's comments. And it's just like, what the fuck? And then they denied that any censorship was going on. And I'm absolutely fucking livid. You know, just what sort of company gaslights you in such a fucking toxic way? If you had a friend who was in a relationship like that, you'd tell them to get the fuck out. And it's like, what they don't see is that this is a customer relationship and they are just fucking toxic and treating people like shit. And these are people who've spent thousands on plugins. Now, here's the rub. This is what I think's happening. What somebody on Gearspace, where they obviously can't delete posts, but that one of their reps was there pretending that he was nothing to do with Antelope, but wouldn't directly answer that he was or wasn't. Just happens to live in Sofia, Bulgaria, where, you know, they're based. This guy called Alex Iliev. If you're there, fuck you, Alex. You're a wanker and a liar and a gaslighter, and you're a twat. So fuck you. Shall I hold back a bit?
No, go for it. Go for it.
And
I thought you were.
yeah, I am a bit.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for her to get really mad. What's going on here?
And it's like, yeah, it's just like fucking hell. And so this guy's coming onto the Gearspace thing and, you know, sort of saying, oh, it's just, you know, 5 or 6 people who aren't happy. And it's like, no, it fucking isn't, because you've deleted all the fucking comments that you can see. But it's like, this is the practice that's going on, that's obviously company sanctioned. Now, this is what I think's happening. So a lot of tech companies, music tech companies, are a little bit strapped for cash right now, a little bit in the shit. So they've done this subscription offering, which they've actually got a better offer for new subscribers than they have loyal customers as well, which is like
Always the case.
yeah. So they've offered like a discount for the first year that varies depending on which plugins you've bought, and doesn't seem to actually have a system. It seems really arbitrary. So I got 50% discount offered for the first year of these plugins, which is $150 a year. So the discount is like, yeah, half that. But new subscribers get offered the whole thing recurring at $10 a month. So I'm like, that actually works out cheaper long term. And that's like on a monthly rolling thing as well. But the thing is, what's probably happening is they're going to sell the company, and so they're doing a cash grab, get a load of subscribers. You know, they've got this model that they've got this future turnover, etc., and sell the fucking company and run. Because they obviously don't give a shit about their customers right now, and they don't give a shit about their reputation because they're going to fuck off, and I think that's the plan.
Where are they based, Jim?
Bulgaria.
Right.
And
It
so
doesn't say-
it's like,
it doesn't say on the website, which is always
No.
slightly dodgy.
He
yeah,
was the old one in the Wombles, wasn't he?
Well,
Yeah.
Uncle
Bulgaria,
Yeah, yeah.
so yeah, so it's like, I mean, they design great products, but their implementation and their attitude, it's like dealing with someone who's got ADHD. They never finish a fucking thing, and you can't rely on that in this sort of environment. You need to know that your shit is going to work. And it's like every update breaks some more things that someone had actually a third party customer managed to actually get their shit working better than them with tweaking their launcher program. And it's like, the thing is that their native software is just based on the Juice framework anyway, which they've managed to balls up, and that doesn't even fucking work properly. So they already put back the release of it by, I mean, they announced it at NAMM. I mean, this is how long this has been going on, and they only just recently managed to roll it out the other day, like 2 days ago. But it's just an absolute shit show. I can deal with whatever they decide to do, how they want to market their products. You have a choice whether you want to buy it or not. But the fucking censorship and gaslighting, I fucking can't stand. You know, it's like, it's you know, fascist authoritarian fucking mentality, and it's throughout this company. I reckon all the good people, all the developers must have left.
Yeah.
And no one wants to work there.
When did you buy your stuff? It wasn't that long ago, was it?
No, it's only like sort of 3 or 4 months ago.
So it's still under guarantee.
Yeah,
Where did you buy it from? Did you buy it from them direct, or did
I
you buy
bought it
through
from
a
Anderton's.
contact
Get in touch.
Andertons?
Yeah,
Seriously,
I'm going to.
your agreement is, yes, your agreement is with the company, but it's only with the company through whichever dealer you bought it from.
Yeah.
Because you bought it from Andertons, you need to go back to Andertons, have a rant at them if you need
Yeah.
to. They're probably better at their customer service
Yeah.
should be better.
Oh yeah,
than,
I mean, I've dealt with
let
that
them
Anderton's
and let
customer
them
service
deal,
before.
Let them
yeah.
deal with the company.
Yeah. I was
Because-
going to contact them anyway about
Yeah.
what's going on with this, because this is absolutely despicable, and I don't think they want to be associated with a company that operates with such business practices. It's
no.
dishonest, it's deceitful, it's nasty, it's toxic. It's like, you know, if one of you guys was in a personal relationship with someone who treated you like that, kind of said, oh no, that's not going on, no, not at all, you know, denying your reality. It's like, fuck you. So Antelope Audio, fuck you, you cunts.
A word from our sponsor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nicely put, Jim.
Sponsored by Antelope Audio.
Yeah.
I've just agreed
Jim.
to do a load of reviews from as well.
This
And
is
guess what?
audible.
Did you get a load of plugins that don't
Yes.
work, Ian?
Yeah.
Yesterday, I thought, I've had enough of this. I don't want, just like a toxic person, I cut them out of my fucking life. So
yeah.
I've ordered a new interface from Motu that will be here in the next couple of days. Thank you very much. And I will use that without any fucking
Get
hassle.
back in touch with Andertons and say all
Yeah.
this and say,
I'll tell you want your money
this
back.
is coming back to you.
Yeah.
A refund.
Yeah.
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 I mean, as it is, I can't use the two modelling mics because they won't work on my operating system anymore. It's like, oh, jeez.
Well, I could have a counter.
Rantelope Audio, brilliant.
Go, let's have a rant tonight then. Let's have a rant.
Yeah, well,
ranty night.
I
I've
want
already
to,
trashed Westbury.
but I can't rant about this. But I can say that for some bizarre reason, rather than blame themselves, Soma are investigating me.
What?
Yeah.
I was about to give them €1,300.
Yeah.
Are you telling me I shouldn't?
No. It's Soma, the company, that are in Russia.
Yeah. That's
Soma, the
slightly bothers me.
the sort of like more business side of it, which is in Poland,
Poland. Yeah.
basically.
Oh, right, okay.
I think the reason they're saying this is because at least it makes them look better in the eyes of their customers. because I've had a Pulsar 23 here. They contacted Soma and said, "Oh, look, it's doing this, that, and the other." And now the designer guy who lives in Russia emailed back and he goes, "It looks like it's the A to D converter on the board. That's why you've lost your audio out on the mains, but the individuals work. But you're getting a clipping on the output. Therefore, the A to D's gone the way of the Dodo."
Vlad Kramer got in touch with you?
No, he's been getting in contact with the customer. The customers have been emailing him. Soma are passing it on to him. He's coming back with the emails saying this is what's wrong with it. They send the emails to the customer, all right? So they then send the email to me because they've told him to to send it to me. And that's fine. Now, because it's warranty, we arrange to pick up and have the thing brought here. And then we do the job, and then we pay to ship it back to them. And then we get reimbursed. And after, 9 months? Yet to have a penny.
So you're having to pay for the shipping both ways, are you?
Yeah, I'm doing the job.
And
Still
doing
haven't
the
been
job.
paid yet.
But you haven't been paid?
No.
For any
But here's
of the work that you do?
Yeah, not a penny has come back yet. But here's the thing. They are neglecting to tell us whether the unit that's coming is under warranty or not under warranty. So like, for instance, if a Cosmos comes in, it's a good chance it's not in warranty. But we can't get confirmation. We asked the guy when did he buy it and all the rest of it, and he may say like it's a year ago, and we go, all right, or 2 years ago, whatever. And we can tell Soma it's out of warranty. So we, do we charge the customer? He said, no, don't worry about it. We'll take care of that.
See, I mean, the way that we would handle under warranty repairs is we insisted on seeing their invoice when we sold it. Now, if they haven't got the invoice, clearly, as the dealer, we were able to we had those records, and we were usually able to find it. If we couldn't find it, it couldn't be an under warranty repair.
Yeah.
But
even if they're bringing their unit,
the customer needs to prove to you that it's an under warranty repair, not you prove to them that it isn't.
Well, you see, a lot of these units are coming in where people are taking them back to the shop they bought it from.
Yeah.
And then the shop contacting Soma and Soma say you send it to him. So they're sending it to me.
But you're not getting any paperwork.
Yeah, but that's only half the problem. The other half of the problem is, for instance, in this particular case with this Pulsar, this guy has been waiting now since May. Right? And before the unit was even sent to me, and before the guy was even told to have the unit sent here, he had said that, there's a problem with the D2A. Cool. Still waiting for the schematics for these fuckers. Right? So, even if I had a D2A here, of the correct type, where on the 12 boards that are inside the Pulsar is the D2A? All right? Now, they said they were going to send parts. Now, what I wanted was boards.
Yeah.
Right? You can do the boards.
Yeah, just swap boards.
I mean, taking one of the module boards out of a Pulsar is 2 hours to get down to it, and all the knobs and all the switches have to be all undone and everything comes through the panel, right? It's a complete fucking nightmare taking these things apart. But if I had a board, bang, put it all back together, same day, and the thing's out, right? So I asked, you go, parts, man. And they go, yep, not a problem. I get a basket containing cases. Right, I've got Lyra cases in lime green, black, and yellow. If anybody's interested, and some knobs.
Those cases are built like fucking tanks.
Yeah,
that's the last thing that's going to break.
And I explained to him. I said, the one thing I'm not repairing is the fucking metalwork. Right, and if the metalwork was damaged, they're not going to care too much about that. It's more about when it's clipping or the audio goes, or this Cosmos, it was looping and looping and looping. but the loop was wrong. So no matter how whatever you put in, it played it back wrong. And I said, right. So I said, so what do you think's wrong with that? And they go, "Blah." I go, well, that's very helpful, thank you. We've got the schematics for this. Yeah, we'll send them. Still waiting. So I contacted the bloke who owned it. I said, what was the last thing you did to this? And he goes, oh, I put the 1.6 update on it. I mean, okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll reset this and we'll put the 1.6 back on again. He went, oh, okay. So I did that. Oh, what a fucking palaver. Really? You have to use a flash drive? Really? You have to? And there can't be anything else on the flash drive, and it has to be at least 32 gig for a file that's like fucking 8K. You know, it's like, fuck me. So anyway, so I have to do all this. It only works on Windows. Thank God I've got PC still. Boom, 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 do it all up, reset it, and it comes back. Beautiful, working. Email the guy, all sorted, mate. Back in the box, and off it goes, right? Not one penny have I seen. The Lyra I did, I still haven't been paid for that. When did I do that? It was fucking March, January or something. No, it was February. And all I want is some parts and some schematics. That's all I want.
Just stop doing that.
And payment.
Payment would be nice. Yeah. Because I do enough work as it is for fucking nothing without having to do all this as well.
How much of their stuff have you got there
Yeah,
in terms of
that
value?
was my next question.
Here.
Have you got a bunch of their stuff that would cost them some money?
Well,
in other words, have you got enough to hold back and say,
Not
pay me
really.
my money or this is going...
No, I got a box of coloured cases for Lyras. I must
I'll
admit,
just
the
stop
lime
working
green's
for it.
awful. I don't know why I did do lime green. It's fucking... The orange.
I have to
I'm
say,
stick with the orange.
I'm not sure I want a Terra now.
Well, the thing is, if you're buying and you're, doing a biz with it, fine. But I need to get this sorted out. I need to, if they can send,
you can't run your business like that.
no, if they just send me boards, I can be turning these fucking things over the same day. Christ's sake, I mean, Fiona does half of them as well. She goes, yeah, that's easy enough. Boom, boom, boom. Lovely. Yeah, the Pulsar is a different kettle of fish. It's very, 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 very packed with boards. It really is. The other thing that I'm having trouble with is operating the fucker, so I know whether it's working or not. I'm really struggling with it. Eurorack is not for me. It really isn't. I can't get my head around half of it. But you get the general idea with them, and it's all fine. But just send me some boards and some schematics so I know what to do. Don't fucking say, here you go. Ooh. So how does this work? Ooh, magic and sugar.
So,
fucking.
What have they said about payment?
That's where I'm going.
Have they said anything about?
Oh, we're still waiting to hear back from that one.
Well, I'm not going to tell you how to run your business because it's between you and Fiona. But if it was me, I'll tell you what I would do. I would stop all work, hold on to the stock until I'm paid.
Yeah.
Well, here's
It's
the
been
thing.
going on for that long.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Yesterday, Fiona turned around and went, I've had enough of this. I'm writing them an email. And boy, did she write them an email.
Good, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you can't.
There's an old acronym in Australian terms, an old acronym which is cash up, no tickets. And you need to hit them with that.
Yes. Well, this is it. I mean, I don't know.
I'm taking it. You've sent them all the outstanding invoices, so that from their paperwork side of things, they have outstanding invoices that they need to pay you.
I've got a funny feeling. This is just between you and me. I think their email server is actually, if you take the label off it, you'll actually find it's a paper shredder. So all the emails go and into the bin. Because you very rarely. Sometimes they answer immediately, and it's normally in respect of getting something happening and moving along. And then when it's anything else, it's like,
I think we also need to tell Jim that when he's typing his email out to Antelope Audio or to Andertons, whoever he's emailing right now. He doesn't have to hit the keys on his keyboard as though he's playing a Steinway Grand Piano.
His poor little computer
It's
keyboard's
just-
going, I didn't
just-
do anything. It
just
wasn't my
gentle
fault.
and just-
So,
Tell you what, Jim, I never want to get the wrong side of you, matey.
to be honest, like, it made me laugh. Kent looked so worried at the start of the show when he thought
Go,
I might
was
be
it
having a
something
rant.
I did?
I've never seen you look so worried.
Because I go, wait a minute. When people say, "Oh, they
What
got
did
a
I
rant
do?
on,"
Yeah.
yeah, they got a rant on, and go, "It's something I've said, done
Again.
again." Yeah,
I'm a pussycat, really, but
Indeed he is.
You are, but you've a right to be angry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you know.
Oh, I
Yeah.
would be. I would
Yeah.
be.
yeah,
Yeah, I would
I
be.
ain't
'cause
buying anything from Antelope Audio. I can tell you
no,
that.
please don't. You know,
I don't
not
even know
unless-
who they are.
I mean, I didn't know that until you bought your
Yeah,
interface and your mics. I had no
Yeah.
idea who they were.
yeah.
Oh, that's not it.
Jim,
Thought they were Chinese.
Focusrite Motu RME.
Well, I'm getting a Motu M4.
Moto's good.
Yeah, the M4 is particularly good, especially with because my in-ears, which I use for mixing largely, they're like 16 ohm, so I need a really low impedance output headphone amp, and that Moto M4's nearly nil,
Yeah.
so it's really really good. So yeah,
Well, you see, like what Lady Aptitude is saying in the chat, the thing I've found about Windows is because it tries to cater to everybody across everything. That's where the problems start with the PCs.
Mm.
And it doesn't
But-
seem that there isn't the same. What's the word? The where everybody's on the same page.
the thing is, Windows has to support lots of legacy stuff. And you know, Apple are quite ruthless about dropping stuff in order to move forward.
They've probably still got a zip
yeah.
drive protocol
They
built
call it
in.
fragmented user base.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Android's the same.
yeah.
You got Android phones of all sorts of shapes and sizes. Some support the latest ones, some don't support them.
Oh, tell me about it. The ones that I got for development, you can't put the latest Android operating systems on. And I'm like, I only built that app like a
Our
year or
dev-
so ago. It's like, what?
Our devs absolutely hate. They have to do it, but they hate doing it. Man.
Yeah.
So are we going out on Saturday night then?
Yeah, it's gotta get pissed.
Those of us that don't drink.
Said the guy who doesn't
Yeah.
go out or drink.
I don't really drink.
La 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 la.
So I'm sure you're
no,
picking up on my commitment there.
Yeah.
We could watch Andy get pissed.
That'll be all right.
Yeah, but
Well, I've not got enough to get pissed, but I'm having a beer. nonetheless.
Yeah. No, should be good. Should be good. I doubt Antelope Audio will be there.
Well, I hope Jim, I hope they are because I want to come with you.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, that'd be dead funny.
Well, they
That'd be
weren't at Synthfest, and I kind of thought maybe it's because the guy who runs Synthfest really doesn't like charlatans on site, does he? So, you know, I'm sure they will have pissed him off at some point.
The only time I heard of Antelope Audio is Ben Jordan was talking about him. That's about it.
Oh, what did he have to say? Because
negative way.
I think
Well,
Ben
this
Jordan
is like
would
a
love
year
this
ago.
story.
He liked him. So you know.
Oh, okay.
Right. I think he would like this story personally, unless
Yes,
he's another
it's
shill.
actually up his street, isn't it? Yeah.
Now he'll rant. I mean, you've seen him go after the NPC guys and stuff. That people attack him all the time for stuff.
maybe the guy that used to throw Rollies going to buy him.
Oh,
I actually think I don't know, they're going to lose. They've already lost a lot of goodwill amongst their customers. So
Really?
much, you know, that unless they replace them with new ones, they're fucked. They really are. Because people are going to go, well, I'm not investing anymore. You've let me down. You know, I'll use what I've got till it dies, and that's it. So,
I missed part of that. Was it a subscription thing, or what was the main gist?
well, they've launched a subscription
Yeah.
for their native plugins, just like UAD did. So, you know, they had proprietary plugins that ran on FPGA and DSP. But now they've launched their native ones as a subscription only thing. They've offered varying discounts to existing users, anywhere between generally 0 to 75, percent of the subscription. So some people get it free for a year if they've possibly bought loads of their plugins existingly, but that's quite rare. Most people get 50% off for the first year.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, when anyone's commented online about, in any way negatively, even slightly negatively, Unslope Audio have been deleting those comments from...
It's like Yelp. Yeah, they take the bad reviews
their
off.
From their Facebook group and from the YouTube comments as well. And then denied doing it.
Of course.
And I'm just like, you fuckers, don't treat me like an idiot.
Didn't they have hardware-only options, or was it always a software component to it?
No, they've always had kind of like software components.
Software component, okay.
It's worrying because
So-
that's what scam sites do as well, isn't it?
Well, it's basically, loads of people are saying this is scamming. They're basically sort of scamming people. And, especially forcing people to pay twice for something that they've already paid for because it didn't work the first time under how they were promised the software would work.
They have one of those Indian scam call centers call you up.
But let's step back from this for a second and have a think about why there's a problem. I think that inside software, there is the notion that this process has to operate for a certain amount of time to get its job done before it relinquishes control back to either other pieces of software or to the operating system. And it's called a critical section. So if you've got a process that relies on communications and you've got multiple software programs all existing concurrently, they only get a time slice. They don't get the full run. It's not like you've got a 75 core processor to run 75 plugins concurrently. Remember, the operating system wants to do some stuff and the hardware wants to have some attention, and the programs all have critical sections written into them. And at no point do the designers of these programs say, I should really hand control back to Windows or to the other processors and give them some time slice, give them some share. So what you've really got is a serial processor masquerading as a parallel one. And that's going to cause glitches. So I think people ask me, why do I only deal in hardware? And after developing in software for 35 years, I just don't see how you can make sound software and device drivers, especially under Windows, which itself is a black art, operate in a successful way after a certain payload. You're going to wind up with attention deficit disorder on behalf of either the operating system or a monopolizing process. And at some point, the time slicing and the critical sections don't match up anymore.
I mean, you can hear it as well. I mean, nothing does MIDI timing better than my Electron stuff. Use Logic, it's absolutely shit in comparison. It's trying to do too much, and it just doesn't operate in the same way. I mean, people say about the old Atari ST, that actually did work really, really solidly for MIDI. And it's like, I remember getting my first Windows PC in '97, and trying to get that to be stable with anything audio and MIDI related was a fucking nightmare. And we've still never got back to that point with a computer where we were with the Atari ST or the Commodore Amiga. Even that was better,
But the Atari ST, from memory, I think there was a 540 and a 1040. They were based on the
1040. Yeah.
Sorry, okay. They're based on the Motorola chips from memory, 68030 or something.
Yeah.
And but those, the addressing mode on those for memory was completely linear, whereas Windows at that stage was running a segmented Intel architecture. So you always had a pointer to the block of memory that the program belonged to, and then an offset within that.
Oh yeah, the 720K.
Yeah,
low
all
block.
of those limits, and even Windows NT, all of that. We used to have to juggle that stuff as programmers, and of course the linear architecture on the 6800 Motorola series chips was far better because it started at address 0, and if you had 4 megabyte or 4 gigabyte or whatever, it just addressed the numbers went up all the way to that number. You know, it was just simple linear address formatting, which was far easier. It wasn't segmented offset.
Isn't that the
So-
same chip that the Access Virus uses as well?
I don't know. There are Hitachi
It's a Motorola,
chips
isn't
in
it?
some of the Korg stuff. There's a whole bunch of different chips that are used in these proprietary devices. And Roland have their own that they manufacture. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying that there's an underlying problem, and that if you've done enough software, and I've done years of assembly language, so I've been writing at the very lowest level of the
that's-
programming stock.
The virus
Yeah,
uses a
like
bunch of
303.
sharp chips, right? Doesn't it?
I can look at hex and understand what it's doing. So that, and you know, hundreds of
Yeah.
megabytes of hex and doing that. So
Yeah.
once you've been in that situation,
I've
it's the
done that
reason
in,
I
in
buy
a previous
hardware.
job. Yeah.
I buy hardware for most things, and I don't use plugins because, in the early days, like you said, I could never get them all to peacefully coexist. And that's no one manufacturer's problem. That's just me putting too many straws on the camel's back.
It's funny you're talking about old systems. My old Mac Plus actually did great MIDI timing, but the screen refresh was the slow part. It gave priority to the MIDI, it seems.
Good. That's the right way round.
Yeah. I get the piano roll like updating, and I'm like, wait, I've already played that note, you know. So, you know.
Do you know, up until now, I'd completely forgotten about that black art. I used to have a little program where you used to try and shoehorn devices into the high mem and try to keep that 720 as clear as possible on boot. Completely forgot about all of that until just now.
In corporate area, DOS, we had to do that all the time. Use the QEMM or something like that as a memory manager.
QEM 602,
Yeah.
quarter deck, yep.
Just to get your
Yeah.
work done. Just the basic shit.
So we forget that we've been through 30 years of grief, and that every time you install a new Microsoft product, it's a year out of your life. It's you just take that view that you're going to be adding straws to the camel's back, and eventually you're going to crush something. And the other way to do it is to simply take all of your processing and do it in hardware for audio purposes anyway. I just spent yesterday doing some recording work, and basically I have a box for each particular instrument, and the box has 2 audio outputs, 1 MIDI input, and 1 general power input. So it has 4 cords into each box. Inside it is all the spaghetti and the cables and all the mess and the power boards associated with that one sound, but it is an instrument unto itself. I just stack those up and connect them all in. And lo and behold, it gives me the fastest setup time when I'm moving stuff around for the least. And I should really get a patch bay or something, I know, but this is my primitive way of handling that problem.
We've
Problem
just
is
patch bays already.
if you've got 15 or 16 boxes making sound on your desk, that's about 64 cables in and out of those. So you wind up with spaghetti heading horizontally, and this way at least I can stack it vertically.
Yeah, and you're not degrading your signal at all. Or
Oh, no,
introducing
what
other
is-
problems.
Yeah,
So.
but I won't use. Someone was saying to me, "Oh, Steve, you need to mix down in mono," and well, your engineer will introduce the stereo aspects, and I'm thinking, no, that's not the way I want to work.
Yeah.
So, and they're saying, "Oh, we can use so many plugins, but no more." And I'm saying, "No, I just want to get the hardware. So if I want a compressor, I'll put a compressor with that instrument in that box, and that'll be the sound unit, as it were."
Yeah.
Or if I want a chorus, there's a chorus or a space echo pedal. There's one in that box, or a reverb, and that becomes part of that instrument's
Zero
sound.
latency.
I'm not worrying about a latency problem in my plugins where I put the 14th plugin in a row to get the sound I want. So it's a different approach.
Yeah.
But I can see that the software and its critical sections are eventually going to break the camel's back, no matter if I've got a super duper i7 processor that is cooking toast on the other side of the world. It's still going to be limited by the way the software is written. And of course, in isolation, all these software manufacturers and these device driver and plug-in manufacturers work in a perfect world where their plug-in's the only thing active on the machine, and they don't test the interoperability of anything. So we get into a situation, as music producers where we're putting all of these different ingredients together at once, and we wonder why they won't interact
Oh, hang on.
appropriately.
I don't think Antelope Audio tests their stuff at all, to be honest.
Well, that's another
So,
problem too.
yeah.
Probably their 5 best developers left, and there's
Yeah.
Mickey, who used to make the coffee, is now head
Yeah.
software developer, and that
Yeah.
can happen. I've seen that happen in so many firms where there wasn't an expert present
Yeah.
because the guy there used to be a guy who wrote Netscape, and he was the guy they went to do all the sockets level programming.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, if that guy walks out of the building, and he was probably being paid a premium to stay,
Yeah.
but if that guy walks out of the building, their Netscape would lose their browser business. Bang.
Yeah.
And it can. I've seen it happen in payroll companies where people have hot seats where they know a product and know the client base and can maintain that governance over and the protection of their own job on the basis of that internal knowledge or their expertise, effectively, that they've built up. But they become critical chairs in the business. You only need to lose 1 or 2 of those, and then the thing implodes like a souffle.
Yeah.
A bad souffle.
Or even a good one collapses.
It's funny you brought up Netscape for the old timers out there who actually paid for browsers. We had corporate Netscape Communicator corporate. One time we had an order. We had to true up on the licenses. They sent us gobs of boxes of fucking Netscape Communicator on CD-ROM, and we were supposed to keep them. We didn't have to use them. We're supposed to keep them as proof that we had licenses. I'm like, what a backward time. This is supposed to be the internet. Why are you getting us physical media that we have to track? So stupid.
Well, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry about this, but all these things you talk about timing, it occurred to me that this stuff is so bang on is because it's all control voltage, and it is like instant, and I think that makes an absolute huge difference. In
Marbles in a hose pipe.
Yes.
Well, I don't care where you put your marbles, Ken. Well, if you want to put them there,
No, that's why it's
your business.
instantaneous. That's why it's
Oh, I
instantaneous.
see marbles. Yeah, no, I'm with
Marbles
you.
in a hose
exactly.
pipe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doink and one out the other end. Yeah.
I want to say hello to Adam Laybourne. Hi all, first time I caught Pubs Open Live. Been my favourite show on YouTube for months. Keep it up.
What on earth for? Go and do something constructive with your life, Adam. Seriously. Anyway, nice to have you with us.
You don't work for Antelope Audio,
No,
do you?
yeah, you work for Antelope.
If you do, I want a word.
Robbie's got a Tamberwolf look.
It works.
What?
Sounds good.
I've got
That
two.
sounded great. I've got one's your own and one's somebody else's that needs.
Yeah, that's
fixing.
true.
So that Tamberwolf, Robbie.
No, it's an Arturia thing, isn't it?
Oh, that's it. Oh,
Oh, I
As if
see.
I'd have a fucking tab.
oh it's a piece of synth history.
I got one of these.
Synth trash.
You've got a whole fucking room full of synth trash, apart from 1 or 2 bits.
Robbie,
Suck on these notes.
I will
Yeah.
later.
Robbie, I have an original
See you Saturday.
Yamaha
You'll be waiting.
DX series leaflet from 1983, would it be? And so it's got the full range in it, and I've also got the a sheet for a DX100 which I bought, so that was the same sort of time. Do you want them? Do you collect that sort of stuff,
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
do you not bother? Or
But are the
with that,
pages
it's
stuck
like-
together?
Did you say you got an SY22
No, because it's
manual as well?
well, no, the pages aren't stuck together.
They will be
because
after
it's
Robbie
D-
gets it.
I know. It's because I haven't stuck the pages together because it's a DX bloody.
I'll tell you what is
Robbie's
coming up
great
that you're going to
stuff.
love.
Sorry.
I'll tell you what is coming up that you're going to absolutely adore, Rob. A CS70M.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
It was bought in, I think it was 1980. I think you said 1980. It was played for 2 days and put back in the box, and it's still in the
Never
box.
been played again.
Wow.
Mental.
And it has the tape drive library with it.
Oh wow.
Please-
Jeez.
Ken, don't let him get his grubby paws on it and run off with it. That's not on. Right.
But anyway, I opened the box. Right, you know the white keys.
Just because it says
They're
Yamaha on it, he
white.
likes things that go ding
white,
dong.
white.
So
They're white. It's absolutely spotless.
they're worth
Everywhere.
a fortune.
Yeah, it will go up for quite a bit, I would imagine.
Robbie, can I ask a dumb question? Collecting that period of Yamaha stuff, I have 2 MDF2 data filers. I
Oh, yes.
really don't need them. Would you like one?
I'd love one.
Right, I'll bring one with me on Saturday.
Blimey.
Uh,
I'm going to need to bring a bigger bag.
No, it's not only that big. It's only.
Gonna need a
it's
bigger
only-
boat.
Paraphrase.
Didn't you say, Ian, that you've got an SY22 manual that you were looking
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah. I'll bring that for you.
Right,
chuck
okay,
it in
we'll,
as well.
we'll bring you a suitcase as well. You can put it all in.
Yeah, absolutely,
I'll-
man.
I'll
Ken,
let
if
you
you
have
want to
one.
bring that
It's underwhelming.
CS70M, yeah, then
No,
And
no,
do you want-
I'm in the
and
queue.
No,
Robbie,
do you know what?
Do you want an Antelope Audio interface?
No, actually,
No, you
I-
want,
let me
no,
think
Jim,
about
you
that.
want your money back on that Sunbeam.
I'm with Manny on this one. You don't want to have a go on this CS70M because then the myth will be destroyed. Because
nice to
when you
look at,
actually, yeah, but then you sit down and play one and you go, yeah,
That's it.
Yes,
That's all
Yeah,
right.
well, I
Just
felt that.
doorbells
I
really
felt
well.
like about the Fairlight. I was all excited and then plugged it in, turned it on, I went, oh, is that it?
yeah, that does
Decades
happen.
of expectation.
Yeah, that does
shattered.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least with the Fairlight, if you put
Does
the
this
work
mean I
in,
have to
you get
take
the
this
results out.
This is
Yes, native. Yes, you do.
Yeah.
So
Whereas
we'll get it in the
the-
back. We'll get it in the back of Neil's car somehow.
What was I going to say?
You coming down to pick up this bloody board?
At
me?
some
Yeah.
point,
Oh,
Jonas.
mate. Oh, mate.
The thing is, I can't get that in my little stupid.
Yes,
kit.
you
rubbish.
can. You just put the passenger
Rubbish.
seat down and lob it straight in there, mate.
Yeah.
Put it
No
down
problem.
where?
Something like a surfboard.
Footwell, all the way up. Sorted, mate. It's not that
Footwell,
big.
Well,
Full house.
Where is it? Oh, it's over there. It's not that big.
Hello.
It's not
well, I'll,
Hey,
be
Ollie.
I'll be visiting
Hi,
my
Ollie.
brother.
How you doing?
as-
He's
okay.
got- he's-
Go on.
He's got a great big Audi, which so
Representing.
Audi.
so he
Got to say it like that. Got to say Audi.
Audi. Heb een Audi und so. We'll come round when I visit my brother. I'll say, Mark, we're going to visit Kent. Then what will probably then happen is he'll bring it up to mine when the next thing comes up to visit
Oh, okay. So you're not coming
I'm
down to see
really-
me, bitch.
my dad. Of course, but there has
Ken,
to be
you
some
need to change your
expediency as well.
t-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not Chrysler
Yeah,
anymore,
I
is it?
do, don't I? One moment, because I need a coffee.
Yeah, actually, it's true. Me and Neil did discuss coming round and sort of picking this thing up, but it's Neil. It's a
What
long,
is it
it's
exactly?
a long way
Fucking
round
London,
the
aren't
Yeah,
M25.
it's
the
a
other
long
side of London.
way
It's
out the way.
It's a way out. It is a way. So it's not. But I am going to go down to my brother's in the summer at some point. Well, I can. we
And what
can
is
go.
it exactly, Andy?
The Native Instruments 88 note piano weighted keyboard.
Oh, the Control 88.
Control 88. Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, so
Okay. Yeah. Go on.
mini rant number 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
So
now what?
you know the controller thing that was on the PSN show the other week, the thing with the joystick and the 6 to 8 pads, is it?
No.
Oh, Composer, that was what it's called. Yeah, By Digit Music, yeah.
The 8 buttons and the joystick.
yeah. So yeah, that's actually some guys from Derby. One is
That thing. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm with you now. Yeah.
the guy, the CEO of the company is a guy called Cy Chu, who's quite a successful house musician. Really good. He played live at Duvrett like last year. It was just phenomenal. And the other guy is Owen, who used to work for Native Instruments, and actually is responsible for designing the Native Instruments control keyboards.
Ah.
So knows a thing or two about how to do interfaces, sort of musical interfaces. So yeah, that thing is Wagyu. The thing is, in actual fact, they actually employ wheelchair users in the company, so they've actually had feedback about what is really accessible in terms of musical composition. And
But the bosses used to kneecap the staff. Is that what you're saying?
What, sorry?
The bosses used to kneecap the staff. Is that what you're saying?
I think that only happens in Antelope Audio.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go again.
Don't be bitter, Jim. Don't be bitter.
I will be fine when they're dead and buried.
Don't hold a grudge, mate. We need to move on. We need to move on.
Hi, Ollie.
I'm so not done
Hey,
with
how you
Antelope Audio.
No, no.
Oh, Ollie, can I just ask, are you in any way employed by, affiliated with, or have received any monies from Antelope Audio?
No.
Okay, good. We can
Has
still be
anybody
friends.
in our company received money from Antelope Audio?
I was going to say no at this stage.
They're quite good at bribing people, though, so be careful. Dear.
I really like Antelope Audio. I think they're wonderful.
Times are hard,
And my
Steve.
bank account details are
Oh man.
No, but they even had like Sylvia Massey doing talks for them at NAM. And I don't know if you know James Ivy, who,
Yes,
yeah,
from
production expert, Pro Tools
production
expert.
Used to be,
Yeah, yeah,
used to be Pro Tools expert.
yeah. So, he does a lot of their sort of demos. But, again, is kind of one of these people who doesn't work for them, but, is on the payroll. I actually sent him a message the other day explaining what was happening. And I've heard nothing back.
I'll have to rewatch. I missed all that then.
What about Jordan Rudess? Is he a big user of Antelope Audio?
Probably. It's a safe bet. Is there anything that man doesn't
Depends, was it
endorse?
free?
Yeah.
Oh, that's better. I can see what I'm doing now.
Can I ask a dumb question? Kent and Robbie, are you wearing? You got the same design on your t-shirts.
So is Ollie.
Yeah.
There's Ollie.
So's Ollie. What's
Yeah.
going on? What have I missed?
We're a little club.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't tell you about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know the whole
oh,
Pro
dear
Synth
God.
Network thing, that's dead. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
now
Forget that.
it's the Pro Simon Network.
Yeah.
Pro Simon. Now.
Simon for president.
Sorry, no, it's there.
We're not alone, by the way. Our numbers are growing.
We are Legion.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, we are many. But I'm not included, so I don't know. I feel left out. I don't.
It starts with a T-shirt and then we infest slowly.
Is it
Yeah.
a bit like the Freemasons?
Yeah. We have
Yeah.
a funny
missed it.
handshake.
Funny handshake, although it's not always hands.
It's not the
This
hand
is,
that gets
this is
shaken.
Simon.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay,
Oh.
yeah, all right.
That needs to be the merch, mate.
Oh God.
No, there can be only one.
Oh no, the other ones will be
At least
less.
it's not a penguin of pain.
Death.
Same thing. Same thing.
Penguin of death.
No, it's the penguin of pain. I've
I saw a
decided.
great joke today.
Yes. The alliteration wins it.
This one goes. My son was attacked yesterday just for being white and wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat. And I'll fucking do it again tomorrow if he's still wearing it. That's not a round of applause.
Well, it's good enough.
Yeah, it's close, isn't it? Yeah, but it wasn't that good. Have you got one that's sort of like,
Oh, stop. I've got this.
What a wanker.
That'll do.
Was that because he was wearing a "Make America Great Again" cap?
You need the cup mute over the trumpet going wah 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 wah.
yes, yeah.
There we go. That's about right.
Yeah.
Was it the Ronald Reagan "Make America Great Again" or the Trump "Make America Great
Oh,
Again?
definitely the Trump one.
It'd be the Trumpton, won't it?
Because that's where he got it from. He got it from Reagan.
Yeah.
It's like you see this thing about Musk challenging what's his name Zuckerberg to a
Oh, yeah.
dick measuring contest.
Well, they were going to do some boxing match or something, right? Wasn't it a boxing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
some fight of sorts.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
it went on
The
and
thing
on
is,
and on.
Zuckerberg is really good at
MMA,
Brazilian
isn't he?
Jiu-Jitsu.
Well, not only that, but Musk is a big lump, right? I mean, he's just a couple steps. He's like heavy breathing. So
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And BJ, like Zuckerberg has amazing cardio. Like he's won a few competitions at this stage.
Well, I tweeted on there. I don't know if it's still on there, but I tweeted on there when he said about having a dick measuring competition. I said, I don't know, how tall are you?
Yeah. Don't forget, Zuck is also an android, so he's got the upper hand.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
ever see that meme, Mr. Data Accumulator? I love that meme.
I haven't. No, actually.
Musk is inbred as well.
Who gives a shit anyway?
No, nobody really.
No.
Did you hear about that new exoplanet they discovered?
No, but they have so many of them. I just
Oh, this one, metal clouds.
wow.
Metal clouds rains titanium.
Little metal clouds.
Yeah.
Little metal clouds.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's the second shiniest object in our galaxy.
And they've only just found it.
It's a hell of an albedo. Yeah.
Well, they only just put the telescope up, haven't they?
And the first shiniest object
Please
is
observe.
when I bend
Oh
over.
yes.
Our numbers grow.
Oh, that's and print screen.
4.
I said her one has a completely different meaning, doesn't it? Really?
You suck on those what?
Second, these what? What? Oh, notes.
Notes.
Okay. Okay.
Had to boil a kettle for you.
Oh, yeah. Our cooker tap's broken,
He did it.
so she's been using the kettle. I don't know who designed the whistle on that kettle. I think it was a deaf guy. Fucking hell, mate. Dead people can hear that kettle boiling.
As well as the doorbell and the dogs.
Oh, it's louder than that. I've never heard anything like it. It's like ridiculously piercing. Oh. So yes, our numbers are growing.
Have you tried rebooting your tap?
Yep. Even updated the software.
I don't
That
know.
is.
I just don't like the idea of those cooker tap things. I don't know.
Oh, here we go.
I'm a
Why, is it-
traditionalist when it comes to tea making.
Is it portrait or what? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking, it's the tea making equivalent of portrait video. Is what it is. Fucking portrait video. Jesus.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
And TikTok makes you do it. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. That's really going to
TikTok
help.
hasn't made me do
Yeah.
anything.
Oh, okay.
So how many
There is-
TVs do you find wall mounted in portrait mode?
Exactly.
Only the stoner
None.
ones.
I haven't got a room tall enough.
Yeah, how
I
is
know
the Angel
someone.
of the North?
I know someone whose recording studio features. I don't know how many she got. She's got loads of the curved monitors, but mounted in portrait mode.
Oh,
Going-
yeah.
Alicia, isn't it?
Yeah, at
Who's
least.
got
Oh, so a massive
amazing.
parabolic dish in front of you. That's going to fucking help.
brilliant.
Yeah, it's going to sound like shit. Jesus. People know nothing about acoustics.
She knows a lot about acoustics.
God,
She's a fucking
something's
architect.
really got your
Yeah, but
goat
essen-
today.
es-
Yeah, but you're going to
Essentially-
get so many reflections off that directed straight at you.
No. Surely not.
Depends where your speakers
Sure.
are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
She might be using in-ears, Jim.
Jim, what if it's mounted horizontally then?
The same.
Well, there you go. Fuck you. Monitors. Big fuck off Kurt monitor.
What you want
And
is
yeah,
no-
they do sound
no
shit.
fucking screens and no desk, really. Yeah.
Yeah, it should record everything in a sock.
Yeah.
That's the safest way. Safest way.
Not everything.
Well, not everything, no. There are certain things that should remain sockless.
That's it, yeah.
That should be on the t-shirt.
Yeah.
Have a sock on the front. You know?
Yeah. Just a sock
Oh God, Ollie,
with a
that was
line
good.
through it. This is a sockless
There are some
zone.
things which have been made.
Yes, the no sock t-shirt.
Oh,
I
mate.
mean,
Just have one sleeve of the t-shirt with a sock sewn into it. That's it.
Oh man. Oh man.
That's a funny thought.
Thing is, yeah, if you're coding, portrait monitors are pretty good.
Okay.
But, you know, not for anything visual
I think Noah agreed with you there.
or broadcast.
Or a goofy setup like that movie Swordfish, where he has a whole wall of monitors,
I'm not familiar with that.
trying to make coding look cool. It's
Oh.
not cool. Yes.
It reminds me of that meme about what people think hackers look like and what hackers really look like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bloke sitting at his desk and the phone ringing. It keeps on ringing and ringing. And then his boss shouts at him. He says, answer the phone. He goes, no. He says, I'll wait until the fifth ring, then I'll answer because it's more cool. And he goes, just answer the fucking phone, will you? He goes, oh, fucking hell, okay. 911, what's your emergency?
That would be a millennial 911 operator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, jeez.
Just put you on hold.
It's like that woman that's suing her daughter, the daughter that's suing her parents for her existence.
I've seen that, yeah.
For being born without her permission.
Well, that's easily solved.
I couldn't help noticing she was just about at the age where she should be going to work.
It's mere coincidence.
Yeah.
Mere coincidence. There isn't a sock of truth in it.
Back to socks.
Back to socks. Everything's back to socks. Let's face it.
Let's go back to the sock and do it at 4:40.
That's going to take it. So, yeah, I've got 432 socks because we'll put it in the dryer.
Oh, dear. Did you see Ben Jordan's debunking of the 432 thing?
It was very
good.
funny.
Yeah.
It was actually very funny. I've often wondered, actually, it's just another pitch. It doesn't really matter. And I've never really quite got my head around why so many people get their knickers in a twist about it.
Oh, it's something to do with
It's not the resonance of
parable
the Earth or anything. It's
No,
No.
not really. So, that's what magnesium molecules vibrate at. Oh, fuck off.
Something to do with the horse shit.
Well,
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
horse shit vibrates at
Yeah.
432.
Just don't
It does.
play it. Just don't play it in A. Play it in G.
I thought
Sorry.
everything was C minor.
well, no, keyboard, but that's actually transposed up from 440. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I know it's all
everything is.
relative, but it's just fucking silly.
What I find is really funny is that we've got an orchestra that plays with pianists, and we've seen it time and time again. The orchestra tune to the oboe player.
No.
What's the pianist going to do?
Oh,
Exactly.
fucking hell.
It's a simple design flaw that we've had for 400 years.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. Just give us 3 hours, you know. You know. What was that note again?
I always wanted to have a Steinway that had a crowbar wedged into the frame as a whammy bar and just
Yeah.
stretch it.
Well, have you seen the? Is it like a Rhodes or something? It's got a Wurlitzer.
Clav.
It's got a clav with a
Clav,
whammy bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name? Oh God, I forgot his name. He's on my Facebook somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet actually.
Oh, that's brilliant. It's because the flat Earth resonates naturally at 432. Oh, dear. Oh god, that just gave me the fear again about the fact that more British people think that the moon landings didn't happen than Americans.
What?
Yeah,
What,
something
there
like
are Americans.
25% of Brits think the moon landings never happened.
You know, it's funny. Have you seen Interstellar lately? There's a whole little scene where the guy's daughter gets in trouble because she's talking about the moon landing, and they're trying to convince everybody, because the Earth is falling apart and everyone's dying and crops are failing and stuff, that the moon landing didn't happen, so people don't get their hopes up about technology. And it's kind of a funny little thing in the movie. A dig at the morons in the future, right?
Yeah. Well, it's like that little meme thing, isn't it? Where it said,
Teleport.
50 years ago, a car manual will have a section in it on how to do the valve timing, and today it tells you not to drink the water in the battery.
That's all you need to know about humans.
Yeah.
We are advancing backwards.
So it seems.
Well, we also have the concept of the health nut drug addict, right? I won't eat that. That's bad for me. But where's that cocaine? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's another funny thing that you see, and that is when you've got junior players playing in an orchestra or a pit musical or something, the brass players tune up their instruments and spend 10 minutes trying to get B flat and A to sound like those notes. And when you actually work with pros, they just adjust their tuning based on embouchure and the pressure on their mouthpiece during the performance. They just adjust in the first few bars, and it's basically in tune from about note 3 of the performance, and it stays there. So it's interesting that kids grow up with one concept of how to tune, and then when pros do it on the stand, it's a totally different technique. That wasn't very interesting, was it?
No.
Hey, Ollie, our numbers are growing.
What's that?
What?
Matt wants to know where you get the shirt.
I want to know where you get the shirt.
You have to perform a very simple ritual. But,
Oh
listen.
no!
Not another.
It's on my
no,
phone,
no.
but I'll send you.
Got a nice delay.
I'll send you the link.
let me get the link here.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?
Hey, Ken, look up the balloons from Hanoi patch.
Penguin of Death.
More penguin.
Penguin of Death. Got a new bag. Yeah, well, not a new bag. My wife repaired this bag, so the Penguin of Death is a very happy Penguin of Death.
Cool.
Oh, right.
And use the app follow through to get the strummy, scrapey thing.
Who's
Yeah.
got the echo?
It's Andrew.
Fucking hell, sound engineer. Jesus.
That's not me.
It is.
Hang on.
Oh. No, it's still
Nice.
Neko.
Echo.
Is that the roadie?
No, this is the Osmos.
Do the really slow, scrapey up and down. It's really cool. It's like a stretchy string scrapey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's like your fingernail on the
Dink.
screen.
it's pretty awesome. Yeah.
You push it really, really hard and it just goes snap. So that's balloons from Hanoi.
Now?
Seems
Now
Now,
what?
boom,
Yay! That's
boom.
boom.
Yep, good man.
Nice.
Oh, God.
Of course, could really fuck you with you there.
He
Steve,
tapped.
how
Sounds like
you
a banjo.
doing,
Almost. Yeah.
What?
How's Steve doing? Not seen you for a bit?
No, you've been lucky in that regard.
Well, yeah.
So who have you been seeing for a bit?
Well, mostly I've been using Jim as a condom for Ollie. That's
Use a
that's
sock.
the truth.
Sock is the way forward. Think sock.
You know, that's
I don't want to even try and decipher what you might mean by that.
I know I didn't miss one half of the conversation, but it feels like I did.
well, you know.
That's this entire show is everybody thinking they've missed something.
That's my
And
life.
really, it's just me talking.
Was there a part one?
There's a link. There's a link to the t-shirts.
Brilliant.
Going into the chat. And I've just noticed I've got what's it, 25% voucher to spend on my next.
There's more.
And
Get a
there's more.
certified Motherfolk T-shirt.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
Let's get folked up.
Destination folk.
I did an advert for Emu years ago for the command station. It was the new.
Did you work for Emu?
Do you know? I know. Not many people know that.
You should
But we
work for
did-
Antelope.
Who are Emu? Who are Emu?
I did this advert for
Other animals are available.
launching the MP7, and they wouldn't go with it. It said, "We funked you up once. Now let us funk you up again." And it seemed fairly innocuous, but they wouldn't
Yeah.
go with it. And I'm thinking,
Was this in the 80s?
1880s.
Ah, there you see.
Yeah, you
They
see.
were more distinguished, you know.
When I say emu, I worked for an emu that Steve knew very well. You see, that's the thing.
Ah.
Was Rod Hull there?
He was.
Did he have his
had
hands up your ass?
Rod.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
a shame it was a real emu, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had those beautiful blue-green eggshells too.
Yeah. He just
Can
had
I ask-
emu shit on his hand all the time.
I'd like to ask a philosophical question,
Oh, here we go.
Oh, God.
which I a discussion and a debate which I had with one of my.
This
year
isn't
10
about, again, about
With
do
one of my
crabs
year
think
10
we walk sideways, is it?
with one of my year 10 students. No, it's not.
Oh, good, okay.
Who's more famous, Ludwig van Beethoven or Cristiano Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Beethoven.
Beethoven.
Ronaldo.
I don't.
Ronaldo.
Who's
Unfortunately.
Ronaldo?
Ian's the most famous person.
I am.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
is that at any given
I'll
time?
take that.
What,
And
at the
I'll
moment?
take
No,
that.
you see, Ollie, you've hit the nail on the head
Yeah.
because it comes down to time.
It does.
Will people still be talking about Cristiano Ronaldo in 50?
In 5 years'
75
time?
years' time? Yeah, whatever.
Hopefully not.
No.
Yeah,
Well-
but the question was asked in now.
Yes,
Well,
it
as
was
much as
asked in
there is a
now.
now.
So
Still
do we take a
talking about
snapshot
Pele,
now?
Yeah.
And how do you
Talking
measure
about
it?
Pele now.
But Ronaldo is about football. It's football. You know, if you think of other things, there are more people famous than him.
Yeah, but Cristiano Ronaldo is not as famous for his symphonic works.
No, he's not.
To be
Luckily.
fair,
Luckily.
you know.
Yeah,
Luckily.
but
Oh,
pretty
no.
dire, actually.
Beethoven
Comparing
wasn't
like
known for
with
his
like.
left foot either, so.
No, he was right-footed. He scored. I mean, he could turn them in though. Oh,
Well, that's the first.
Yeah, Jeff
see
can't
your
come in.
penguin of
Jeff
death.
can't come in.
I see
Jeff
the
can't
penguin
come
of death and I raise it, the unicorn
Wait.
of destruction.
We're at the limit. Wow.
Okay, well, I'm going to duck out anyway and go and do something
you've got a
useful.
duck.
Some emails.
I've got a penguin. He's got a unicorn, and you've got a duck. What's
No, I've
going
got
on?
Somebody's got an emu.
I've got an alien.
And we've all got Simon.
I've got an emu
So-
here. Hang on a sec. I've got the emu.
Oh, before I go, Ian,
Yes, sir.
would you recommend
I've got Kristen. Neal.
speaking to or emailing Andertons tomorrow?
I would
Speaking to.
speaking to
Yeah,
talk to
Yeah,
somebody. Talk to somebody in customer service.
cool.
Always better mouth to ear.
Always better. Yeah, and,
Cool.
and-
Whatever
and-
that is.
I mean, I don't know
the turkey
Andertons,
of-
but I would say that their customer service should be really, really
Yeah,
good because
what I've experienced
they
before
have
has
a
been really
reputation
good.
to
Yeah.
uphold. Yeah.
So they were brilliant over my Electron Analog Plus
Yeah.
effects.
Yeah, I think you'll find that they're all right with you and they'll sort it out
Yeah.
for you. You know, and tell them you want your money back and you're quite
Yeah.
within your rights to.
Even though it's like
No, but
way
I mean,
beyond the return period.
when did it go faulty?
3
When
months.
it first started to go faulty?
Oh well, no, I mean it's the software, the firmware that's faulty.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's all part of the same product.
Right. Okay.
So, when did it first go faulty?
Even though there might be updates that fix it.
Doesn't matter.
Right. Okay. Cool.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not fit for purpose as far
Yeah.
as you as the consumer is concerned. So
Yeah.
you're quite within your rights to have your money back.
Cool.
Can I ask
Okay.
you, Jim? Can I ask you a question seriously? Have
Yeah.
you bought other stuff from them?
From Andertons? Yeah.
Right. If you go in hard and say my consumer rights.
Oh no.
you don't need to do
So
No, I would-
So just-
that's not my style anyway. Despite how people might perceive me ranting on here, I very much
No,
would
subtle.
You don't need to do
use
that.
sort of the art
You're
of
a-
negotiation.
You're a very lovely, lovely person, I'm sure. So yeah, just
And next
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
buy a Focusrite, you pelican.
Well, Motu. I'm getting a Motu now.
Oh, a motor. Yeah, just as good, mate.
Oh, Robbie, what have you found there?
yes.
Oh, my
Oh no, it's not Robbie. It was Ian.
It was here.
Wow. Everyone keeps moving seats.
Didn't you recognise
Please
him?
Not stop doing that.
I haven't moved seats.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, no, brilliant. Thanks for your advice, people, and do not buy anything from Antelope Audio.
We won't be, I can tell you.
I
You've
think
done
I
a grand
could
job,
put
mate.
anybody off them now, I think. But yeah, nice one. Thanks, everyone. Take
All
care.
right,
mate.
take care.
Cheers.
Take it easy.
Bye,
See you-
cheers.
see you on
Long live the
Saturday.
sock.
We'll talk about it on Saturday. If you,
Cool.
if we
Yeah,
will.
we'll do. All right,
Yeah,
cheers.
all right, mate. See you later.
See you, babe.
What a wanker.
Boom.
Oh, hello,
And there
Jeff.
he is. Thank you for waiting.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
Oh, don't-
Offside.
Oh, geez, we only waited 5 minutes. No,
No, it's an alarm on my phone. We have a tornado alert. I have 5
right.
minutes to live. Nice meeting you guys. Jesus.
Hey,
Hey, get
have
in
you got
quick.
a camera? Show us it. Go out and look, go outside and show us it.
Actually, it's just raining now, and it's windy, but it's.
Well, in the
but
Is it one of those-
Gonna end up
tornado. It's not
Is it
really
one of those
a tornado,
M5
is it?
Hand of God tornadoes? Is it?
yeah, I don't know, but I have the
Tornadoes up there. Wow.
polar bear of love here.
In 5 minutes, it sure won't be Kansas, Toto. I'm going to do a Jim or an Ian or whatever kind of bunk you want to call it.
Yeah,
I'll
sorry,
say
Jim has to go.
adios, adios, chicos. Nothing you said, Jeff. I'm going. So,
Sure,
Yet.
yeah.
Yet.
Andrew,
nothing you said yet.
Andrew, God bless, darling.
Brooksy.
Moi. Au revoir, le chien noir.
C'est ça,
Nous nous
Andy.
verrons,
Oh, mais oui.
à quelque-
Pour vous.
Text me when you get there on
Demain.
Saturday.
Oh, we will do. Yeah, we're probably going to be arriving around 11-ish.
Yeah, actually, I was planning to get there about 11.
So
soon.
and the necessary fact will be to find a toilet straight away, which hopefully somebody isn't having a shit in. Andy
You can
Solid
always
State.
use a sock.
What, at the same time?
Well,
I mean, what
I
the-
could, but I was just desperate for a waz. And,
Hey,
and I
I
burst
remember
into the loo, and there was this guy sitting on the bog. I thought he was going, whoa, whoa, whoa. I said, lock the fucking door next time. And it turned out to be Andy, the tech guy from Sonic Stage. So how to ingratiate yourself with people. How to
You
win.
normally
should
have to
say-
pay for that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
well, you should have said, open your legs and I'll pee in between.
Oh,
He took it in the best spirit.
He
though.
took it in good spirit. We had a good laugh about it later. So, anyway, hasta luego, chicos. We'll see you
Once his
at some
trousers
point
dried.
See you later, mate.
soon.
See you
Good
Andy.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's better. My OCD isn't going.
What a wanker.
Oh, come
What a
on.
wanker.
There you go.
What a wanker.
What
What a
a
wanker.
wanker.
Well, I'm only here because I'm supposed to be editing voiceover audio, and I really, really, really don't want to.
Go and get your
The
work
last
done,
2
you.
days.
Lots to do, no intention of doing it.
I might have to go and do it for a bit.
Isn't
and come
it
back and join you again.
Isn't it why we're here in general?
Was that what?
Yeah.
Musical,
Essentially, yeah.
Avoiding work.
The
Yeah.
musical
avoidance
chair,
room.
and people are leaving. And
The avoidance room. That's what it is.
I got a
Yeah.
very interesting email this week. Somebody who's seen the arcade repair channel, but told me he's got a warehouse full of old arcade stuff, and I was very welcome to come over and have a look. Which I am doing on Saturday.
That is the oldest line in the book. Now,
About
come
an hour,
over
but-
and see my warehouse full of used 3.5-inch hose fittings.
You
Yeah.
think I've learned
Have a
that.
look. Oh yeah, I'll be right over. You know.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
forget
there's a
about
lot
the
of
etchings,
old,
right? So.
Vector
Yeah.
monitor stuff like
Ooh.
Star Wars, Atari Star Wars, and Sprint
man.
and things like that.
One of my very earliest jobs when I was probably 18 or something, 17, 18, I worked for about 6 months for a company that dealt with fruit machines and
Yeah.
got into the then start out of the big games machines in pubs and things. And my first job was to convert, I think it was 400 Italian Galaxian machines, tabletop ones,
Yeah.
from 110 to 240. And I built the shit. I didn't really. I mean, I kind of knew. I pretended I knew about electronics, so I built the shittest possible converter. 110 to 240 or 240 to 110 with all these diodes and things. I don't know how the thing didn't catch fire. How any of them?
Oh,
I don't know. I don't
some
know
of
how.
them did.
There may be pubs that are no longer there because of. I
Quite
have
possibly.
no idea.
Yeah.
They work though. I just kind of went. I don't know, something like that. And they
Well,
thought
that's the
how-
thing. Like, I mean, I'm heavily involved in the arcade repair community, but that's the thing about a lot of these. None of it was meant to last that long. You know, all these games or all those monitors or all that technology wasn't exactly meant to be lasting for even 10 years.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Well, you weren't supposed to last 10
No, I wasn't supposed to last more than 10 years. Got lucky, got an extension.
So yeah, I'm hoping to be able to film some of it and have a look.
Nice.
What is this T-shirt you've got on, Robbie and young Kent? They look very similar, sort of multicoloured.
The same as Ollie's, you mean?
Same as Ollie's.
Oh, is it on suck? Right, gotcha.
Simon!
That's
Simon!
Gotcha.
We love our Simon.
Simon.
The Ollie guy we can take or leave. Simon.
Simon's the guy. Simon's the guy.
Simon is the guy.
We come for the Simon. You take that any way you want.
Backwards.
Back to the sock. Here we go. Yeah, long live the sock.
So my wife was saying, I love that the puppet is more famous than your music now.
Bit like this, really.
We came for the music. We stayed for the puppet.
It's the penguin.
The penguin of death. It's a good unicorn.
That was a Father's Day present.
Then I won't say anything bad about it.
Oh fuck, they're all coming out of it.
I haven't got me bath sponge anymore though, have I?
Where's the soap?
Yes, it does. It's on the floor.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I was going to say it.
Oh man.
Just roll out all the old floor show
I
gags.
just realised his head moved.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Be right for it.
Oh.
His head was-
Talking of anal probes.
The alien of anti-gravity, obviously.
Yes. I was having a laugh with Fiona this morning. I bought her a authentic Japanese teapot because she's a massive tea fan.
Made in China.
No, believe it or not, made in Japan. Would you believe?
Okay.
Of all places, yeah.
Oh, please.
Yeah,
Wow.
strange that. But anyway, it even had Japanese newspaper. It was all wrapped up in and everything. But anyway, it arrived, and she's a massive fan of things like jasmine tea and all this sort of thing. So I thought I'd get a nice traditional little Japanese teapot.
Stirrer, whisker.
So it arrived this morning, and she goes, "Oh, what is it?" I said, "Well, it should be your gift." And she starts opening it, and I don't know why, I just come up behind her and I went, "But if it's a vibrating vagina, it's probably mine."
Yeah.
Did you order a fleshlight, Kent?
No, I didn't. You seen the price of them? Jesus Christ! I'm not taking that out for a drink.
Come on, it's your favorite porn star model on the outside.
Yeah.
What a wanker.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's it.
Bastards.
Like the joke my mum used to tell. She goes, "Did you hear about the Irish woman who bought a vibrator and it broke all her teeth?"
No.
Well, it's true. Yeah.
Well, at least shook a few fillings loose, right? So the
Now, my mum could say that because she was Irish, so that was cool.
Yep.
I'm part Irish as well.
So I
can
half
back
told
up
it. What the hell is in that coffee?
Coffee?
No. Whatever this is, it doesn't taste of coffee. What are you wagging your tail at me for? What's that?
Oh, Alex Ball is a new.
Yeah.
This is Simon.
Colossus.
Oh wow.
Hello, baby girl.
Oh, I'm getting a MIDI mod for that CS01.
Oh, right. Nice. I'll have to make do with my BA1 for now.
Yeah, it's good. It's actually pretty good.
I was going to get one of those a while back. I read up on it. Is it actually an analog filter but a digital oscillator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them are, aren't they?
Put the porch light on though.
It's kind of the in thing, isn't it?
I've just bought a Schmidt. Well, no, I haven't. I've bought an ELZ1, but you know, it's almost a Schmidt.
It's a synth.
Schmidt, you know, it's a synth.
It's like going, I've bought a Buchla. Well, actually, it's a stylophone.
Oh, you know about that?
I do. I heard about this.
The most expensive stylophone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Try finding one without Rolf Harris's signature on the box.
Yes.
Sure, that's his signature on the box.
Sure, that's his box.
Don't put a black light on it.
Special glow in the dark edition. Yeah.
Looks like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Can you guess what it is yet?
Oh,
Oh, Jesus, man.
this will take time. That's a big canvas.
Well, this took a turn again.
Yeah, again.
Doesn't
Again.
it always?
Oh,
Right.
It can't look for the preset that starts with BENY''S. I forgot the rest of the name, but it's Benny's something. That was a nice one.
the
BE, but B as in Ben. Benny's something something. I forgot the name of the whole patch. But
Benny Vidi Vici.
it's very nice.
Can you guess what it is yet?
Oh yeah.
Kind of JD 990 kind of stuff.
Yeah. This is going to take some getting used to.
Oh yeah.
What is?
Osmos.
Ah.
It's a bit.
Sour notes.
If you open it up, inside there's a
Don't make
gamelan
him do that.
and a
Don't make
guinea
him do
pig, and that's it.
Yeah. It's the famous mouse organ.
And a little fan blowing a microphone to give you the wind noises. So
Yeah.
That's it, yeah. It's very simple construction. And a little bit of George Zamfir as well.
I'm really liking this bend action though.
it's really fun.
Well, you're known as being a colossal bender, so I mean, you know, just sort of throw that in.
I've
been out on the bender.
bent many a colossus.
Jesus Christ.
I'm going to go and edit audio. I'll be back in a while, gents.
Behave.
There's a patch on here called clinge, and I went, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good. I've actually, it's a
Cheers,
percussive one. I
Ian.
use that one a bunch.
See you
Cheers,
later.
Steve.
Cheers,
Cheers,
Andrew.
Ollie. Cheers, Jeff. Cheers,
See ya.
Cheers,
Take it
Robbie.
easy, matey.
Cicero.
Miss you already.
And cheers, Andrew.
Oh,
See ya.
cash register.
What do you try one of the string patches or wind patches with the legato portamento on it? It's really awesome.
Oh, I'll get round to them.
You could set the range on that too. So if it's just between two notes or a series of notes, it's spread out across there. So you can mimic kind of the flute
What would be
voicings and stuff.
Well, what would be an interesting thing to try is give it OBE to play.
People use Equator with it quite well.
Yeah, I noticed that they were even on the Osmos site. They're also promoting their stuff working with rolly boards as well.
Yeah.
Which I thought was quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, Lindstrom do that as well because it's all MPE, isn't it? So
Right. Osmos. Something like. Okay, that's what we've got here. We have to have this on multiple channels. Interesting. The keyboard's really you need to get used to this keyboard.
Yeah, the finger spread is tricky.
That's what my wife says.
Same thing with my girlfriend.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Heard that.
I was waiting for that.
Jeff, didn't you?
Set up and dunk.
Yeah, that's it.
Swish. Oh dear. Well, what we do is we take a little video clip of just that, and we put it up on your Facebook page.
Yeah.
While you're asleep. Yep.
And then
Oh, I'm asleep.
a week later, she's organising
Yeah,
this
you go.
memorial.
Honey, look at this.
450 likes.
And then he wakes up with wanker sharpied on his forehead.
What a wanker.
What a wanker.
Nice.
Oh dear.
I've been doing that lately. A lot of that actually, just taking clips from other YouTube channels or podcasts
Yes.
and then putting them to music. So
Yeah.
I do have a little bank of.
Excuse me, you have a little bank of.
Just clips
bank,
that I've saved over the years, over the months.
AKA blackmail material. Yeah.
I think you're starting to Dalek again, Kent.
Yeah. How bad is it?
It's pretty bad.
Getting worse.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's either that or the tornado. I don't know.
Do you really have the tornado, Jeff?
Yeah. Well, tornado warning.
Warning, yeah.
Yeah,
We actually
just
had a
as they
freak.
came in.
We had a mini freak one where I used to live in Los Altos. My dad still lives there.
Little
And it-
arterial sense going around.
Yeah.
and it actually dropped down in his fucking yard, picked up his fence, and threw it on his neighbor's house down the street. This little micro tornado, and it went away. It didn't do much other damage in the neighborhood. It's really weird. We just don't get those here.
Everywhere.
Yeah, there. When I was in Toronto, there was one, and it was like I saw it. It was maybe 500 meters away, and yeah, it's pretty. It's scary.
It is. That's this unstoppable force. Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
1 2 1 2 1 1 1 1.
Because earthquakes here in general don't do that much damage. They can be scary if you're in a kind of a bad area with old construction and stuff. But in general, you can just stand there and just ride it out. Woo, you know. But a tornado is just destructive no matter what. It's
Oh
just-
yeah. Find a safe spot in a hurry.
There's that great video of the guy goes under a freeway overpass. Have you seen that one? He actually records the thing passing over the freeway under, underpass he's hiding under. And just the sound is on and everything. It's fucking crazy.
It's like a train.
Yeah.
It sounds exactly like a freight train
yeah.
driving by. Yeah.
Is that a common thing where you are, Jeff?
It's more and more now. With climate change, it's getting worse and worse. Yeah, we have at least one a year. But on the island of Montreal, it's the first time I have one.
Climate change. Come on, we got a flat Earth, man. What are you talking about?
Well, that's it. You see. No, but
Well,
yeah, on
it's
the
bending
island,
around
it's the
the
first
edges
time.
now, so.
Yeah. Usually they're more outside the city. Nice farts.
Very nice one, that. Oh, leave a mark. Right, let's do that. See if we move them across.
There's got to be a fart sample library somewhere.
Really? Really?
Oh, Kent's
Really?
already plugged into that one. Don't
Yeah, I've
worry
already been there.
What? I used one on the Hardware Jams about a year ago. It was all belches and fart noises. The whole library.
Now that's a plug-in.
Yeah.
There we go. Quite some power. It's more whack is needed. Whack, dear boy. Whack.
No, not like this, like that. Wah!
Yeah.
I only came here for an argument. Oh, this is getting hid on the head lessons.
No, he's good.
Oh,
Mr. T.
Why the fuck am I the only one that when I appear, everyone's
Oh.
going, oh.
Why are you the only
Hello.
one in a dressing
Hello.
gown?
yeah. Well,
Hello.
yeah, why are the dressing?
Well,
Hey, where's the red
guys,
light?
Thanks, Matt.
When I get here, people leave. So
We need the red light.
And he brought a tornado with him.
for a tornado. Yeah.
Wow.
How you doing, darling?
I'm all right, thank you. Very tired, but otherwise okay. Thank
Did
you.
it go well?
Yeah. It's just, yeah, one track down.
Good man.
Yeah. So,
Mm.
Sorry, just looking at the comments. Rude, so rude. How is everybody?
Okay.
Good.
Good.
I got Depeche Mode tickets today again.
Yeah.
Mainly because they were
Which
so
one?
Say again?
Which one?
Birmingham.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought
Utilities. Basically, it's a good of all the venues. It's the only one that's covered. It's the only one that's not a fucking stadium, and I've been there loads of times. And the sounds, it's not great, but it's not fucking Twickenham. That's the most important thing. But I have to. I mean, it's not like me to rant and moan, but
Tonight, it's a lot of ranting tonight.
on this occasion, I have to have a quick rant.
Good for
Just about.
You're in the right place.
Oh, good. Just about. Am I the only one that the whole ticketing system,
Oh.
no matter who it is fucking shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it
it's
is,
just so basically. So I got through this morning at 10 o'clock, and I'm there like everyone else at 10 o'clock, pressing the button, and of course the website just basically goes into super slow mo. So you press, you wait. 2 minutes later, nothing's happening. Eventually, you get the next page, get tickets. So I managed to get in. Every time I was trying to put 4 seats in, it just kept saying, no, you can't, no, you can't. And eventually, because I went for the Amplify thing, which is their, the package thing. And so eventually got 4 seats and went through the system.
Yeah.
But what I had done was, all the others where I'd been putting in all the seats, it had said, kind of where it said no seats available, I'd put them all in my basket. So when I went eventually through to my basket, I had just under $4,000 worth of tickets in my basket. So I then had to delete all the seats I didn't want.
Yeah.
And as I'm deleting them, of course, the time has already started on the 10 minute, you have 10 minutes to get your tickets. The time's already started. I'm wasting time deleting it, get down to the four tickets I want. I then put in the press, buy. Then it says, long pause, still counted down. Do you want to protect your tickets? And I'm like, for fuck's sake. So I just put yes. Okay.
From what? Fire?
Protecting tickets. Still the timer's going down. Eventually get through to pay. My timer's still going down. Of course, it then says, okay, well, we need to go through to your bank. Basically, by the time I actually came back in, the 10 minutes had gone. Not because of me, but because of the speed of the page updates, so I'd lost all the tickets.
Oh.
At which point I tried again, and everything was just saying not available, not available, not available, not available. I was ready to kill somebody at about 10:30 this morning. And about an hour later, I got another email saying, "Do you want to carry on buying those tickets that are in your basket?" And I'm go, "What? No. So I go back into it. By this time, those tickets that were in my basket have obviously gone. But I managed to get another 4 tickets. And because everyone else has been in the same situation, which is the whole site is just fucked. So everyone else, just like me, has basically gone, well, fuck you, and fucked off. So I got 4 tickets. But I had to go through living hell to... It's not just me, is it? The system is fucked.
You. No, it really is not just you.
If you don't mind me asking, how much were the regular tickets?
I think they started off for regular standing, I think was something like 60 quid, 70 quid. That's to start with. That's what, the moment you got anything even vaguely nice, you were well into the, the 150s.
I think I'm just going to have to give it a miss.
I paid 320 something like that per ticket.
Wow.
It's absolutely beyond ridiculous.
Yeah, cheapest ones I could find here when they came around were about $250. I said, "Fuck that! I don't like them that much."
Yeah. The thing is, the problem I've got is, and this is look, I saw them a couple of weeks ago when Matt did, and I was so disappointed, but mainly to do with the stadium and the sound and all that kind of thing, and I was so pissed off. I had to go again simply because I can't kind of leave that as a. Do you know? Does that make sense? Because I have a feeling, like Matt, I have a bit of a feeling they might not be doing this again in a hurry. If I'm honest, I don't, and so if this if I don't want that to be my last Depeche gig, basically, and so that's why I want to go again. So yeah, but anyway.
Yeah,
but the shit bit is on that night we were meant to be going to see Stuart Lee.
Oh.
And I love Stuart Lee.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'm going to have to, if anyone's by the Cheltenham area and wants to go and see Stuart Lee on the 24th of January, there are a couple of free tickets going for you.
They're not the front row though, are they?
Stuart Lee, it wouldn't matter if you're front row.
Stuart Lee would be fine in the front row.
Yeah, Stuart Lee, you wouldn't have a problem being... Yeah, he's not Dara O'Brien or Rob Brydon or someone where if you're on the front row, you're basically, you're fucked.
You're part of the act.
Yeah, but Stuart Lee is fantastic.
Frankie Boyle.
He is
so
great,
clever.
actually.
So clever. So so that's going to be annoying, but hey ho.
I'll try and get tickets for that. Blur are doing a one-off at the Hammersmith Odeon.
Did you hear about the Blur gig last week?
At Wembley?
Mm-hmm. They didn't sell all the tickets. Blur got pissed off with the promoter, and they released loads of free tickets on the day of the gig. And my lad's mate got 6. So
that's amazing.
And obviously Paul Weller was support. It was he said it was an
That's
amazing
probably why
gig.
they didn't sell all the tickets.
Yeah. Well, Paul Weller's all right.
Was it the first night? It was it Sleaford Mods, Selector, someone else that was supporting, and then I mean I know somebody who went. They said Blur were absolutely out of this world.
Yeah, Matt and Josh said they were great. Yeah. I mean, and they're not fans, but they just thought it was a really good gig.
So I tried to get tickets for the warm-ups that they were doing, because they did Colchester Arts Centre, but there's like 250 people you can get into Colchester Arts Centre, and I'm sat here, poised. As soon as the clock ticks over, the web page goes live. I click the button. You are 8,532nd in the queue. Forget that.
Yeah.
But they're doing the whole, because the album comes out next week, and they're doing the whole album at Hammersmith, which should be a rather cool sort of thing. So I've got to try and get those. But Depeche Mode, I think I'm just going to have to give that a miss if they're that expensive, because I've just, Pet Shop Boys and Pete Gabriel cleared me out the other week.
Yeah, I think it was.
I just booked Darkness tickets for Christmas.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Why?
Oh, they're fucking brilliant.
Oh, come on.
They are absolutely. You've got to see them live. They're one of the best rock bands you'll see live ever.
No.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Seriously.
Absolutely not.
Can I just
They're
high
very
five you
good.
there, Ian? Hang on.
They are
Yeah.
amazing.
Fuck
Here we go,
off.
mate.
Robbie,
Yeah.
shut the fuck
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Robbie,
incredible.
Robbie.
In fact,
Robbie, I've seen them live.
Justin,
Can
in
anyone
Dublin.
mute Rob? Can anyone
Sorry,
mute
I'll-
Robbie? Does anyone have
I've
the
seen them
ability
live
to
in
just-
Dublin as well. They were
And what
very
did you think of them, Ollie?
good. Yeah, they were very good. I enjoyed it.
There, thank you.
It's silly, stupid.
Yes, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
I
fun.
like,
it's
I've said,
silly, it's
how
Sandex.
fucking many times have I told you this? Fun and music do not go together.
Tell it to Frank Zappa.
I'm telling you, fun and music should never
And
be in the same
Frank
room.
Zappa had a great video.
Andy
Does humor belong in
Silito.
music?
Andy
No.
Silito is their front of the house
Yeah.
engineer. He always
Say that
gets
to
me
Weird
the
Al.
thing.
Sorry, what? So what did you say, Rob? 'Cause-
Andy Silito is the Darkness's front of the house guy. So
Okay.
he always gets me into the little exclusive area where I don't have to mix with the hoi polloi.
Oh, shows you his etchings.
He does. Honestly, watching him mix a live show is a fucking. It's just amazing.
Okay, Ty, how about Tom Lehrer? He's funny as hell and a great musician. And a singer.
I have to agree there. He is.
Who?
Tom Lehrer.
Tom Lehrer. You
Poisoning
look him up-
pigeons in the
look him-
park.
Yeah, it's
All that stuff.
It's quite clever.
That's fucking amazing.
No,
And he's a
sorry.
brilliant mathematician too.
Yeah, look him up. He's in his 80s now. He's
Okay.
yeah. His stuff is really clever and really good. I've got
Grew up
a
on that
couple of
stuff.
albums. Yeah.
By the way,
It's
if anyone wants to
American
see the
equivalent
tornado
to-
video I was talking about, I put it in the chat. Check it out, Jeff. Famous
Uh,
tornado.
I'll have to check it out
Jeff, see
after.
what's coming to kill you in 5 minutes. There you go.
It's scary dark outside. Like it's, after sunset dark.
Is it? Sorry, I missed all. This is genuinely a tornado on the way.
Yeah. Here, yeah.
Canada, yeah.
No, I mean there's a warning that came out that said,
Yeah, Jeff will be dead within the hour. So
yeah. So
Wow.
enjoy it.
And we
What
knew
way
him.
to go.
We liked
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Yeah.
We get
Well, if it's a-
tornadoes, but it just
if it's-
rearranges garden furniture a little bit, doesn't it? Really.
I live in a condo. It's no garden.
It's kind of the same thing with you, but you have to go into the next state to get your garden furniture back.
We have the same thing
And
here.
your car.
But it's, yeah.
I
It's
go to
not
the
same
neighbors
thing,
to
but
pick
it's
up
young
my
children.
Yeah.
Young children, yeah.
Young children moving furniture at night. Yeah, that normally
Yeah.
happens.
we mostly get dust devils here. There's not much here. Just not that kind of weather system. So
Oh, I'd get them in here. Fucking hell, I think this stuff's magnetic to death.
Oh dear me.
Oh, thunder. Ooh.
What the? Who was that? Rob, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, sir.
Oh well, I'm working again.
What a surprise!
You want to
No,
pack
no.
that lark in, mate?
doing-
It's
I'm-
no good for anybody working.
I'm doing a job. I'm actually doing a job again.
Are you coming to Gearfest, Ty?
So did they say it should be in a Miles Davis style? But
Don't
it's
start
just
fucking Miles Davis. I'm not having fucking Miles Davis entering the equation.
that was the most fucked up story I ever heard.
It's not honestly. Honestly, that's done. That's actually started. Actually, that podcast that music's for. What the fuck are you playing?
It's a reflection in water, isn't it, James?
So no Miles Davis, but yeah, just it's actually quite strange. I was saying to Kent yesterday, it's actually just strange working again, and it's doing my fucking head in. I'm not moaning about the working. I'm moaning about the fact that my head is so out of work mode. I tell you what it's like. You know, when you have that feeling of you work your bollocks off, and then you go on holiday for a couple of weeks, and then you come back the next day, and it's just like, fuck, how did I used to do this 2 weeks ago? Well, imagine doing that for a considerable amount of time. And then
No, I
you
don't know
kinda
what
come-
that's like.
Yeah, exactly. You got to come back and just go, wow, I can't remember how I write music. So
Is
it's
it a
bit
blank page every time you start a new project then?
Yeah. And so I spent, I don't know how many days.
That and a MIDI pack.
Do you know this? The biggest problem with this, and I said this to Kent, the biggest problem with this job is the fact that because the schedule is unbelievably tight, and I'm not going to be here for some of it. So basically, some of it's got to be done on a laptop, and so I've got a new laptop to set up. But the problem is that the files need to be completely interchangeable between the main system and the laptop, and because I've got so many third-party libraries and third-party plugins and all this kind of thing, it's not just a case of setting up the laptop for itself. It's got to literally match, because otherwise every time you load a file into the main system or vice versa, all you get is the whole, you don't have this plugin, you don't have this license, where are these samples, all of that kind of shit.
How do you match that, actually?
It is literally just making sure you have a whole list, a whole spreadsheet of every single license, every single plugin, every single sample library that they have to match up between the two. And it's literally doing that. So I spent, I don't know how long doing that, and then I spent 2 days doing the template, because at the beginning of every project, I've always said this, I always do a new template with new sounds and new, kind of textures and new instruments and new, so I don't write the same shit every time. So I spent another 2.5 days, almost 3 days, setting up a completely different template with completely different sample libraries, completely different everything on a completely different system. Then spent 2 days writing the first cue, and it sounds exactly like my normal shit, like every other piece of music I've ever written, but using even to the extent that I'm going through these new sounds going, oh, I'm trying to make it sound exactly like the old sounds. But so it's got me written all over it. But what I realized was, okay, so I'm trying to do everything not to sound like me. Maybe I should just give in and just accept that it's just going to be me. So.
Did you ever hear Nuno Betancourt, the guitar player from Extreme, talk about when he got to try Van Halen's guitar setup? And he was so excited, big hero, big idol of him, and etc. And said, "I'm finally going to sound like Van Halen." And he said he started playing, and it sounded just like himself.
Yeah.
He said, "You can have any rig you want. You're just going to sound like yourself."
No. Do you know what? It's exactly what it is. I mean, I've said this time and time again. This is why you can give everyone that does what we do.
Yeah.
You can give them all exactly the same gear, but they're all going to come out sounding different. As long as they don't use fucking MIDI packs, they're all gonna come out sounding different. And So anyway, so it's good. I mean, my laptop rig at the moment is it's fairly awesome. So that'll be good to work on.
Did that other project get published eventually, or is it out yet? Or
which one?
You were working on a big long one a while back. I think
the American football one.
Was that it?
That went out. Yeah, that went out on Netflix last year. I never watched it, so I had no urge.
I don't think anybody did they?
They had no. They did in America, I think. The figures.
What's it called? I want to check it out.
Yeah.
Is it Quarterback?
No, something to do with swamp. I think
Drain the Swamp
in the title. Say again.
Drain the Swamp. That's the so-called Trump's comment. I'm going to drain the swamp.
No, something to do. I think it's got swamp in the title.
Swamp
the problem is with all of this shit is the fact that what I work on it and it's called one thing, and then when it goes out, the titles, I can probably say 90% of the time the titles actually change to what actually goes out. But
because you seem to have the most schizophrenic employers. So.
Do you remember? So you remember I did 100 Vaginas.
Oh yeah,
right up.
Hey, good for you, man.
Right up until exactly. Right up until about a month before that got transmitted. 100 Vaginas was. This is absolutely genuinely, and on all of the computers, all the time I was on it, it was called My Beautiful Cunt, and everybody on the project was there going, it can't be called this, it can't be called that. And they were adamant, they were absolutely adamant it was going to be called My Beautiful Cunt.
Well, not in America, it couldn't be called that.
No, but they were just going to do the C, asterisk T.
Yeah.
But they were going to call it My Beautiful Cunt. And right until the month where lawyers start getting involved, they're suddenly going, okay, maybe we'll call it 100 Vaginas. Yeah. So.
Wow.
Plus, they wouldn't know who it was referring to.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, but
there's a link to the pub.
isn't the American football, because it's American football, so isn't it just rugby for girls?
Egg chaser.
Oh, say that to some of those linebacker guys, man. You'll be glad as a pancake.
Can I
American
point out?
football is a tough sport.
Can I point out? I knew.
Tough
I mean,
to understand.
I knew nothing about American football until I did that series. I'll be honest with you. I got to the end of the series and still know nothing about American football.
It's literally just military campaigns on a field.
But
It's
I
just
will
like
tell
an old
you,
military campaign.
Yeah, but I will tell you, having seen all the back footage and all this kind of thing, because I think I told you they had all this unseen footage and all this kind of bollocks. I would not argue with a single one of those blokes because they.
It's not rugby, is it?
They. Oh fucking hell! I'm not. I still think. You know what I think of Americans? I still think. I still
What do you think of Americans?
How lovely! Thank you, Jay.
He's going to tell. He's going to tell.
I'm not going to
He's
tell.
going to tell. He's
I'm
going to
going to say that I think an American footballer up against a rugby player, I think the rugby player would come off worse. I really
Well,
do.
yeah, unless he takes his armour off.
Yeah.
Oh, but because they have the pads on, they go even crazier, and they get injured constantly. Like sometimes lifetime injuries from one game.
Yeah.
They're nuts.
I think, you know, I was about to say, honestly, but honestly, I do genuinely think it's a mentality thing because the impression I get, because I genuinely don't know anything about American football, but having seen all this footage, and I mean this with the best of intentions and the kindest heart, they're fucking mad as fucking hell. Whereas rugby players, I think rugby players have a bit more of a brain, and so therefore kind of know their own self-worth, and so will kind of think it's not worth doing this because I'm not fucking mental. Whereas I think a lot of the American footballers that I've seen generally seem to be fucking mental.
Have you seen Beth loses shit?
Who?
Beth for the South Africans. For the Spring,
no, I know almost as about rugby as I do about American football, if I'm honest.
Mate, he goes in hard. Fuck me.
Okay.
Does he go in hard?
Yeah.
Well, who doesn't?
Yeah.
So do I.
Which is closely related to the 100 vaginas in many respects.
Yes.
Equally dangerous.
Equally dangerous, yeah. And may not get out again alive.
I've just realised I didn't actually answer your question, did I, Ian? Gearfest.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's really funny. I got an email today basically telling me that, to remind me that it's Gearfest this weekend and that I bought tickets.
Yeah, I got that same email. Right?
No, you didn't buy tickets.
Okay, I got tickets.
You're on the comp list.
Okay, there you go. Okay, now it makes sense then.
Oh, I had to buy mine.
No, I didn't, because I got this email and I'm thinking, how am I on the comp list? Because why am I on the comp list? And then I'm thinking, fuck, did I actually buy tickets? So I'm going through all my old emails. So how do you know this?
Because he comped you, I bet.
You twat! I went through all my fucking emails to find
I
where
didn't
the fuck.
No. You're on a list, I'm sure, because you're Ty fucking Unwin.
I went through all my fucking emails trying to find where I'd bought the tickets, and then I came to the conclusion this is really strange. I haven't bought fucking tickets. Anyway, do you know? Honestly, I wish I could say I can make it. I can't make it.
Was your email from Tile Yard with Eventbrite?
Yeah, that's right. I got.
So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
you would have been put on the list.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Well,
everybody in the A list.
I wish I could. I genuinely wish I could make it.
You got yours gifted as well, did you, Rob?
Sound on sound, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course it is. Yeah, for you. Yes.
That's
well, the rest of us.
Well,
the rest of us low lives have to buy our tickets.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? I think sad part about it, I really wish I could come, but again, it's a daughter weekend, and I don't think she'd be too chuffed if I turned around and went, "Hey, love, come on, we're going to go down. We're going to look at some synths with some smelly, sweaty people, and we're going to. It's going to be great."
That's no way.
It's
to
not
talk
very
about
nice thing to say
Andrew
about my
Brooks.
wife. Right, and on that note, I'm going. That's it. I'm off. Time for Ian.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ian, have I pushed you away?
No, not at all. It's 10 o'clock. I've got to go make my wife a cup of tea.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And then pack me bag for London. Some of us are coming to London tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'll see some
Oh,
of you.
sorry. I just want to say, just got an email from the first. I was waiting for feedback from. I've only sent one track so
Go
far
on.
on this piece. Sorry
Go
for the
on.
late message. Just a note to say we loved the first track. Appreciate your hard work. I have to say it's a good track, even though it does just sound like my normal shit. It is a good track.
Yeah, but that's today. What about tomorrow?
Yeah, wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow they're going to go. Actually,
Actually,
and I'm not going to drag the Americans into this again. But this is an American within producers and directors. The Americans are worse than the British on this.
Yeah.
Basically, they turn and go, "Hey, we love it. It's amazing. It's the best thing we've ever heard. It's perfect." Cue 2 hours later. Apart from, can
it sound like Miles Davis?
Can we change? Yeah, exactly. Can we change this? Rather than having a kazoo, can we have a French horn? You know, it's But
you can always pull the shaker out. You know that works.
Me and my fucking 4-part shakers. Yeah. Look, go away, Ian, because I know that tea's important.
Yeah. See you all later, guys.
Look after yourself, Ian. See you later.
Yeah, take it easy.
Ian.
Bye.
See ya,
Bye.
Ian.
Ta-ra, buddy.
Bye.
Hey. Oh, that's good. That cheered me up.
Yeah, see what it reads tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Actually, to be fair, this director is a good director. He knows his shit. So if he says it's good, it's good. So that's good.
Is it a series you're working on as well, or?
It's just a 90-minute documentary that I've been pulled in at the last minute on, and I can't go into too many details for political reasons, but it's about the Euros 2020 final between England and Italy, but it's not about the football. It's about the crowd.
Urinals.
Yeah, basically, no, it's not about the urinals. It's about the day leading up to it and what we didn't kind of really get to see, because when we watched it, we basically just kind of, there was a few mention of, there's a bit of crowd trouble in one of the entrances, and it wasn't quite like that at all. It was quite serious.
Oh, was this the Liverpool Champions League final?
No, this was England Italy,
Oh, right.
Euro 2020 at Wembley, and it's kind of been kept kind of a bit under wraps as to what the reality of the situation was, and how close it was to really turning nasty, and the riot police, and it was really shit, basically.
So about the usual hooligans and stuff.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But because the Euro Championships had been such a success, and they'd been in the UK, and because England were in the final, and because the entire country was all euphoric about, they basically the media essentially just skipped over a lot of it, and didn't make anything of it, to kind of leave the whole thing on a happy note. But the reality is now, a couple of years later, we can kind of look in and see the reality of it, and it was fucking awful.
Yeah, I remember
it was
that.
really nasty.
Do you get to see obviously a first version of the documentary, or
Yeah,
whatever
so the plan, again, I can't really say to me. I was meant to be on this project from day one.
No, what I mean in general, not necessarily for this project.
Yeah, no, always. Yeah. So the cut I'm working on at the moment is it's past a rough cut. I mean, I don't think it's quite a fine cut, but it's an assembly cut, so it's kind of everything's together. It's getting there. So I'm at the moment. This is the sad part about it is, so I'm writing to pictures that I absolutely will tell you for a fact all of those pictures will change. So I'm writing to a frame accurate scene. So the piece I wrote today is 4 minutes long, and it's frame accurate. And by tomorrow, all of those hit points and everything will have moved. That's frustrating. That's really fucking frustrating. But it's the nature of the beast. So, but it's got to be done that way because of the pressures of time on this one, because it's a really quick turnaround, and so I've just got to keep writing to a non-locked picture, knowing that by the time it's locked, it'll be too late. So, but anyway, but it's a good program, but it's good. It's just it's a 90-minute, and they kind of, it's the team that are on it are a team that I've worked with before, and they've basically told me what they want, and given me free reign, really, to do whatever I want, really. So, yeah, it'll be good. Well,
Does
yeah.
it ruin the final product for you in a way, seeing it without music, without the emotional charge of the music?
I
in the first
basically,
place?
I very rarely watch the final product.
Yeah.
Very rarely. I mean, I can honestly say of all the stuff I've done, I probably actually watched it. After I've finished it, I probably watched 15%, 20% max.
What is it, because you're sick of it at this stage, or?
No, well, it's more a case of, yeah.
Or
I mean,
you don't want to hear your music in it, or?
Well, the thing is, yeah, there's a combination of both. First of
Yeah.
all, yeah, you're sick of it, but mainly because the moment you let go of it, it's like letting go of your baby, basically, and you know that they're going to edit it to fuck. They're going to mixing it in a way that you wouldn't mix it. They're going to be doing loads of shit with it that you wouldn't want to do it. And so in the early days, when I was, I would watch everything that I did. And really proud of it, and then you'd get to the end of a project and just be destroyed by what they'd done, and so you kind of just learn to accept that what I'm doing is a service now. And so
nobody wants to spend an hour and a half throwing shoes at a TV.
Yeah, and every now and again there will be the odd thing that I'll watch, but even things that I was really looking forward to, like I think that David Attenborough thing I did, was it last year or the year before? I can't remember. But I got, how long to get into that? I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and I had to just go, no, I can't watch any more of this. Yeah. Nothing to do with the program. It's the fact that I know what I'd put into it and how I'd done things, and it was just wasn't quite being used in the way that I would have liked it used, put it like that. So you just kind of have to just kind of go, no, it's not worth it, it's fine.
Well, it spoils the enjoyment for you, because you know.
Yeah. It's just when there's, you're coming up to odd moments, because a lot of the stuff I do is quite moment driven and quite, and you watch it knowing you're thinking, oh, great, there's a good bit coming up. And then you just listen to what they've done with the music, which now doesn't fit what you'd written it for. And you're there screaming, go, what? So it's just like, no, I think I need to just walk away.
Or the music isn't there at all.
Yeah. Well, no, that's fine. If they don't use a cue, if it's for the good of the film, if they don't use a cue, I don't have a problem with that. If it's for the good of the film that they have to drop the music, because my argument with every director and producer I ever work with is wall-to-wall music is shit. Anything that is wall-to-wall music, it just destroys the film, because the only way that music can have impact is you have to have something to compare it to. So therefore, by having areas where there's no music means that when the music happens, it's actually doing something. So it's if you have music wall to wall, then it just becomes
you need the breathing space. Yeah,
exactly. And you'll be amazed how many directors don't get that. I mean, properly don't get that. And also, again, I feel like this is an anti-American. I'm not trying to be, but again, Americans are.
It's all right. Pile it on.
Yeah, no, and no, it's the American creatives, in terms of directors and producers and whatever, are really bad at it. That everything is wall to wall music, and everything has to be extreme. Subtlety is just not a word that.
Well, a lot of them are slaves to the trends, right? So
completely, absolutely. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not blaming them. It's a culture. It's not them. It's not them as individuals, as creatives. It's a culture within.
But can you imagine working with Kubrick? You'd probably go fucking nuts. He's a great director, but he's a maniac, right?
Yeah, but sometimes you need that though.
I love the way you defended
the actors
yourself.
He drove crazy, right? So.
Yeah.
I love the way you defended your stance by saying, no, I'm not talking about the directors themselves. I'm talking about every American in general.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. You're all fucking bastards, not just the directors.
It does happen in other countries, though. In Australia, we did a promo 30-second TV spot for Valentino chocolates, and they had some old Rudy Valley sepia footage of the girl being picked up and swept onto the horse and taken over the sand dunes and so forth. And the background was written as a 1930s pit orchestra with strings would have played it as a silent movie. And the thing was done perfectly. The cues all hit, all of the edit points and the music points matched. It was fantastic as a silent movie piece. And what did the advertising company do after that?
they put a freaking voiceover over it.
Oh,
so
that's always.
so you always get someone to spoil the mark, you know.
The thing is, you accept that voiceover. That because what I tend to specialise in over the years is documentaries or docudramas, and fucking hell, I mean, it's like the voiceover is my worst enemy. It's just I've written some beautiful pieces, and you kind of 2 bars in, just about to get to the main theme, and all they do is you get dips, and you hear the fucking voiceover completely ruining all the work. But talking of Australia, by the way, I have to draw attention to everybody else that isn't in Australia. So I don't know whether you know, Steve, have you seen The Traitors? Because we had Traitors over here last year.
Not yet.
Okay. So anyone that did everyone over here watch Traitors? Okay.
Yep.
So
vaguely.
Okay.
Something.
Then they straight after it they showed the American Traitors that combined normal people and celebrities in inverted commas, which wasn't as good. But Australia have done their version now, and it's kind of halfway house between the British one and the American one. It's actually really good. But again, talking about the music, fuck me. I mean, I feel sorry for whoever the composer was on this. It may be live music. I haven't even checked it out, but I think it sounds like it was composed. But I mean, yeah, he was told, don't be subtle. Don't be subtle about anything. So there's no subtlety. The thing that made the English one so good was musically really subtle, very clever, very, very, very clever. I was honestly, whoever did the score for that, yeah, I mean, really well done. And they mixed it with commercial tracks as well. It's very cleverly done. The American one was a kind of halfway house. The Australian one, whoever the composer was, fucking hell, he was basically told to score a Hollywood movie. And Traitors is not a Hollywood movie. Essentially, it's a game show. But, wow. I mean, wow, in terms of the score. Some great stuff, but it's also OTT. It's amazing. Someone only needs to kind of breathe or look in the other direction. It's almost like a da-da-da every 2 seconds. So, but yeah, it's worth checking out if you haven't seen it. It's really good.
One of the people that was in the UK one lives around here. She goes into my daughter's shop. And my
Oh,
daughter's
which
like,
one?
Oh, my God. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember which one it was. But yeah, she lives around here.
It's a good show. It is.
It was actually not bad.
I don't watch a lot of TV, but it is a really good show.
I just remember Claudia.
Well, everyone remembers Claudia.
I don't remember anything else about it.
Claudia used to have a house just around the corner from here. I don't know if she still does. Yeah. She used to live just around the corner. So, yeah, she's very hot. I love that. It's just suddenly 8 guys thinking of
just
Claudia
just
going,
holding that image.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is, so
Oh, just
I don't know.
imagine
Look
a
her up,
fringe.
man. Yeah.
Just imagine
I'm
a
Googling.
fringe. Yeah.
But Claudia, who? Schiffer?
Winkleman.
Winkleman.
Oh, well, she has Winkleman for brains then.
I think she's actually very intelligent. She just acts silly. She does act like she's ditzy, but I think she's quite clever actually.
Yeah, it works for the look.
But
yeah.
Oh, is there any other news? You'll be pleased to know that my travelling setup now consists of
a suitcase.
No, my travelling setup consists of MacBook Pro, little native Access M32, my TX6.
Are we talking about her?
Yeah, that's the one. And my OP1 field. And it's a great little setup. Hey, Jim.
How you doing, Ty?
I'm good.
Cool. Rant number 2, Jim.
Yeah. No, I'm a bit calmer now.
Okay.
Oh, but we got Ty here now.
Oh, you missed it, Ty.
Oh,
Battle
what
of the
were you ranting
Rants.
about?
I was ranting about Antelope Audio.
Oh, why?
Oh.
Okay, so I won't open that can of worms again. Okay.
They are fuckers. They've been deleting, basically censoring posts. Anything that is even slightly critical of their products or business practices.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolute fuckers. Absolute greasy snake-like fuckers. That's it. So yeah,
It's like
I've had it.
Behringer times 2.
Oh, way worse than Behringer. Yeah, which is saying something, isn't it?
Yeah.
But Antelope, I mean, you know, it's fairly high-end stuff. Well,
Yeah.
relatively, yeah.
Yeah, but they never finish anything. Just honestly,
Oh, really?
it's like
Okay.
yeah. And yeah, so my interface is kind of things. It sounds great when it's working. You know, the hardware emulations are superb. Do I trust it? No, I don't trust it to not fuck up all the time. It starts every time with one input out of phase with the other, with no indication it's set that way. But yeah, so that's the least of the issues. So all this is kicked off because of they've just announced a native plugin subscription, and basically what's happened is they had this bridge plugin that supposedly was to allow people to use the DSP plugins as like a VST insert in your DAW, and it never really worked properly. And people paid like $200 for this add-on just for this functionality, and it never worked. And then when it's come to the native things, they were sort of touting that as kind of a solution, but you've got to pay for that, you know. And it's like,
wow.
And their discount is actually more expensive over 2 years than if you're a new customer as well. They're just absolute fuckers. But I think they're doing all this because they're probably going to put the company up for sale. I think.
Okay.
That's why I think it's happening. It's why they don't give a shit about their existing customers.
So it's funny,
Yeah.
they're one of those manufacturers that I've looked at loads of times and I've never bought anything from.
Oh.
Never bought anything by them.
The thing is, I did read all the negative stuff and go, yeah, well, shall I take a punt on it? You know, thinking, oh, there's always, you know, haters with every sort of product or whatever, but
Yeah.
I should have listened. They're cunts. They really are.
Well, I'm going to be in a bit of a situation with this Nuage because the Nuage system basically, I mean, we'll see. But at the moment, Yamaha has said that they're not going to support the new Apple processors.
Right.
Which means that it's going to have to be stuck onto this Intel machine forever because, otherwise it literally overnight just turns into a very big, expensive doorstop because they're not going to support the M processors. Well, I mean, luckily for me, because my Mac Pro was, when I bought it, it's one of the last, it's fully spec'd up, it's, you know, it's top dog, so it's going to last for a good while.
Yeah.
But even so, the problem's going to be you're going to get some
Other things are going to drop support for Intel.
Going to drop support for Intel, so I'm going to be caught in the middle. So so that's it's a bit shit. But there we go. But this is my argument when people turn around and say about what, you know, kind of what's better than, you know, why hardware is better than software. Anything that you can just avoid having any software interaction with whatsoever. Just a piece of hardware that just works by itself, standalone.
I mean, I now compose just using hardware.
Yeah, completely.
I don't use a computer for composition at all anymore.
Yeah.
So.
No. I get it. You know, it's So, but anyway, we'll see.
I find the ideas flow better as well. It's just, you know, not looking at a screen.
Yeah.
It's just, for me.
Well, the thing is, who was I having this conversation with? I can't remember who was having this conversation. Oh, I had a quick conversation with Andrew Longhurst yesterday, just about back in the day when I used to work on my sequencer was basically an ASQ10, and I used to do all of my. I'm trying to hear what that lot say.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Hang on a
Should we
second.
just listen in?
Let's just listen in.
Bloody cow. Fuck me. What?
We're just trying to listen in.
I just had this cup of coffee, right, and I'm going, this really tastes weird. Really, really horrible. Now, our cooker tap's not working, right? So she's using a kettle. A little metal kettle on the cooker. But it tastes awful. So I've gone to her. I said that coffee was really, really horrible. Now she can't
Clean
drink
it out.
coffee, so she couldn't take. Yeah, I said it was an empty kettle, wasn't it? You rinsed it all out, and she went, "Oh yeah, I did all that." I went, "Good." She goes, "I went, you use the tap." "Oh no, you can't use the tap. There's no water." She goes, "No, we use the tap outside." I went, "Well, that's all right because it's just the pipe." And she went, "Ah." I went, "What do you mean, ah?" She goes, "Well, I used the hose." I said, "That water's been there in that fucking hose for 2 weeks. Stagnant."
Heated.
Stop fucking laughing, you cunt.
Hey, Kent, send me a sample for the microscope.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Well, but at least it boiled.
You know what? I'm going to deliberately throw up on you tonight.
She's got Giardia now.
You shit sucker.
Oh, it's time with laughter. Though.
Stop laughing. Fuck you. Oh dear.
Kent, you need an official taster.
I wonder
Yeah.
if we could actually do it. This could be a record because
What?
two deaths on one show. So basically, you're going to die of fucking, kind of
Yeah.
poisoning of some sort.
No, I'm not going to die of fucking, that's for sure.
No.
Not now.
Jeff's
Fuck
going
you.
to die in some kind of freak tornado accident.
He's going to get hit in the head with lawn furniture.
How's
Yeah.
the weather looking, Jeff?
Actually, it's getting clearer now. I can see the house next door.
All right. So the eye of the storm, then.
Yeah, that's this is the dangerous part. Yeah.
Oh, I just
It's
opened the
look, it's
window.
beautifully clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. All safe now.
Whee!
Oh dear. Well, I hope you're okay, man.
I'll be okay. I can hear a thunder is like less loud, so yeah, it's fine.
Did it have brick houses in Canada?
It's all bricks
Oh, good.
because the winters are so cold.
Not made of sticks, then.
No, no.
Or hay.
It's an old
You're
fucking
right.
building.
You're right.
though. Yeah. This building is 90 years old, so
Wow.
yeah,
Very old sticks.
it's very old stick. Yeah, the floor is wobbly. And it's nice. It's great.
Oh God. Oh well, if it's clearing good.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the advertising for the Westin St. Francis Hotel in San Francisco. And they say it's the only one that survived the 1908 earthquake. Now that's their claim to fame.
Bloody hell. Jesus.
It's right on the square opposite Macy's, yeah.
Got to say, I love Ollie's avatar there. It's brilliant.
Did you hear that?
Hey, yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
That's thunder.
That's it
That's
clearing,
the
is
storm
it?
going away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a storm. Yeah. It's
Yeah, that's a
turned like,
rolling
we
preset.
missed Jeff.
That's on the sound campus.
This one's for you.
It was
God's
the
just
sound
going
of
down his list,
400,000
you know.
pairs of underwear changing colour.
Elon Musk, Jeff.
Yeah, Miss Jeff. Yeah, it's a preset on the Osmos.
Oh, man.
God.
It's called Jeff.
Have you got
yeah,
your
Jeff.
Osmos, Ty?
I got mine at the end of December.
You did, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you used it much in any
Yeah,
conversations?
well, yeah. Especially, I did this Saudi Arabia job, so it's great for that kind of stuff.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia job.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Rank number
Was that
2.
the 100 bananas thing?
No.
He's working in a harem. Yeah.
No, just someone's working on some TV stuff for Saudi Arabia.
Oh no, we had this conversation. It's not the same one.
Oh, yeah.
We did have the
didn't we?
conversation. Yeah. So I used it. I've used it quite a lot on that because it's kind of just made for that.
Mhm.
Yeah. So. Whoa.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
into someone's stomach, or yeah.
Yeah, it's probably mine.
Yeah.
It's going to be my arse in 2 hours.
But yeah, it's still. Is yours still arriving tomorrow? Ken?
No,
Oh. Okay.
it arrived this afternoon.
Oh, fantastic. Have you switched it on?
It's here.
He's got it in front of him. There you go.
Hey! And
Yes.
do you like it?
Yeah, I love it. I love its response. I really do.
I think it's amazing.
And I really believe that the Rolly has been excellent training for it.
Yeah.
Cool.
I told you it wouldn't take a lot. It won't take a lot.
Yeah, but you know that thing about, because old Andy Synthetics was been having the problem with when you do a chord and then not, you know, you can move your finger and
You don't think about finger spread, yeah.
yeah. Well, I don't seem to be having that problem.
Yeah, I think it's the thing.
But that's
the thing is,
probably because of the Rolly, because it's
it
very
is because
unforgiving.
It is because of the Rolly. I think I said this years ago when I got my first Rolly. It's
Yeah.
the fact that I used to fucking. I had my piano teacher when I was at music college was a absolute pain in the arse because he was really you had to center your finger on the note. He was you had to be very accurate. He was a pain in the arse. But when I played a Rolly, God, it served me well because remember on the grand, not on the right.
Yes,
on the grand.
it's the seaboard. Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't get a setting. You don't. There's so little leeway on the grand.
Yeah.
And
because the rise is a walk in the park.
It is
compared to playing the seaboard.
Completely. Whereas the seaboard,
yeah, that's the most unforgiving board I've ever played in my life.
Yeah, but
it's like playing a violin, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to be that accurate.
Yeah.
So the Osmos, no, it's not really a. If you've got a sloppy technique on the Osmos, it could be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you need to. It's weird. It's a weird thing.
Anyway, now that Rob's back, I'm gonna go because he's a twat.
No, I'm gonna go.
No, I'm gonna don't. No, look, Rob's only come back because you're on, Jim. So you've got to stay. So.
It did confuse me when you and Matt were both on together above each other. I thought my vision was going funny.
No, it's reflection in the water.
Both with white tops on. It was just like, what?
Yeah, it's like, woo.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, guys, you look after yourselves.
You too, Ty. I'll be in touch.
will-
by the way. Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do, Jim. It'd be great.
Yeah,
So.
cool.
Okay, see you all soon.
Right, take care.
Oh,
Cheers,
and if I
later.
don't speak to you before, have a great time, Robbie. Have a great time at the weekend.
You're not coming?
I can't make it.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, but
last time I played him tickets. Jesus.
Oh, don't, Rob!
I didn't. Honestly, I didn't. It wasn't. It had nothing to do with me.
Okay. All the best, guys. See you soon.
Cheers, Ty.
Cheers.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Bye.
Take care,
Bye,
baby. Ooh, ominous.
Zeus is not happy.
Are you still fixing some of the dumb stuff, Kent?
No, it's all done.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all done now. All ready to rock and roll.
Hey, check this out, you guys. We were talking about Ronaldo earlier in the stream. And if you ever saw the famous bust, somebody made him look nothing like him. And some people got mad and they redid the bust. So check out, here's a link I put up for before and after of the bust. The picture of him with the bust and then the before and after. They replaced it without telling the original artist. They replaced it in the airport that it was displayed in. And he was like heartbroken because they were goofing on his work and they just flat out replaced it with a more normal looking one. It's hilarious.
For God's sake.
The original's all like distorted. It looks crazy.
So he's some sort of footballer, is he?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
But I actually have I have a 3D model of the actual original. Someone made a great recreation of it. I was going to 3D print it. But...
It's like when you've seen the before and after where they've done like restorations of a picture of Jesus in a church or something.
Yeah.
Oh, what that woman did to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was it's like primary school painting.
Yeah, it's like she was using crayons.
Yeah.
God.
It's just like 2-dimensional.
Have you seen the statue that's in Auckland Airport? It's a 60-foot effigy of Gollum from Lord of the Rings.
No.
And
Really?
it's stretched right across the roof. Yeah, it's fantastic. You know, you come off the flight, you step through the gates, and then above you is the CGI Gollum just looking down at you after a fish or something. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Bloody hell.
I'll see if I can find a picture of it somewhere. But Auckland Airport, I'll see.
I finished that case. It was MSX case I was working on.
Oh, yeah.
Came out.
Oh, nice.
document well. I'm actually trying to see next if we can incorporate the that Yamaha cart that's on the CX-5M. Because you can have repros, but you can also just emulate it or FPGA it. It would actually be interesting at some point.
Jeff didn't get blown away, did he?
Oh yeah, it's gone. Yeah, but this takes like actual cards.
Yeah.
Original cards. It's pretty cool.
Nice. I still can't find this RAM anywhere.
Oh, you shared the picture, Steve.
The bottom link. Yeah.
Oh wow.
I reckon that's great. If you're talking about statues and airports, that kind of takes the cake. I'll put it in the public chat for everyone to sort of.
Yeah, but it's so big. It's actually great.
I'm going to cream my connection if I do it.
Yeah, I'll paste the link in chat. This is the Gollum statue.
Yeah. The image, the second link that I posted private. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, clever use of the space.
I'm still laughing about the Ronaldo
Nice, yeah.
thing.
Bloody hell.
To be honest,
The fish,
the
that's great.
new Ronaldo one doesn't look much like him either, does it?
No, but it's definitely not like the other one looks like he got hit on the head and like punched out or something. So
It looks all squashed in. It reminds me of
I love how they replaced it. Didn't tell the artist. He found out from other people. And he's like heartbroken.
That's cruel. That's
Yeah.
cruel. It's like Ty discovering his music has been mangled. I've had the same thing. I've had people edit my tracks and I spend hours on them, and then I just cut and paste them as they wish and slice up the audio track without it keeping time or anything. And you think, well, why did I bother?
Yeah. Oh my god, that Gollum thing's freaky.
It's great. It's just an amazing use of a public space.
Yeah.
You imagine having to construct it and then get it in there, or alternately build it in there on scaffold like Michelangelo for a month while everyone looks and wonders what's going on.
Give little kids nightmares coming off the plane.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's the best part.
It makes it easy to see who's smuggling drugs.
Yeah. To fall on the floor screaming. Ah!
yeah. No, all the balloons drop to the floor.
Yeah.
Never
a
let
look
it be
of
said
terror.
that the Kiwis don't milk that Lord of the Rings shit.
They do, but that's good marketing.
Well, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Half the people are going there just to see the scenery that they saw in the film, so that's part of it.
Yeah.
But
Because they actually built a Hobbiton, haven't they?
Yeah, Hobbiton's part of a tour. Apparently, it's still going,
Yeah.
right? They
Yeah.
keep it in shape.
But the clever part is that Peter Jackson owns the land it's on. So all of the ka-ching from the turnstiles will be passing his way forevermore.
The film that
I don't
keeps
think
giving.
he's short of a few bob, though, is he?
No.
No, but then again, he took a massive risk. Imagine the political machinations working with a production company of that size and a budget that size, and then a cast and a technical division that size, and pulling that off. I mean, that's just a remarkable feat of patience.
Yeah.
And dedication and attention to detail.
Those DVD extras on the big box sets are probably some of the best extras I've ever seen on.
Although I have to say, the worst section of all the films is the end of the last film that just goes on and
the 6 endings? Yeah,
and on.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh god, it was so self-indulgent. It was all a sort of let's all feel
The
chummy
book is
about
like that, though.
ourselves.
It does go on So I think.
Hey, at least I left out Tom Bombadil.
Yeah.
That would have been insufferable, right?
Yeah, that's a long section too.
He's in the video
that was
game.
more
It's
for
like,
the
oh my god, let me
kids.
kill this guy off.
But then again, that's the same notion as Radagast the Brown. You know, it's
Yeah.
supposed for the kids, not for the adults, and so
Of course, yeah.
it divides the two audiences instantly. You know.
Yeah.
Unlike Star Wars, where everything is for kids now.
It was for kids originally. It's just that we grew
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, but I mean, it could have been more silly with the special editions and the things jumping around in the background and stuff. That's even more fucking for kids.
It was
He'd have
silly
done
and
it in
stupid to
7
start with.
He would have done it in '77 had the technology.
Oh, of course he would have, because Lucas is a hack. His early stuff is good. His later stuff is not so wonderful. So
Well, I mean, the original Star Wars was terrible until someone recut it all.
yeah, I saw the clips and I read the script too. The Star Killer script.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Oh yeah, the script is all. Mind you, I'm glad they cut out all the Biggs bit. I must admit, it wasn't needed for the story.
But regarding Gollum, it still holds up as one of the best 3D characters ever, and it's old now. And those guys were Weta was so on top of their game. It's unbelievable.
I don't know. Shelob was pretty good.
Oh yeah. It was,
Yeah,
That was
good
an
too.
excellent CGI. Really was.
Yeah. But better than the Spider and Krull, right?
Yeah, all
stop
Wild
motion
Wild
spider.
West.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
The-
it was
the
almost
three
like it was that
movies-
bloody producer again.
The 3 movies hold up really, really well. It's shocking.
Yeah, I love the extended editions. They're great.
Yeah, I think I got the box set extended.
Box set that's going back. Fuckers.
Oh. Gotta make Antelope
Jim,
Audio
you're-
the movie.
Let's get some whiskey.
Yeah, Jim, you're getting a bit of mileage out of today, aren't you? Really?
I know.
You are
Might as
stretching
well.
things.
Might as well, mate. You might as
Yeah.
well.
So how do you really feel about them?
Just rewrite
Ah.
the software. It's easy. You just get a hex editor and rewrite the software.
Set the
Yeah.
lines on them.
I could do that. I mean, someone has started doing that and improved it. So, yeah, it's. I don't know what's gone on at that company, but it's not a healthy company in any way.
Well, yeah. The other thing is you can also have the unique experience as an end user, which I had recently with it was a Roland device and a Behringer device. Now they should work together, given it was just general MIDI. But no, there was a problem with the non-class compliance of the Roland driver and the expectation of the Behringer device to have a class compliant interface. So just the two wouldn't meet, and that was that was nobody's fault, but we had to find a workaround for that, which I subsequently did by buying about 10 USB MIDI interfaces and trialing each with the Behringer device to see which ones didn't work.
And
So it
which
was
worked?
just two. Well, everything except the Roland in the end. So, but the Roland was the expensive USB MIDI interface from a few years ago. So I've got a new Roland on order to see if the new one corrects the problem. But certainly the older version didn't of the UM1 interface. So I don't really bitch about that stuff. I just take the view some things don't work together.
I'm still really pleased my eMagic MT4 is still working on this Silicon Mac. Amazing.
Some
I mean,
things
that
are
thing's-
good.
This thing's decades old. It's like brilliant.
You should pull a Taylor Swift and write songs about the software that runs you.
Oops. Sorry, what was that?
You're going, Andy.
Copy better.
No.
Oh, you've gone all sci-fi.
Battery.
No good.
Ooh.
This is a better interface. Hold on.
That's better.
You're Golluming.
He's more, what was the name of that
It's
guy?
Godalming.
Godalming, yeah.
What was the name of that comedian that used to do the
Oh, yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he used to do the chicken. Oh,
Yes.
his name. Jesus.
Oh, mate.
Oh,
Christ, you're
son.
digging them up, aren't you?
Probably would have to now.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it's on the
Tip of my tongue. Tip
Aye.
of my tongue.
If I could read it,
Norman
I would.
Collier.
Norman Collier, yes.
There it is. It just
But he's. I mean,
I fixed my headset. Was that better now?
yeah.
ah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, remember I was telling you, Robbie, that Fiona is decorating her fantasy stairway.
Decorate your what? Sorry, Jazzle.
Yeah, she's doing the stairs and the landing, and she's doing
Is that
it
a black hole reference or?
Well, she wants to go all space and galaxies and all that sort of thing, right? Well, the picture for the landing has arrived.
Right.
The moon landing.
Mate, you want to see this thing? Oh, I said, did you know it was going to be that big?
I'll get my sock. Hang on, I'll get my sock.
Get your sock. You're going to need it. I'll tell you what. I'll bring it in. I'll show you.
Go on.
I'll show you this picture. Hang on.
A little interlude while we wait for the return.
Trying to listen for an argument again. Oh my!
Oh bloody hell!
Oh,
Keep going. Oh my word!
Holy shit!
Is that your new monitor?
Yeah, no, it's too small. So they're all
What
on there.
What is it of?
Everything. You've got Alien, Hagrid.
Oh right.
Dinosaur from Jurassic Park, Falcon,
Oh,
Death
yeah.
Star, Enterprise, Star Destroyer, King Kong, Top Gun, Aquaman,
Let me make you full screen.
Bilbo, or whatever his name was.
Where's Wally?
In there?
He's in there
Hey.
somewhere.
Holy crap! Yeah.
Vader.
Sauron.
See Gandalf.
There's what was his
Last
name?
Supper.
Davy Jones, Deadpool, Iron
Is that
Man,
Hogwarts top on the left?
Hogwarts.
The castle on the left.
That's Hogwarts. I don't know what that castle is though. Next to
Oh, right,
the,
yeah. Yeah,
to the Pacific Rim robot. Looks like Transformers there. There's
And then
Jurassic
that's
Park there.
the Eye of Sauron, isn't it?
Yeah. Gollum.
B5 in there?
Do you know what? I don't know.
Really?
Be funny if they did all that and then they'd miss something really obvious.
James Bond.
Is Boris Johnson on there?
Yeah. Oh, Interstellar's on there. Old matey boy. Ted. Oh, there's Gollum.
Ted.
Gremlin. Joker. Bane. Beetlejuice. It's showtime.
It's one hell of a kitchen sink poster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is Wolverine there?
Yeah.
Oh, but is he in?
There.
Did you see the pictures of Wolverine
Get saved.
Deadpool 3 in the proper blue and yellow?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Internet pretty much lost
Oh,
its shit.
there's Arnie there. What was the name of that little robot?
Twiki?
No. In South African film company.
Oh, please do that again.
Oh, you mean District 9?
No.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Chappie.
Black Hole.
Chappie. Thank you.
Chappie.
Miss
Yeah, yeah.
Chappie.
I was
Deckard.
close with District 9, same director. What?
Deckard's there next
Oh,
to
yeah.
him. Batman.
That was good. District 9.
Aquaman. Oh, Mad Hatter.
Smell blank.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Don't know why I find that so funny.
Bloke from Triple X. I don't know why he's there.
You mean
The proper
Vin?
Joker. The proper Joker's there.
It'd be funny if they had
No,
Twiki
no,
without
hang
Dr.
on, hang on.
Theopolis.
Oh, it has got Boris Johnson on it.
Proper Joker? Which do
It
you
has
call
Boris
proper
Johnson.
Joker?
Heath Ledger.
Oh, no. That's not proper Joker.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
It's
not.
the best Joker.
No, it's Jack Nicholson.
Fight for it.
Yeah, okay.
Jack Nicholson.
So-
I want
All
to
right,
Badger
what's
or baboon?
proper Batman then?
proper Batman.
Yeah, who's proper Batman? Because if you
Oh.
say anybody other than Michael Keaton, you're an idiot.
Oh, come on.
He was the best.
Oh,
Adam West.
Adam West.
Adam
Well,
West
not the best
believed he
physically,
was
though.
Batman.
Michael Keaton was a joke physically as Batman. He worked as the basic
Michael
character.
Keaton was brilliant.
He's too small. He's not imposing enough.
Doesn't matter.
That's
He's
a
supposed to be a
tiny.
fighter. He's got to
Mike-
kick ass, right?
That's a small.
Do you
Have
know
seen a
what?
bat?
I can't help noticing that all the female characters are not necessarily on the front line. Apart from one,
Uh-oh.
which is Romanoff.
Cancel that poster.
Yeah.
Apart from Romanoff. Oh, and Harley Quinn. There you go. Though technically she's standing behind
Which Harley Quinn?
Margot Robbie.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
right.
looking forward to seeing Lady Gaga's Harley Quinn.
What?
That should be
In
interesting.
Joker 2.
Really?
Yeah, she's Harley Quinn.
Oh no.
No.
But how could you follow and act like Margot Robbie?
Yeah,
Quite.
really.
I saw the trailer for the Barbie movie the other day, and I was just like, I don't need to watch this. I so need to watch the Barbie movie. Have you seen the trailer?
No.
Okay, clip that one. Clip that audio right
I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
People apparently are booking Oppenheimer and Barbie together, and they go and watch one and watch the other, and even Cillian Murphy says absolutely, because the Barbie movie is Greta Gerwig, and she's done a fantastic. It's because it starts off, you think, oh, this is a kids movie, and then all of a sudden, it's not. It really isn't. It's crazy as fuck.
I can't. I'm
Oh,
not
is
seeing
it?
that
No.
same trailer as you're seeing. Then I can't even.
I think they put one out like the final like push trailer, and
Robbie,
yeah,
I just want to clarify. You know, when they do a big blockbuster film, there's always like a sex parody. Are you sure you've watched the right trailer?
absolutely, absolutely.
But is
How
does it
pink
get
was it?
cynical, or is it? I'd love to
very
actually. Yeah. Are there reviews around, or is it out yet? Or
no, that it is getting very, very good reviews, because it is. You think it's a kids movie, you think it's just like a cash in. Like, it's not. It's like all the little references, like, you know, when she steps out of her shoes, she's still on tippy toes, and Barbie starts to become like she.
I mean, they kind of made fun of her in Toy Story already.
Yeah, but Barbie's world kind of comes crashing down around, and she starts becoming normal. She starts becoming human. So her feet go flat, and she starts, actually, she interacts in the real world, and it's then when it starts to get a little bit way. But it does really, really, really look good. So I am so in for Barbie.
Yes, I'm not dead, by the way.
There's a sentence I
Another
never
clip.
thought I'd hear you say.
Another clip. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Mark my words. Mark my words. Apparently, Ryan Gosling is being touted for an Oscar. I kid you not. Because he plays Ken.
Yeah, but it's not a Holocaust movie.
It's true. Oppenheimer will probably clear up, because that is getting absolutely massively rave reviews.
Do you remember
and
when
it does look amazing?
When in Extras where Kate Winslet,
She's good.
and then what? And then she finally gets an Oscar, doesn't she? Oh dear.
Wagyu says next Robbie will be telling us he's a huge My Little Pony fan too. I have to admit, and
It's
I
a
will go on
brony.
record on saying this, I had to go and watch the My Little Pony movie with my sister because she was 10 years younger than me, and I had to sit through it. So I did watch it, but I'm not a fan. But Barbie, yeah.
From the makers of Deadpool.
Trust me, Barbie will be going down as a pretty kick.
It should be going down all right.
Should be, yeah.
No, that's the other one.
Yeah. That's the blue.
Barbie's back and she's got
There's
herself a
some
groin.
really good films coming out at the cinema just lately. There's Oppenheimer, which just looks stunning. Apparently, Nolan, when he was recording the nuclear explosion effects, he was doing it all with physical. There's no CGI. I'm thinking, how the fuck do you do a physical effect of a nuclear explosion? But apparently it's done.
Just
See,
need to
I
Go to remote
plutonium.
China. You can probably find a bunch of them.
The IMAX print is 11 miles long. The actual print, it's like 600 kilos. It's 11 miles long. I love Christopher Nolan.
It's that Irish actor in it again, isn't it?
Cillian Murphy, yeah.
Yeah.
But they're all in it. Cillian Murphy, Emily Blunt, Florence Pugh, Robert Downey Jr.
He's on fire lately.
Who, Cillian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's in everything, isn't
You do know that at the time they weren't sure whether setting it off was going to ignite the atmosphere.
he? Exactly. They said
They
it
still
was-
went ahead and fucking did it.
They still went ahead and did it. 'Cause they thought it,
Americans are lunatics.
Well, there's that great sample of the speech. The guy goes, "It will not destroy gravity."
there were actual, and I think there's a clip in the trailer that where Matt Damon, who's playing one of the military guys, Matt Damon.
I can't help it every time.
He said, "What are the percentage chances?" And Oppenheimer, Cillian Murphy says, "Oh, it's about 70% guaranteed that it won't destroy the Earth."
Okay, cool.
Jeff, you didn't die.
No, sadly for you guys, I'm back. Yeah.
And Indiana Jones, good, go see that.
It was just like a big wind, and power went out.
Oh.
I've had a few.
That happens to me sometimes. I get big wind and the power goes out.
That's it. Yeah. Insert fart.
Yeah, insert fart.
You had visions of your house spinning up in the air.
Yeah, that.
And then
I'm sure you were all
killing the
worried
Wicked
sick.
Witch of the West.
Yeah, we're not in Kansas. Yeah.
Yeah, not in Kansas anymore.
I was expecting coming back and saying, and he's seeing, oh my God, is Jeff okay? No, I gotta see Barbie. Yeah.
Trust me, you
Oh, you weren't there. Yeah, thanks, Rob. You were gone, Jeff?
Gentlemen, I'm going to leave you here. It's coming up to 8 a.m. It's time for me to go to bed.
Oh, Jesus.
So take care, all, and we'll catch up next time.
You
Yep.
too,
Yeah,
mate.
look after
Peace.
yourself, mate.
Good to
Look
see you.
after yourself, babe.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Ooh.
I love a self-oscillating film.
Which one is it?
Saves me having to do it.
Can't tell you.
Sorry,
Oh.
what?
Tell you.
Ooh.
Oh, it's one of them.
It's one of those.
It's one
It's
of
all right, you can
those.
tell me, I'll
Showing
forget.
off.
Yeah.
Now you settle down. There's enough houses being raised over there.
Yeah, I need my glow sticks.
Right, I'm going to go, guys, as well.
All right.
All right.
See you, Jim.
Thank you for being my therapy this evening.
Oh, no problem. No problem. We
Anytime, man.
we like hearing a good rant.
Oh, God. I knew I was up for it. I think the angst has finally kind of dissipated, which I'm quite pleased about. So thanks for listening.
No
Nice
problem.
one. It's a safe space to have a good rant.
Yeah.
Well, we'll hear part 2. See how it goes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So you got, what was it? Was it Thoman you got it from?
No, Andertons.
Andertons,
So, yeah.
right.
Hopefully they'll
Okay.
be pretty decent about it, but we'll see.
Oh, I don't see why they wouldn't.
No, I mean, I've just tested it again, and it's just like, yeah, same issues there. Run the input out of phase every time you turn it on. It's just, that could ruin a really
sloppy,
good
isn't
tape.
it?
Well,
Yeah.
saying that, you could always just invert one side, but Jesus, you don't need it, do you?
Is that your live
No,
thing or no?
no, it's just for recording. So
Oh,
than this shit. So, but yeah, cool. Anyway, thanks a lot, guys. Take care of yourselves. See you
No
later.
problem.
Take care, Jim.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Bye.
That's it, man.
Well, bless you, brother.
In 12 different languages. Wow.
À tes souhaits.
But this way.
Yeah, I couldn't even pronounce French right. Come on.
That was good.
Yeah. Tes souhaits, I said swan. Whatever.
But did you say your first language was
Well,
English
yeah,
and then French?
yeah, English first 5 years and then
Wow.
French.
That's mad.
Yeah.
Bit like school.
Weirdo.
Yes, I am. Thanks.
But Quebec is super interesting like that. You have such a mix of.
Well, it depends. In Montreal, yes, there's a big mix of Anglos and Francos, as we call us. But the rest of the province, it's pretty much all French. I mean, where I grew up, nobody spoke French. I was the only one with an English name. Teachers didn't understand a fucking word I said.
Wow.
They still don't.
Yeah.
And but no, it's there. But there's a big battle between English and French here. So
Yeah, even more so than probably in France.
yeah, well, in France, you just integrate English words
Yeah,
into the vocabulary, and it's fine. Here, no. Well, here it's getting like that now. Yeah. And you go. Tu vas faire ton shopping. Tu trouves un parking. I mean, you go. It's like half the language is English.
Yeah.
But they say Richard Gere instead of Richard Gere, which I never understood. Richard Gere. I heard that once on TV, French TV.
Ouais.
Richard Gere.
CS 80.
CS 80. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I remember meeting a lad from Quebec back when I lived in Dublin, and I'd been in Ireland about 4 years at this stage, but he didn't have a word of English, and I was like, first, you're coming to Ireland and you don't have English,
Wow.
like wow, and he was just here on the holidays. He was just visiting, but I also was like, but you live over there and you don't have English. I mean, how's that possible? Like, why are you? And but he was telling me like it was actually his parents essentially were isolating him from the English speaking world over there. And he'd never had a need to learn English in Canada.
Well, yeah, and it's the same. I mean, it's funny because we're officially a bilingual country.
Sure.
And everything has to be bilingual. You go in the most Anglophone provinces, which is the other 9 provinces, and everything is in French and English on every sign. Nobody speaks French. And you can go to a government office and ask to be served in French if you want. They'll kind of
Wales
try
over
to.
here.
Sorry?
It's a bit like Wales over here. Everything's done in both languages.
Yeah.
And only like it's less than 1% of Wales speak Welsh and don't speak English.
Right.
And it's a massive drain on resources.
Don't you have to learn French in school as well?
Yeah, there is English in school, but it's very basic. I mean, you have English for like 5 years in high school, but it's about the equivalent of the first 2 grades in English.
No, I mean
learn-
in the English-speaking areas, don't they have to learn French in school?
They do, but they learn French from France, actually, which is absolutely fucked up because they say sacre bleu, which we don't say in Quebec. You know,
We don't
you don't even say that in English, in French. Yeah, but yeah, it's fucked up. I mean, you just learn very basic of each other.
Sacre bleu. Is that sort of like sexually assaulting a Smurf?
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
exactly
where
what it
came
is.
from, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Historically, yeah.
I had somebody asked me the other day about this. There's the guy that's in the Wimbledon semi-final, Yannick Sinner, who's Italian, and they said, "Oh, he doesn't sound very Italian." Ooh. No, because he's from.
Croydon.
No, he's
What, mate?
What's the part? I can't remember. But there's actually a part. Is it North Tyrol or South Tyrol? I can't remember. It's one of them. But they still speak German.
Yeah.
But they're Italians, but they speak German. You know, it's just this whole
Yeah.
thing. The closer you get to Switzerland, the more fucked up you get with your language.
It's one of the few places I've actually been.
What, Italy?
The Tyrol.
Oh, the Tyrol.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't even look Italian. He's pale and he's got red hair. So I mean that's just not Italian. You got to be dark skin, short, fat.
Okay.
But I hope he wins.
Why not?
Because I think he's up against Novak Djokovic.
He must be on his way down by now, surely.
Yeah, I wish.
Well, the semis were today, so.
Sorry? No, the men's semis are tomorrow. Men's semis are on Friday.
Women's semis.
Oh, do you know, I was working, I got the women's semis on. Ooh, that sounds funny, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, how do women have a semi?
Which semi did you have, the top or the half semi?
Yeah, quite.
At the bottom.
Can you say that in the show tomorrow again?
That's another clip, isn't it?
I need an official clip.
Yeah.
But that Ons Jabeur was, she was a set and a break down, and then she won like 12 of the next 10 games and won the match. It was brilliant. It was really, really good.
Won 12 of the next 10 games.
Yeah,
she was going.
12 games. I know what I meant.
Yeah, I know. You
Yeah.
just like watching men's semis.
She was up against, what was it?
Can't get more than a semi, yeah.
She was up against Savarenka, who is just
rubbing up against her,
yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. She might not be
I'm
the
not
most
even gonna
attractive.
bother.
Yeah, they do.
I used to watch a lot of tennis and Formula One as well. I
Yeah.
used to love watching that.
Tennis is
Top-
still
my
interesting.
top two.
Completely
Just not at the same
stopped
time.
watching any of that. Yeah,
Formula One just.
I think for me,
Procession.
watching sports in general, I haven't time for that. I think surfing is the only one we watch still, but it's usually because it's somewhere sunny,
Yeah.
and warm and happy.
Wet.
Yeah. I saw an otter actually a couple of days ago in the bay here. I started wing foiling. So it's when you're actually holding a sort of wing, and so I can do that here in the bay because I'm learning, so I'm getting dragged downwind a lot, so it's quite safe. But it's an inlet. It's a small bay. It's Kinvara Bay, so it's inside Galway Bay. So there's a lot of wildlife. Like we've seals. There's been a few dolphins coming in every now and then. But I know there's otters, but they're hard to spot. But because I've been going into kind of little inlets within the bay, I managed to see a couple of otters. Yeah. Anyway, that's my story.
Wow.
I went to my
Nice.
went to my local Indian restaurant the other day and I had a chicken tarka. It's like a chicken tikka, but it's a little otter.
Oh man!
Hey Ollie, do you have kelp forest beds there and stuff that they hang out in?
Yeah,
That's cool. They're easy to spot them there.
not for us, but there's a lot of seaweed. And
Yeah, easy to spot them there. You see them bopping them down in the kelp forest.
thank you, Robbie.
Oh, this one just keeps on giving.
Sorry. Yeah, there's a lot of seaweed farming here, and the local farmers actually harvest seaweed for
Really?
pharmaceutical. Yeah.
Yeah.
And every house around here actually came with. I'm trying to. Every house here used to come with seaweed rights and oyster rights.
Oyster rice, that's Austria, isn't
Oh,
it?
jeez.
Oh.
Have you ever gone scuba diving, Ollie?
Not here, but yeah, I used to.
You should
get
try
over
the
it
kelp
in a
forest
minute.
scuba diving. It's amazing.
Yeah, I did in Brittany. Yeah, it's stunning.
Oh.
Gonna get another drink here.
Oh, Mr. Darcy, I am undone. Fuck. Oh God. Oh, that just tickled that one.
I was quite proud of the oyster rates then.
Mate, we're just kids. We really are.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gonna go and write one.
Well, I'm going to take off, guys.
All right, darling.
Hopefully
And,
not literally.
Yeah, not literally. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Hopefully. No, it seems to be clearing. I said that before, but
Yeah. Calm before the storm.
yeah. Well, we said, it's going to come back to get me, and it did. All right. Nice
Take it
chatting
easy,
with you,
man.
boys.
You take
See
it,
you
mate.
later.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Love stuff, mate. Dinner.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh.
Oh, Jeff gone.
Yes, just gone. Yeah.
As it were.
He's not in Kansas anymore.
Kent, when's your big break? I remember you were saying you were due a big break in repairs, or
Yeah, I'm still waiting for it. Yeah. I'm getting there. I'm down to 3. And they are real bastards. Hence why they're still ongoing. And once those 3 are done...
Is the GS1 still working?
The GS1 is still working. And not only that, it boots up perfectly every time.
When's it going back?
Not yet.
Good.
Got to keep moving it about and disturbing it and hitting it and rattling it as much as 2 people either end can rattle it, just to be sure. Cause
Is it really stuck without the card reader? Can you do some minor editing on it?
Can't do any editing.
Can't do fuck all with
Nothing?
it.
Oh, man.
No.
They didn't even call it a synthesizer because there was just literally no editing.
Well, I bought this upgrade for it where the libraries are put onto EPROMs. And they replace the big RAM chips that are in it on the CPU board. Unfortunately, it's designed initially. It was designed for the GS2. Why it was designed for the GS2 and not the 1, I don't know, because the GS2s are small and meh.
Consumer thing, right?
Yeah, but because the memory works in a parallel way with the CPU, if you try to access a bank that's on the same channel number as the one that's in the first slot, you won't get it. It goes blank. So it had the whole library on it, but you could only access half the library.
Wow.
And so I had to then take that all out and go back to the standard setup, but I had to get this card reader working. And they say you can't get these card readers working again, but we got it working again. And not only that, it's working beautifully.
So GS1 is the first FM Rompler?
Basically, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. To all intents and purposes, yeah. And
It wasn't necessarily the sounds weren't played back from memory.
No. Well, I mean, they weren't played back from the magnetic tapes.
No.
You loaded them in with magnetic tapes, and then
Sure, but I mean, if you can't fucking change it ever, then it's a Rompler. That's
no, there was an editor for
Play
it.
it from ROM.
There was an
You're not
editor
playing
for
from
it,
ROM.
but the editor
Yeah.
for it is
Have you seen
twice
the
as
editor
big. as
Yeah, I've
as-
seen it at Stanford. Yeah, they had
Yeah.
a Karma.
Yeah, and the rumor is it doesn't work anyway, and
Well,
it's a nightmare.
yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There was talk of a guy who was going to actually make a modern day one for it. but I think he was assassinated.
Well, the thing is, there's so few of them out in the wild that, you know. any
Yeah,
sort
well, I
of
was
effort you
surprised
put
this
in.
guy was doing the GS2 one, because as far as I know, there was less GS2s made than there was GS1s, believe it or not. So, and I bought this thing, it was like 800 quid, and I was going, will it work with the GS1? He went, yeah, probably. I emailed him back and went, no, it doesn't. Just for future reference.
Wow.
But wouldn't take them back though. So I've got 800 quid's worth of GS2 library upgrade and no GS2s.
Was the GS2 good enough to sound good, or did it not sound as good as the GS1?
It was half a GS1, but it didn't have the poly aftertouch and the decent big keyboard. It was more like a CS50 is over a CS80.
Yeah, it's a gigging version. It was
Yeah,
built
it
with
was-
its own case. Its
well-
legs were the legs were the top of the case, weren't they? I think
Yeah.
they fitted underneath.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's essentially half a GS.
But it was almost the weight of a Mark 1 Fender Rhodes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So extremely portable in the traditional Yamaha way. You wouldn't think that little Japanese people could carry these huge weights in such a in such a combination.
Well, they use
but-
sumos to carry them around, so.
Yeah, it must be what it is because
Actually, it's a good question. How did somebody did they just arrive with a GS1 at your place? Like, how
Yeah,
do
it
you
came
actually
in-
carry something like that in your work?
Oh no, it took three of us and a dolly to get it into the house. And then a big rug that we pulled, sat it on the rug standing upright and had to pull it into the house.
Jesus Christ.
Through the hall and into the front room. And then we had to get it up on this massive bench that I've got with, it's a collapsible bench, hopefully not with the GS1 on it, on these big rubbery wheels, so you can move it about and stuff like that, and have it at a plane height. And
That's a
yeah,
white thing, though.
yeah. But this is the fourth time it came back, so it's not going back until we're absolutely sure.
I need to come
Because-
down and stress test it.
Come down and stress it, and I'll film you doing it. And there's your YouTube video you're whinging on about.
I think that's chatterbait.
You could do
I'll bring
a
my
segment on
little
PSN.
CE25. Yeah, well, I'll bring my CE25 and we'll compare.
Well, by the time you come down, it should have MIDI as well.
Mm.
Wow.
Because we're putting the MIDI in it.
Nice.
So, Yamaha's
What do you use to
MIDI.
MIDI something like that?
Yamaha's MIDI. They made a MIDI board for it back in the
Ah.
day as an add-on, where you disconnect the keyboard and then you just connect this MIDI board up to the keyboard and to the CPU, and that was your MIDI.
Is it a huge board?
About a foot by about 12 by 6 inches.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where does that go?
That goes at the back, just low enough so that the
Yeah, 'cause a
big
lot of
boards
it's
don't
bloody
touch it.
lit,
Yeah,
isn't
so it's got to be below that, and it just beside the power supply is their designated place to put it. But the big boards, I'm not kidding you, they've got to be
Oh, yeah.
this, like that,
There's so many chips
with
in
these
those things.
gold-plated legged ceramic ICs all over it.
Did you solve your was it 2111 RAM issue?
No,
Or you were looking for those?
Still trying to find this. It's either UP or UP2111 or whatever. They said I say it's heavily used in the not the
Arcade
fruit
industry.
machines, in the arcade machines, but
I've never come across it, but I have a document with just a huge list of equivalents for
Yeah.
a lot of RAMs. Yeah, so I sent you whatever I have from that, but
lovely, thank you.
Some
I
of
was
them
hoping, you know the 2112 RAM.
Yeah.
I think it's 18 leg. I thought it was going to be literally just an older version of what that was.
No.
And I did the pin out diagrams and went, oh fucking hell, I'm glad I didn't plug them in.
I couldn't find a pinout for those 2111 ones.
No, I can't find anything.
No.
But every OBX has a couple of them.
Have you even a diagram of the circuit from that?
No, it's very vague. around that area, which is incredibly useful.
Because if they're essentially, if it's just manufacturing or manufacture whatever letters and then the type of RAM, if it's 211, those equivalent ones are still, you can still find them on eBay.
Yeah,
easy enough. But if it's not the same,
I think the route I'm going to go down, and I'm really reluctant to do this, but it will be better in the long run, is to take out the two main EPROMs out of the OBX,
make one,
and flick them across the room. Take out these two RAM chips, and flick them across the room, and the 4011.
Yeah,
fuck right off. Disconnect the high voltage lines to where the EPROMs went. Connect up a 5-volt, and then put a more modern EPROM in it with all the software on one IC instead of across two.
I see, yeah.
Or is it 3? It might be across 3. Yeah, it's across 3 EPROMs. And,
so a few jumpers as well for.
Yeah, so I got the
lines.
bin file, and and I can't remember. It was a really lovely guy in the States sent me the address locations to be able to patch together all of the 3 EPROMs and then get them all to sit in one coherent area. So, and get that burnt. I'll probably get my mate Ben to burn it for me. He's got a very, very good EPROM burner that doesn't fuck up. And then, so upgrade it into a more modern working version. And then I can just get all the cards done. It's got the filter upgrade on it as well. There's one of the filters isn't working properly. So it's 2 filters per voice card rather than 1. So you can switch between Curtis and original. Why you want to go from original to Curtis, I don't know, but there you go. Because the original ones, they scream. They're lovely. And the Curtis ones on there don't. But anyway, get that all sorted and then you can have it back. Pay me. Get it out of the fucking house. Goodbye.
When it comes to ROM and RAMs, I think that's the right thing to do. I just get whatever adapter for modern stuff.
I mean, some tech in 20 years' time is going to open it up and go, oh, fucking thank God for that.
Yeah.
So, but old Encore used to do a MIDI kit, and they did the same thing, and they'd rip out all of the old EPROMs, the old RAM, and you just connected this thing up to the CPU port, and the board had a new CPU, all the operating system on it and everything, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
And then just the MIDI outs and ins, and bypass all that. But of course, Encore don't make that fucking board anymore. And I emailed them very, very nicely and go, you haven't got one tucked away in a dusty drawer somewhere? And the silence said everything.
Yeah.
I read it as essentially. So, yeah.
No, I did look, and I couldn't even. I don't even have any of those equivalent ones in stock anyway.
Yeah, it's really weird. I thought somewhere.
Like I have a pile of ROMs, or RAMs. You're more than welcome to them. I won't use them ever at this stage, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's so hard to actually work out precisely. I mean, between the two of them, they will make up one word, but
the timing,
the timing and how they're accessed, and it's like, oh my god, is D1 on that pin or is D1 on that pin?
A while back, I made an adapter for Galaga proms, color proms. So the proms, the colors are programmed into a ROM. A prom anyway.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to program these. The programmers you need are not made anymore. You can't find them. They're just they're really expensive, and even finding the prom is a problem. So I've made an adapter that allows you to use an EPROM on those Galaga boards instead of a prom, and but it takes a bit more space, but it works fine. The problem is it works on some boards. And it doesn't work on others, even though it's the exact same prom, because the timings are slightly different.
Yeah.
So you get that kind of rising edge that just out of sync and fucks everything.
It's like the EEPROM issue I had on the Oberheim drummer strummer little boxes where you swap out the EEPROMs and you think, oh, this will work on any of them. Now they had different guts inside of some of them. They don't work with any of the.
Is that you, yeah?
Yeah, they're slightly different, so you got to buy the originals.
Yeah. We see at the same time I'm working on this 4-voice because I've got this 8-voice coming. I have to do the same thing to it, and so I have to get this 4-voice done, which is the programmer in a 4-voice. They have 4 envelope chips, or it's 2 envelope. Each board does 2 voices, so there's 2 of these boards, 8 of these chips, and they are Oberheim branded ICs, except Oberheim didn't make the ICs. And nobody knows who made the ICs. Nobody knows what the pinouts are on them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And nobody's sure exactly what it does and how it does it. That's all right. That's so fucking useful. Thank you.
It's a shame there isn't, like, in the arcade world. There's guys that actually specialize in whatever it's called. I forget, but essentially they just dissolve the die. Or the silicon, and it's just look at the actual die and reproduce that in FPGA.
Yeah.
Like, is there anybody doing that at all in the synth world?
No.
Wow.
No, nobody's
did
doing it.
something similar to that with the DX7. And I don't think they dissolved it. They X-rayed it, I want to say.
Or whatever technique is used to actually. But they actually, instead of emulating,
Can't do that with an EPROM. Oh, it's not an EPROM anymore. Oh dear.
that was one of the criticism with emulating. You're sending all signals in, and you're observing what the signals out, and you're extrapolating what the behavior of the chip is. Sometimes it works until you sort of get it right.
Yeah.
And now you have an emulator, but with FPGA, obviously, or with the efforts into FPGA, people were actually looking at what the innards of the chip is.
Yeah.
So a lot of hardware has been saved in the arcade world.
Yeah.
I.e. in software, in FPGA software, but actually understanding how those chips, custom chips, work. It's been great. It saved so much hardware in the arcade world, and I mean. With the interest in synthesizers and the synth world,
well, but what tends to happen is that a lot of the machines that are really needing this kind of thing, aren't worth a lot. So nobody's bothering because they're not worth a lot. So
what's not a lot though?
Well, we'll put it this way: if somebody at the time, let's say, if you needed a Polycom card for a Polymoog, which has this specialist chip on it, and your Polymoogs were going for about 800 quid, nobody's bothering, even though there's 73 of these feckers in it. If Polymoog started to go for 8,000-10,000, maybe somebody might be interested in going through the process. What amazes me is an 8-voice goes for about 110,000 fully working, and nobody is doing anything about these custom ICs until Muggins here now. So, and we'll see. I'm hoping that there might be a way of.
I mean, there's an opening for somebody there, because what some of those lads are doing in the arcade world is they're actually opening a Patreon, and they're saying, I'm creating those cores, I'm putting them up on Patreon. You can have them early or for beta testing if you want. Yeah. And then down the line, 6 months after they're ready, I'll release them or whatever.
Yeah, but a bit like Analog Renaissance did with the VCAs for the Juno 106, right? And they were so good and so accurate.
Yeah.
That Behringer stole it and put it in the DeepMind.
There you go.
And they didn't even bother changing anything. They just copied it perfectly and then put them in the DeepMind to get that 106 sound.
There's a guy in Gearspace doing that with EMU ROMs too, so recreating the the structure
Yeah.
for that, so you can make your own actually EMU EPROMs.
Mm.
So
The bastard thing was Behringer were doing this to a guy who was currently selling the fuckers and getting them made up, you know. So
I mean, one of the reasons I mentioned this thing a lot here,
Yeah.
the MSX, is because it's using original ICs. So there's a Z80 in there. There's an actual Yamaha square chip in there.
yeah.
But the glue logic is done with FPGA. And
Yeah.
my friend Stephen, who does that, is a bit of an FPGA guru, but it wouldn't take much for him to actually make the move into synthesizer. He's a music guy
Yeah.
as well, and I've been trying to convince him to do something like that.
Funny, I subscribe. You know the DK Synergy synth, that digital synth that Wendy.
Oh, that virtual one they made for it? Yeah, that's cool.
No. This is the hardware thing. So
Right.
there's a Yahoo group that, for some reason, I subscribe to it because I have a vague interest in it. And just the other day, literally, this guy pops up and he says, "Look, I'm an engineer and I work with other guys and I know FPGAs and stuff, and we're thinking about building an FPGA synth. What would where would we start?" Sort of thing. He wants to do it, but he doesn't really have a clue.
Yeah.
But it seems to be there's this kind of building interest in.
There definitely is, and I know a lot of FPGA engineer guys like that are actually interested in it. They just don't know how to start, or where
Yeah.
to start, or what's actually needed or wanted or desirable.
I haven't got the first fucking clue. So there was but other people have been responding saying, "Yeah, I've worked in that, or I can help with this, and I'm into synths, so I can put you in the point you in the right directions." But and they want to put it all up onto GitHub and everything, so they want to share it around.
Well, it's like when Hans said to me about he says how can you make the anaglyph sort of like more realistic? And I said, well, yeah, if most of it is done digitally, and then you split it into two parts, so you have like a rack mount box with all the actual physical analog in it, with fans, and then you have a digital component with your Polyoff touch keyboard, and that you could probably get down to what, 8.5K for sale, as opposed to 85K, simply by adding this FPGA kind of element to it, like so many other things. So
it'd be like Corgan use a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah,
I think until
thing
we
is,
get to-
Wagyu, I say rack mount. Imagine a rack mounted fridge. More, more than a Rev 1.
Like the old Lexicon Reverb, the giant.
Oh, much
rack
bigger
mount.
than that. Yeah.
I think until we
5 or 6 of them.
Until we get to the point where some synth are unrepairable.
Yeah,
that's it. They're dead. That chip is gone, and they're dead, and you're not playing this synthesizer anymore. I don't think we'll see an FPGA revival of some ICs.
Yeah, no, I mean normally,
because that's what happened in the arcade world. It's just some boards were. That's it. They're dead.
Yeah, but a lot of these machines were becoming undesirable as it became more and more noticeable that they were going to be harder and harder to repair.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes in the opposite direction because of rarity, but it depends on what they're famous for. So there's all these different elements.
Was it? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about purely until we see like what would actually trigger a big revival of FPGA engineering to reproduce some of the custom ICs that we've seen. I think until we actually see the first few instances of stuff not being repairable at all, which you've probably started seeing yourself. I mean,
like there was this revival for a while for Russian synths. Everybody wanted to suddenly get a Russian synth. It was a very in thing to do.
Polyblock
right?
stuff everywhere.
Yeah, polyboxes. And suddenly I was repairing a lot of polyboxes, and my Russian got quite good. But there was other ones like the Maestro. And on the power supply, there was a chip that controlled the 5-volt, which ran all the logic. The rest of the components were literally off the shelf. You just had to be able to recognise what they really were, you know. But there was this little chip, and it was 14 leg, and it looked like what it was an LM723 voltage regulator IC. But it wasn't. It was more like two LM301s, but one of them split upside down, and then you bend the legs and connect all the wires up in a completely different way, kind of thing. And somebody had re-engineered all this using two LM301s, with one facing down, one facing up, and then all the wires done to try and get this 5-volt line, right? And I was working on this Maestro not very long ago, and I saw the YouTube video, and I went, oh wow, there's a YouTube video here on how to make this IC from two LM301s. Grab two LM301s. This should be fun, right? And start the video, and it's all like, yeah, you're doing it together, then it's together. Oh, fuck me. Oh, bollocks. Okay, whatever. So I watched what he did, and a lot of it was like edited and so like, oh, look, you know what I got there. And yeah, what did you do?
Once you've done that,
yeah. Anyway, here's one he made earlier. You know, it's like, oh fucking hell, and you couldn't make out exactly what it was he'd done. So I thought, so I said to the guy, I said, look, I'm really, really sorry. I've got everything working apart from the 5-volt line. So basically, it's as silent as the grave, but the lights come on. All right. And of course, it's no fix, no fee. Fucking hell, bollocks. And I gave it back to him, and he goes, oh, don't worry about it. I only paid 180 quid for it. And you think, oh, Jesus. I spent 4 fucking days trying to get that cunt to work. Out of principle. Idiot. But there you go. And all these Russian cents were like,
you
great.
don't know how much,
Yeah, exactly. But then as they started to break down and they were getting more and more expensive, more and more difficult to repair, the prices just went, yeah, do you know what? Nah. And down they went. And now there's no chance of people doing anything to try and bring them back to life because they're worth nothing. So they're gone.
Yeah, for a while they were showing up on eBay, like Polyvox for like $1,000 from Moscow.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, interesting. That's I almost did it. And then I thought, nah,
yeah,
probably got a break on me and I'm screwed.
Because there was these people in Russia going, really? They want to buy this?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you sit down with a Polyvox, it's okay, but it's...
Well, the Jexus video sells it. It's angry and crazy sounding, but you got to know what you're doing. So.
Yeah, but the beautiful thing about it is the reason it's angry is because it's the most cheapest denomination of components.
It's a bunch of shit, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and it actually doesn't really work properly. So there's things that there's op amps that distort like fuck on it, right? They go.
Sounds like my own Eurorack modules.
Yeah. So if somebody, when somebody designed this, it goes, "Oh, this sounds terrible." What do you mean you want to buy it? Okay, here you go. Hey, we're Russian. We're used to this, And then the West have gone, fucking this really gritty sound that it does.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Yeah. It's got character. Right.
And let's start to make it artistic. Look, it's artistic that it's fucking badly designed. Yeah, okay, go for it. And people paying stupid money for them. So, fine. I mean, it worked for Moog. I mean, the reason that the Mini Moog sounds so brilliant is because the VCA distorts. Where it's not quite right. There's a fault in it. But that's what gives it that texture, that tone. And
plus the Polyvox is fun. It's got Cyrillic on it. You're like, what the hell does this mean? I don't know. You got to figure it out.
Yeah. And there was this one they used to do, it was in 2 halves. What was it? The Attila, I think it was called. And it was in 2 halves. So you had like a control panel that flipped up off the keyboard, and it had this sit up and beg kind of configuration. And it sounded awful.
Oh, Elita,
that's it.
Yeah.
This guy paid like $2.5K for this fucking thing.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh God, it sounds awful. He's like, "Ah, it's brilliant." He's like,
I have an Elite
gritty.
VST. Yeah, it's a...
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, whatever, mate, you know. But, you know, as they became harder and harder, again, off they go.
Did you ever see
I'm
that
gonna
little
go and-
keyboard that has a dog on it? There's a Russian keyboard that has a little cartoon dog on it. Have you seen that one?
Yes, this rings a bell.
I'm going to get alcohol. Be right back.
Okay. Bring alcohol as well.
I would have expected actually, as things are harder and harder to fix, that the ones that are actually in working order would get more expensive, at least for.
It depends. It depends. The thing is, if you were to say, for instance,
I suppose,
like, say,
was it used on a record? Was it
exactly.
used
So
by-
you go,
yeah.
Minimo, gonna go, oh yeah, this, CS80, oh this, and this. You go, Polyvox,
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's all those elements behind it. The good thing with the arcade machines is that people have fond memories of them, and
Yeah,
there's
there's
a
an emotional
beautiful
attachment,
kind of
yeah.
romantic attachment
And
to
a
all
direct
of them.
personal attachment to it. Yeah.
Well, the Polyvox filter is great. I have the Erica Synths one for modular. It's awesome.
Yeah, but it's
squelchy
more
as
by
fuck.
yeah, but it's
But
more by
I think
accident.
what you mean, what you mean, Kent, is like everybody would have, or most people would have played an Outrun cap. Not
Yeah.
everybody would have touched whatever Juno 6 or
and they've dreamt that maybe one day when they're older they could own the machine, and it doesn't go away.
Yeah.
You know, I played a CS80 in a shop, you know, and I'm about what?
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it is, yeah.
15, 16. It was like, it was just it's honey poured in the ears. It was like, ah. And then, of course, all the records that you hear it on, and go, I am going to own one of these one day. You know?
And then you get it and you go, oh shit, it needs reverb.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Tons of it, yeah. And it was quite a few years before I found out what reverb to get. Thank you, Internet. You know, so, but yeah, but then you found out that it's, if you've got some sort of idea of how they work, it's kind of handy if you're going to own an 80. Because they're a big bastard to get into a van to take to a tech. You know? Although people will drag them halfway around the planet for me to repair them. Boy, you know, there's a love there that drives them to do it.
Those handles they put on the sides, are they at least sturdy enough, or do they fall apart pretty easily?
No, those handles do not come apart. I've never seen one with a broken handle.
Really? Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, yeah, no. Mind you, they're bolted on as well. There's a big metal girder just behind the panel.
Okay.
And then they're bolted through and with big nuts and that. So, yeah, I've never seen one snap.
Robbie, I have a question for you. How many synths in your room are not Yamaha?
One.
You've got to think about this.
Yeah.
That you own.
3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right, a significant amount.
It depends on how many keyboards he's got in the room, though.
I was gonna, yeah.
Yeah, this is the percentages that
He's
could
in
be
the
quite
trance now, he's
alarming.
looking at all his synthesizers.
He's still counting.
Yeah.
Are we including samplers in this? If so,
Technically, yeah.
17.
All right.
17. But do you want to know how much how many Yamaha?
Yeah.
Go for it. Come on.
So it's a 17 we're up against.
Yeah, okay.
We'll do percentages.
1.
Significantly one.
Yeah. That's 10 technically.
Yeah, 10. Yeah. Cheese and onion.
More samples, Ollie.
Red Leicester mini cheddar.
Oh, so I got the cheese bit. Okay. It sounded
Cards.
cheese. Oh, well. Good health to you, sir.
Do you have any Wensleydale? I'm sorry, Mr. Wensleydale.
It's no cheese, Gromit.
What's that? 12.
12?
We do that again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he looked disappointed.
Yeah. Remember, we're counting samplers. And auto accompaniments like the PSS. And PSRs.
Whereas I could count how many synthesizers I have on one hand, really.
Yeah.
You have
that's not true.
synthesizers on one hand. Wow.
I do.
Sounded
Chord
one
Volkas count as synthesizers.
I could count all the synthesizers that I've got in this room on one hand. But then I used to live in Chernobyl.
You know what I realized? I realized recently that when I since I started doing a lot more synth covers, albeit on little Korg Volkas and Roland boutiques, but people don't understand what analog means.
No.
Everybody thinks that I release the videos and I do the covers, and people are like, oh my, no, analog synthesizers sound amazing, much better than VSTs. Like, no, they're all digital. 19.
I forgot a few.
Fair enough.
So yeah, over 50% of my collection is Yamaha.
I was expecting it to be higher.
Yeah, me too. And I think by the looks on Robbie's face,
We'll
he
keep
did
that
too.
illusion, though.
Well, it's a work in
No, we'll
progress.
keep up the illusion. You're Mr. FM.
Did you
still.
count the MSX as well?
No, I didn't.
There you go.
I've
there
got
you
two
go.
modules on that as well. I've got the SFG01
Well,
and the
there
05.
you go.
So that's
21.
21 then.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm glad I
I'm just
came.
trying to think if I put anything in the garage. I don't think I put anything in the garage. I've got 21. Yeah.
So wait a minute, you got nearly 40 keyboards in that room. Well, 40 synthesizers in that room.
Keyboards or modules.
Holy mother. That's pretty impressive.
I think.
That's a lot of heat.
And that's not include. I haven't at all included the 3 Fairlights that are sat in the garage, which are technically not mine.
As you do.
Oh my! Then there's my garage.
Oh, hang on. No, there's a DX7 in the garage, which is your one. So I haven't counted that. I didn't count that one.
Yeah, if you guys don't see part of my menagerie, I did a studio tour for Clown Fest. It's going to show in August. So,
Ah.
and it's still not everything, but it's all I could fit in the fucking video. So
That's what I loved about when Ty come round to help me tidy up the garage. He's go, fucking hell, you got one of these in here. Fucking hell, you got one of these in here. Oh my god, you got 2 of them.
I did forget some. I forgot all my little ones.
Oh my god.
Where Livens and my Micro Freaks and my mobile sculpture.
Oh, that's going to ruin your percentages.
It's brought it. But then, do I
Yeah,
include the Yamaha DD10 drum thing? This thing?
Yes.
Makes music, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
Of sorts. Yeah, it's music of sorts, isn't it? Yeah. Kinda. If.
makes sounds.
Maybe.
I would say it's a 50-50 split. Roughly.
Well, that's still pretty
I'm
impressive.
very disappointed, Robbie.
There's nearly 50 instruments.
I mean, I'm a massive Yamaha fan and I only have 2 in here.
And then there's my drums as well. I've got Yamaha electronic drums.
There again, DX1 does count as 10. I'm with Ollie on that.
Yeah.
Well, the TX816 is 8.
There you go. Yeah, technically, yeah. Yeah, we just got to get that percentage just the right side.
Yeah, but this is Yamaha versus the rest of the world.
The world, yeah.
You know, this is not Yamaha versus Roland.
Hmm. Yeah.
I've only got one Roland synth.
I don't know, Robbie. I don't know.
Do you know what? Thinking about it, I've only ever owned a couple of Rolands myself.
Robbie, I still have those brochures to send you, actually.
Oh,
MSX Yamaha brochures. Yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting.
No. Whenever. Yeah, it's all good.
What have I had? S330. I had 2 S330s.
Ah.
I had an S10. And a D50. But there again, I think everybody on the planet had a
I
D50 at one
still
point.
want a D50.
Do
I've
you?
still got a D550. Yeah, lovely.
I got a
thing.
D50 and two 550s. I love that thing.
I do want a D50.
What's the keyboard on it like?
On the D50.
Yeah.
D50. It's yeah, it's a DX1 keyboard. DX1 can't. DX7 keyboard.
Okay, so it's got-
Essentially, yeah. Yeah, essentially the same kind of keyboard.
But the aftertouch
that's
is
not
different on the
something
D50, right?
Yeah.
What's the?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can change the resistor. You can make it anything you want, really.
No, because I'm using a Roland DI as my main MIDI controller already, but I've been thinking about changing that for a while. And there's a D50 going cheap enough around me.
Yeah, I went from hundreds and hundreds of synthesizers to hundreds and hundreds of controllers. Weirdly. Which I didn't think I'd do, but there you go.
Hey, if you get the DO5, you get a huge sound set of the D50 plus an arpeggiator and a sequencer on board, which is kind of special. So
I'm not in the country where I can choose, so whatever is around is what I can get. So
I'm sure some people sell them though.
Ireland is a small country, so we don't have there's not a ton of people selling stuff, and there's not a ton of gear available. It is very small. It's smaller than some American states, really.
Oh, that's right. Because of the Brexit, you have to pay extra to get stuff from the UK, right?
Well, there's that too, yeah.
Except we don't make anything here anyway.
And the option to get stuff from mainland Europe, then it has to transit to the sea, which just adds extra in shipping. So yeah. I'm going back to France in September again, so there's always that option as well.
Pick yourself up an Osmos while you're out there.
What's that, Robbie?
I'm coming home from France in September.
All right.
September 2nd, I think. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm going there. The weekend after for 3 weeks.
Nice.
But I can. I'll be working from there. It just it's like a work holiday in a way.
I should do that more often. Because I can work from anywhere I want. I don't have to be in any specific location. As long as I've got access to the internet.
Have you family or folks in Italy still? Like you could.
Yeah, a
visit?
few left. Some cousins.
Yeah.
Everyone else has died.
I just totted it up. I've got a disappointing 20 cents. It's disappointing, isn't it?
What part of that is disappointing?
Yeah, I know.
Really?
Loser.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
There was a time when I had none. I had a girlfriend made me sell them all, every single one of them.
I think of all the cents I've sold, and I still get sad.
They tend to do that.
I was going to write a novel about it called "What Price Pussy." No, it was really bad. No, honestly, she made me sell everything.
She made you sell everything.
Yeah. She was a very strong woman, shall we say?
Really?
It's the ultimate character test, right? So that
Yeah.
test your resolve.
Wow.
And then you got Fiona, which is the other end of the scale. She's going, "Yeah, we'll get it then. It looks really good." Yeah, right then.
So I'm just looking at my list.
Yeah, but she also
of
loves
gear for
sci-fi,
the
which is
studio.
amazing.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my list of gear for the studio because I had to do it for the insurance purposes, and I've not put Silly on there. And I've just realised I've only just totaled it up. It's 209,000.
What?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. That's cameras and stuff as well.
Oh, okay.
Cameras, computers, it's everything.
Yeah, but that's not cheap. Come on.
Fuck. Bloody hell, I hadn't realised.
How much insurance is that?
It's not cheap.
No,
Yeah.
It's about because I have employers and third-party liability. Then there's the equipment. And it's about £2.5 a year, £2,500 a year.
And what
Actually,
sort
that's
of?
not bad.
Yeah, but what sort of guaranteed is there on payouts?
Yeah, yeah.
This is done through performance, film and media insurance. They are freaking brilliant. They're about a third, half to a third of the price of anyone else that's doing it because they specialise in this, and that includes, things like production insurance. So if a computer blew up with only footage on it, or we lost something, but someone was ill.
Yeah.
Then it covers each project I'm working on location and in post-pro, and then there's a producer indemnity, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And the fact that we have other people's kit in here from time to time, so synths and cameras and God knows what else. So it has to cover everything really. Pain in the ass, but what can you do?
Peace of mind, innit? In the long run. Oh, we've got our new camera set up out the front of the house now. So we've got the back camera, and now we've got the front camera.
I've just got some cameras.
And the night vision on it is incredible.
But
we've got to try and figure out now how we have motion sensor on the back one, but not on the front one. Because the amount of people walking back from the pub and cars going by.
Sure.
This thing's going, what? It won't keep still.
I just got a pair of these.
Easy
there, sunshine. Yay!
Wireless.
Well. Hey, Dave.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Hello.
Bonjour. Oh no, it's bonsoir. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Got no idea.
Mercy buckets.
Watch your mush.
He's got a fake Clio. That's not Clio. Is your mic on?
We can't hear you, actually.
Shh. Oh, I see. Okay. You're at work.
No idea who he's got.
So what cameras are those, Rob?
These are nothing special. They're blinks.
And
the
they're
blink
gone.
stuff is good.
Yeah. They're just the wireless battery powered, lithium
nice.
powered. So there's one. I've got two of those with all the mounts and what have you. And then I've got the doorbell one as well. And that was Amazon Prime.
An FM camera?
Should have been 215. 87.
Dave must be using a Mac because it was working perfectly the last time he had it turned on. Yeah. Yeah.
I made the stupid mistake of using cheap Chinese open protocol cameras. So I've got like 3 different softwares on this screen here over there.
Yeah.
That just work differently for each camera. It's a major pain.
God.
I use those cheap ass Mokos Chinese cameras that are on Amazon. More like security cameras repurposed for other things.
Yeah.
They did the job though.
So that's my job this weekend.
So Mr. Spong.
Yes, sir.
I was going to ask you earlier when you were talking about the Polyvox and the 5-volt power supply. I'm a bit dense about these things, so I was sort of intrigued when you said you had to have a specific chip, or rather a pair of chips that emulated the one that was in there, which you weren't quite sure of, but kind of thought it might do this.
Yeah.
My kind of simplistic brain was, well, if you know that X volts is going in and you want to stick out smooth 5 volts, if you just put any chip that's generating that 5 volts, doesn't that provide? Isn't that the trick? What is it specifically that's different that you need to sort of take account of?
What's coming out of what pin? What's going into what pin? And their locations on the power supply board.
Yes, Cleo.
Because no schematics.
And
so
you
I have to
can't-
know.
And of course
so,
you can't measure it because they're dead.
Yeah, because it's not working. So, or worse still, the IC isn't in the board anymore because you're going to be putting another one in. So I could probably do a bit of trial and error and go through a whole tube of 25 LM301s, trying to get the right combination. But the time was just oozing away, and and the thing wasn't worth very much.
No, the reason I'm asking is there are often, older synths with power supplies that are Dodge. I was just wondering if there wasn't a way of. I mean, I can see what the problem is now, but I was just wondering if there wasn't a way to, in the absence of the original chip, to determine the track and therefore the power line it was powering and what each thing along there needed. But I guess you don't know until you.
No, the other aspect of it is that in some cases there could be like a feed voltage coming in to be amplified, and you don't know what that voltage is actually supposed to be, and it could be 5 volts too high or something like that, and then you put it in and it blows that chip, so you have to cure whatever's killed the chip. But then you'd have to know what it is supposed to be in the first place to know whether you've cured it or not. Like, for instance, right, one aspect of this power supply which had me bugged for a couple of hours was on most circuit boards on power supplies you have your diodes to give you your AC. So you have your bridge rectifier. It's either like a 4-leg one or it'll be the little 2-leg ones, right? Then you have a pair of them, one facing one way, one facing the other. So that way you get DC coming out. And normally what they do is they'll either show on the board a little print of the shape of that diode with a little white line telling you which end is the positive end. On Russian synths, they put the plus on the minus end.
Yeah.
And they put the diodes in backwards. I'm going, what? This is working fucking worse than it was to start with. What's going on here? Yeah. So in Russia, they go, no, the positive is the negative. Fight me for it. Eh?
So I have this guy.
Which
is, very Soviet Russian.
Yeah.
And I have the schematics for it, and it's exactly like that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a Russian thing. See, in Russia, it makes perfect sense to them. To everywhere else on the planet, you're going, why am I getting 18 volt on this 2 volt line? What's going on, man? Where, hey?
And when you open up a Polyvox, inside of it, is there another smaller one? And then inside of that, another smaller one?
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Yeah.
Who's getting smooth?
Oh. So yeah, I could have done with knowing that beforehand, I must admit.
Yeah.
So I had my main smoothing caps going like that across the workshop. Go, well, that can't be good. So that was a brand new cap as well.
It's when they spiral. They do that.
Yeah. Or one only half-assed did it, and it just went like that, and it just left the rubber bit at the bottom, and it's just, I can't be bothered to go any further. But your cap's now twice as high as it was. Fucking thing.
Yeah.
Your camera and your sound went funny there, Kent.
Did it?
Your
Yeah,
camera
it zoomed in
on you.
actually, which I've never seen it do.
Did I do
Did the
that?
pinch? Yeah,
Getting getting Daleki again. It sounds like.
And
Okay.
yeah, and
Yeah, but it won't go back. Oh, there you go.
oh my god,
There you go. Second.
Look at your sample rate again.
what?
Ooh, scary.
Exfoliate. Right. Hydrate. Kill the doctor.
Kill the doctor.
Oh no, stairs.
Did they have the same actor doing the voice for that thing?
Yeah, it was all Kent.
Yeah, it was all me.
Yeah.
It was all me.
Just imagine that's the guy's role. Is you're the Dalek voice. You know.
Each sentence must go up in pitch as you finish the sentence.
Now it's talking after you. Awesome. Keep talking, Ken. I'm enjoying it.
I can't. I'm resetting it. Hang on.
Yeah, you're good.
I can't ever have funny fun. Cleo, you're very quiet. Okay.
Here we
There
go.
we go.
I love it when
Right
when you
on
reset
cue.
the we used to reset the sample rate on it, and it suddenly goes all blank and goes no device found. What?
Yeah.
There it is over there. Look.
I'm always in awe of people who have cats that respond to them, or or are any bit affectionate. Because I've always had cats that go, yeah. fuck
Yeah.
off."
Yes. Thank you. I've had 3 cats, and all of them go, "Hello, mate. How you doing?" Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm going to look over here now. Like that. It's like,
Oh, can you not jump? What's up? Oh, I got you. Get those claws out. I mean, in. Jesus.
Yeah, you see these whatever
Claws.
Twitter or TikTok stuff of cats that talk or do tricks.
Yeah. Can you
Mine
see
never.
these paws? Look at them. Hold on. Look at that paw.
Oh yeah.
See, my cat would have taken a
There
swipe
we
at
go.
me.
Look at that thing. I gotta get a
Wow.
white background. There it is. Oh, right there. Look
Jeez,
at
on
that
bread.
thing. She's got her big thumb.
Yeah.
She's purring. She likes it.
Perry.
I would have had a scar on my forehead if I did that to my any of my cats.
Oh, she's got a massive dew claw there. Look at that.
Cats with opposable thumbs. Isn't that dangerous?
Oh.
They can use weapons.
Yeah.
It's a serious dew claw.
Yeah.
They've been keeping that from us for
Yeah.
centuries.
So cool.
Building up the arms. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thumbs.
Yeah.
An army of thumbed cats are all.
They use that to pry open your mouth when they're stealing your breath while you sleep.
You're gonna take on the TARDIS, whatever. Cats.
Here's something to think about. When that comet struck the Earth and killed all the dinosaurs, wiped them out, it's actually one stone killed all the birds. Yeah, think about that.
I saw something this week where some physicists are now saying that it wasn't a meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs. It was a fundamental
CS18.
change. It was a
COVID-1.
fundamental change in one of the laws of physics.
All right.
But I think-
DX7.
yeah.
Sorry.
Somebody played a bell sound from it. So fundamentally changed the laws.
Etude bell sound.
Fundamental
clitoris
change
patch.
in the laws of physics.
Yeah, I know. It was just like no, this is too much for me.
Wait a minute. Wasn't there this thing about you can't change the laws of physics? Captain?
We
Yeah.
have laws of physics. Nature
Scotty, said
doesn't
Scotty.
have laws of physics.
Yeah.
You can't.
I'm just a fucking messenger here. You know. Let me find
Praise
out.
the Lord.
Let me find out.
Was it written in the bathroom somewhere?
Yeah, the constants are only constant until they do some more
It was on
research
the
and find it's
internet.
changed.
It must be.
So,
It must be true.
Was it in brown crayon?
With the phone number.
For a good time.
Right, here you go. Here you go. A
Come on.
change in the physics of the universe killed off the dinosaurs. A professor of physics suggests.
So all the dinosaurs in the universe.
So I'm just trying to.
Or is he not putting his face up for that?
As opposed to what the science suggests now, having studied it for. Fundamental.
A professor of the University of Ioannina in Greece has a theory that he believes reconciles the discrepancies in the expansion rates gained from each measurement method, and as a bonus, wipes out the dinosaurs to boot. Physical mechanisms that could induce an ultra-late gravitational transition include a first-order scalar tensor theory phase transition from an early false vacuum corresponding to the measured value of the
Oh, yeah, that makes
cosmological
sense.
constant to a new vacuum with lower or zero vacuum energy, he
Yeah,
writes
fair
in
enough,
his
yeah.
paper.
I'll have what he's smoking. Yeah, that's
Right. So
vacuum a lot.
So not changes in physics, but changes in the physical presence of the universe.
As stated on Twitter.
A change in the physics of the universe killed off.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
in a flat Earth blog as well, so that's interesting.
So basically, the shockwave killed the dinosaurs, is what he's saying there.
In principle, a change in gravity would affect the dynamics of the Oort cloud, leading to collisions between comets that could then put some of them on trajectories towards the inner solar system.
Yeah.
So
there
it's
is
still
no
a comet.
geological evidence to believe this is the case, pointing out that the something impact with Earth that killed the dinosaurs was an asteroid, not an icy comet, as you expect from a body sent our way from the Oort cloud, which only 1 in every 25 objects is expected to be an asteroid. I don't know. It got very complicated.
I mean, I don't have any evidence to refute that.
I mean, the Oort cloud is a known thing, but it's not really that well known. So, you can have your own ideas about the Oort cloud, I suppose, but it's
still a big rock that landed.
Yeah.
Or
I
whatever,
need to.
ice
I
or
need to
whatever.
see that. I need to see
Allegedly.
that.
Everything got killed.
Nobody was there
That
to
was
see
the
it.
real.
Yeah.
that's
Need to
the
see
real
it's working out.
It's about the death and destruction.
I
Not
would
just
have been there, but
highfalutin theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're drowning.
Those
He's describing the
analog
water.
systems are tough.
Yeah. Well, this is it.
I like
would
the
have
far
been there,
side
but I
of
was
why the
down the pub.
dinosaurs went extinct and they're all smoking.
Maybe they're hiding. Maybe this is the biggest game of peekaboo in the entire universe.
There's
And
just
sometime soon they're going to go,
They
Beebo!
just got on the spaceships and went home.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that would be awesome. They just start coming out. As long as it happens like in Europe, cool.
It
They're
always
only here
happens
for
in
a
America,
picnic.
doesn't it? All of these big global events always happen in America and in the movies.
I was going to say, yeah, it should happen in America.
See, even
That's-
God
that's
hates
fair.
them.
I didn't know they made movies other places. So I was like 41, and I was like, wow.
Well, I mean, the Yucatan is Central America. It's not quite. Yeah.
Like if you watch all the films, we're still playing the accordions here
Yeah,
in Europe.
me neither, Cleo. Me neither.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing.
Find the most inappropriate comment and go with that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Cleo, I'm not sure if she's agreeing there or not.
No.
She enjoys it. She enjoys banter.
Look at her, look at it.
Look at her looking at me.
Someone broke my drink.
Oh no.
Right.
There's only 5 people that could have done it.
Yeah.
Don't break it.
Cupid stunt.
I'm going to
Right.
go and repair it. I'll be right back.
It's just keep that little clip.
Didn't we just do this like 5 minutes ago?
Possibly.
Ken, I meant to ask you actually, as you know, like you're
Oh, he came
fairly
back. Oh,
experienced now in
What
analog
we could
stuff.
talk about.
Yeah.
Which one do you find true old technology, assumed, but which
Yeah.
one do you find easier to fix, analog or digital systems?
Analog.
Really?
So they're
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have expected that. Yeah.
Because you get to see everything that's going on.
Sure.
Yeah.
But on at a microscopic level, if you like, as opposed to
Like logic
digital, where you
probes
have
and
a
stuff?
Well, yeah. Well, you know, when you get a big IC that is performing many tasks simultaneously, and there's many avenues you've got to look at. Whereas in analog circuitry, it's very easy because everything's laid out. The front panel will tell you what the problem is, where in the sense the problem is, and you can go straight to it without any test equipment at all, you know. And you can go to that section, and then you see what's there, and there'll be components that you know are likely to go, and you can look at them first. And 9 times out of 10, if there's a tout there, for instance, you go, oh, right, let's see if you shorted. Beep. Yes, you fucking have. Out you come. New tout goes in, and hey, and it boots up. 9 times out of 10, it'll be like that.
Or you can just see it, right? Like a bulging cap or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you very rarely see a bulging cap in a.
It's already popped.
Weirdly, yeah. Well, you get fucking leaking. That's that's a nightmare. But yeah, you'll have, for instance, 4011 and 4013 ICs and 4069s go 100 times more than a 4051 or a 4032 or a whatever. You have these suspects immediately.
Sure.
So you have these usual suspects that you can always go to. If a filter's not working and it's got an LM3700 in it, yeah, right, out you come.
Yeah, but that's down to experience. Then you just happen to know that these things go first, or are likely to go before anything else.
Yeah, but for instance, if the filter's gone in, all right, you get no filter response from something like, say, the Hydrasynth, right? Okay, which part of that chip takes care of the filter? So, I mean, and
is there no schematics for? See, that's
Well, yeah. The other thing is, it's very hard to get schematics for anything new.
Oh yeah,
they don't want anybody knowing how it's built.
Yeah, but I'm assuming that says I'm talking about like true old tech, which typically would come with either off-the-shelf stuff or stuff that's probably documented by now.
There are techs that are happy in both camps. And use the same disciplines equally. But I've always been sort of more interested in analog. That's where I did me learning. I had to learn some digital because you're getting machines coming in that were had a lot of digital in them. It may be old digital, which in itself is a different discipline to modern digital, as you well know.
Yeah.
So, for instance, if there's a problem on the CPU board of a Jupiter 8 or a Memory Moog or an OB8, there's just. But even then, you go, you know what? Those processors, they're made of cement, mate. It ain't going to be that. Let's move on.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
You know, that kind of thing, without even taking a test probe out. You know. But even then, there'll be something like there'll be a 74 LS 174, and you go, well, we know what they're like when they're 40 years old. Buy new one in. Oh, look, it's working. So sometimes it's not even the fact of whether it's digital or it's analog. It all comes back down to that. What are the most likely ICs to pop?
Down to experience. No, you
find out everything is working though. All the usual suspects are actually working.
Fuck.
You go, fuck it, I've got to go and get me your oscilloscope now, have I? Jesus.
Yeah.
And start doing some tracing and stuff like that.
No, I'm fine. The reason I'm asking is I'm finding myself in a similar situation with repairing CRT monitor chassis.
Yeah.
These guys.
Oh yes, them.
And I'm learning exactly what you said. What is more likely to go first?
Yeah.
What is likely to fail and that kind of stuff. Not necessarily caps, as people would assume in general.
No, that's right.
Coils, transformers, things like that.
Yeah. The one thing I've always been aware of with working on CRT is you've got to be careful that it doesn't try to kill you.
Well, there is 20,000 volts going
Yeah,
through the
yeah.
anode
He's
cup.
Yeah.
We don't go in there wearing rings and watches. Put it that
No,
way. Yeah.
but when it's do you know what the thing that would actually hurt you pretty bad is those big caps here.
Yeah. Yeah, they can hold
the anode cup.
about 400 volt in it, and they can hold.
Yeah, the anode cup will actually, it's 20,000 volts, and it's like you're getting zapped or tased.
Yeah, taste.
Fine.
Momentarily, yeah.
You get a shock, and it's happened to me, and it's not pleasant, but it's fine. But those big caps will hurt you.
Well, it's like
pretty
every
bad.
time I worked on a Korg Prophecy, I used to get electrocuted with them.
Yeah.
Every time, because you put that bloody power supply down and
Yeah,
come back to
anything
it
with
a week later.
Yeah, mains
You
power
just
supply.
You just pick it up and you go.
Like a shock charge. You just got to throw it in there.
Yeah, you think I would have dissipated by now.
No,
No.
I think those chassis, like the 20,000 volt stuff, I think it's unpleasant, but it's not what's going to kill you on those things. It's actually the power supply.
Yeah.
Caps, and you probably have those in Sense as well, obviously.
Not that kind of size, no.
Yeah.
I mean, even the big ones that are in the 80, I think they're 10,000 UF at 35 volt.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay.
But they dissipate like that.
Yeah, that's 400
That would be a
volts.
good YouTube thing. Most dangerous synths. You know.
Yeah.
Go through.
Oh yeah.
At the moment,
I mean,
Korg Prophecy.
seriously, you know.
Yeah. Korg
Don't worry,
Prophecy.
I'm not doing it.
I tell you what's dangerous about memory modes. When you open them up, the mains fuses are by the keyboard, and 9 times out of 10 they're just laying there completely exposed. If you touch them, that's your 240 up your arm.
Oh jeez.
Well, I found out
Yeah,
the hard
there's-
way with cars in high school. I was trying to change a fuse in my '73 Chevy
Mm-hmm.
with a fucking pocket knife, as in like an idiot, and I bridged the gap, and the tip of my knife went white hot.
Yeah.
Didn't burn me, luckily. It made the shortest path on the knife, and I dropped my knife, and the fucking tip was burned off.
Yeah.
just from the coil power and the turned off car. It was shocking.
Yeah.
Literally.
Like say in the film, it's not the volts that get you, it's the amps.
Yeah. It was scary.
Or the man with the bazooka pointing at you. That
Yeah.
gets you. That gets
Yeah,
you.
every time.
It's so much fun.
When I
though.
was a kid, we used to do welding on our mopeds, the mobilette.
Yeah.
We used to do welding on those with old discarded car batteries, 12-volt batteries, and we'd
So
weld stuff with it.
TIG welding, sort of.
Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
think about it. It's a 12-volt battery. It's not the voltage. It's the amperage that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what makes you jump.
These things are killers. Like people don't.
Well, plus this
realize.
is going through the coil in the car, so it's going up to 12,000 volts plus whatever amperes. So it's.
I mean, I don't know. You probably can't see this, but I'm absolutely scarred to bits. I don't know. It might not show up. Hang on.
You do look a bit rough.
Where is it? You see all these white dots?
Yeah.
All that scarring.
Jeez.
That's on both arms. That is.
Yeah, you should get some fresh needles.
MIG welding.
There you go.
No,
yeah.
welding.
Yeah,
Welding. Not
when I was a panel beater, MIG welding, mate.
Oh,
You're putting a new chassis leg on a Ford Sierra, and these little hot bits of metal, and they fall on the skin, and then they go, "Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to burrow into
Yeah.
the skin," and you just go, "Oh, you bastard!"
I
and
learned
after,
the hard way.
Yeah, after a few years, you just end up. So every time I get suntanned, you go slightly brown.
Nasty. That must be
Yeah, and I
nasty.
look like I've got this
I mean,
sort of
I've
disease.
My first experience trying MIG welding, I was wearing sandals, and this is a mistake I'll never make. ever
Yeah.
again.
Oh yeah. It's a good one. That is.
I was wearing sandals the first time I chopped wood.
Oh.
It didn't go that well. In fact, no, I was wearing slippers.
Oh.
I was wearing slippers, and I went to hospital, and they had to dig the fuzz from the slipper material out of the axe wound.
Do you know what?
Really funny.
I've only seen it the once. I never want to see it again. At the time, back in late 70s, just very very last year of the 70s, going into the 80s, it was still acceptable by law and by insurance companies to braze panels on with oxyacetylene. So you weld them on that way rather than use spot welding or MIG welding. And you have these huge gas bottles, one of argon, one of oxygen, acetylene, sorry, and oxygen. And we had one of these gas bottles, an oxygen bottle, tip over, snap the nozzle off it, fly across the workshop and went straight through a brick wall.
That's a big cap.
Yep.
That's a big cap.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Do you know what else has a cap that big? Rhodes Chroma. Rhodes Chroma.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one single one for the 5-volt line.
You find those on giant big blue caps on the Atari arcade machines.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
And there's more than one.
Oh, there's more than one. Yeah, no, the Chroma only has the one. Yeah, I've had a customer say, "Can you change that cap?" I go, "For what? A brick?" I said, that cap's not going to go, mate, ever.
We had bigger ones than that, heat exchangers for lasers at work, and when one of those would pop, they'd have to, the whole bottom floor would stink.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've eaten meals like that before.
It was something like that.
Wow.
There is that smell from caps that just
nasty.
Yeah, they're really
the oil. Yeah.
Did you say from cats?
Cats.
No.
Cats too.
Oh, okay.
No.
I wanted to clarify that.
No, cat litter box is pretty awesome too.
Stand down.
You know, I've got two, Dave.
Well, I got a poo bag in the garden that would make you change your mind.
An
about how
exploded
bad
cat.
Defend Cleo's honor.
I saw a cat go pop, an actual meowing cat go pop.
Oh dear.
When I was a young kid.
Yeah.
Correct.
I used to live in this village called Blowfield, which is about 7 miles outside of Norwich.
It's
And
not
the
getting better, is it?
A47 the A47.
Flip it up.
Wrong voltages, was it?
The A47 ran, from Norwich to Yarmouth. Well, actually, it went from the Midlands to Yarmouth. It used to go through the thing.
Story.
I used to get all the Norfolk line lorries.
Yeah.
And we were waiting to cross the road to go to school one morning, and this cat was running down the side on the path, and then just eventually just went off the curb into the road right in front of a lorry, and the lorry just went over it from back to front, and everything just went.
Oh dear.
Toothpaste,
Right.
Yeah, it was horrible. Sorry, Cleo. Sorry.
Hopefully that was quick.
Yeah. Well, yes, I think
crap.
it was. But yeah.
But there was something on Facebook yesterday. They were talking about some guys just being jailed for torturing kittens
Oh, for fuck's sake.
repeatedly.
Oh,
Cunts.
I mean,
Why?
answer one thing, but Jesus.
And
Why?
No,
I
I
don't
don't know.
What? I mean,
Just for the record.
Yeah, over a period of hours, and
Well, as they say, that's precursor to serial killer behavior. So
yeah. Well, it
good
was
they
in
caught him
America.
dead.
It was in America. The guy got a good, got a good
Throw that in
sentence.
there.
No, because the comment I made was, I said, fortunately, we're not allowed guns in the UK because he would be found in a skip the next day.
Oh, sure.
Whoever caught up with that.
like Swiss
fucker.
cheese.
That's why the American bit, because otherwise it sort of would make sense. Go, well, which country is he talking about? Because it could be any country. Because
Although
not the
we're-
only
we're-
country with guns, is it?
We're catching up on the we're not so bad with guns thing. So we're getting there.
Oh God, well, there's stories all the time, isn't there, Andy? This guy.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Two kids, I guess, broke into his car, and he went out there, and they broke into his car. Okay, and he ended up killing one, and I don't know if the other one's going to make it. It's like, dude, really?
Well, there was a Burger King down the road about 30 years ago. A guy who's mad his girlfriend broke up with him. He found her at the drive-in at the Burger King, and with a shotgun blew her and her mother away in the pickup line at the to go at the Burger King. So isn't that lovely?
Yeah, but the thing is,
no, it's not. But
something horrific could happen here, but it's a meat cleaver, or it's a baseball bat, or it's
Yeah, I heard
a
Australia has a
car.
lot of knife action.
Yeah, and
something
it's sort of like that
civilized.
just goes over the head.
Civilized.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, it's sort of like it doesn't have the impact that guy burst in and.
But the knives are more personal. It's even, because you're up and close and.
I think that people with guns there is a disassociation between the act of shooting, because it's not, although you're pulling the trigger, the bullet
It's not
flies out.
personal.
There's no physical contact between
Yeah,
you
it's
and
not
the
personal
person,
like
you
that.
know.
Yeah.
So there's a distance. It's kind of sociopathic almost, and
I see your point. Yeah.
it's a really odd thing. It's a really odd thing, and I think most societies tend towards that kind of behaviour,
When they can,
given
right? Yeah.
given that they have that many guns. Anywhere that has a lot of guns, like we're seeing now in which country is it in Africa that's oh Jesus, it's getting really, really bad out there.
Well, it depends on what day of the week it is. There's always
No,
there's one country in America,
there's
in
another
Africa that's kicking off.
No, there's one in particular.
Angola.
No, it's hitting the headlines at the moment, where there was a genocide 20 years ago. Is it Sierra Leone?
Oh yeah.
And it's happening again, and it's because there are so many guns that have flooded into the country that young boys, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old boys are being recruited as militia by religious fanatics who then pick on another tribe, a different tribe.
Yeah.
And their first and only thing, when you're 12 or 13, your hormones are through the roof. You just, and pretty much what's really funny is they did a story about it, which I saw a couple of days ago, where they were interviewing those that had been young boys in the previous genocide. Hundreds of thousands died, and they were all deeply scarred by the fact that they'd done that. When they got older, they were really deeply scarred, really badly affected, and they couldn't quite reconcile that they'd done that.
I mean, hell, most soldiers doing just regular war stuff come back, and they can't blend into society.
No.
And that was sanctioned, right?
It was sanctioned, and there are theoretically rules of engagement, etc., etc. So
yeah, and they're
it's
still
an
screwed up.
But it's
it's
still
an
like
odd
you said,
thing.
dissociative, yeah.
And on
So
that
the
tune,
presence of a
I'm off,
large
guys.
number. Sorry.
Yeah, time to drink some more.
See you later,
See you
Rob.
tomorrow. Take
Oh, I
care.
did.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you
You're off
Send
tomorrow.
send over the things.
There's not much to talk about. Well, apart from the obvious.
Did you see the Behringer thing?
The Behringer thing.
Well,
There
what
was
they've
an
done
ad,
now.
they put out an advert for someone to write an app for the Poly 800 because they can't find anyone to write an app, so they're just asking.
Man.
They just put a post on Facebook saying if anyone can write an app for the Poly 800 to give it remote control or whatever.
$500.
I had
Reply
to write
here.
an article for Gear News this week on Behringer, and I did it under so much duress, but I did it, and I think I managed to keep it fairly polite and civil. There's only so many times you can use quotation fingers or quotations in a piece
Yeah.
when you're being sarcastic. And it just gets a bit boring and repetitive. But anyway, yes, I'll send over what I have, and I will see you all tomorrow.
All right, darling.
Take care.
Yeah.
Good night, big boy.
All right.
See you later. Bye. Gosh. Yeah.
Oh, he's got the water wanker button, hasn't
Oh,
Oh.
Do the fart sound.
Oh,
There,
wanker.
that's good enough.
he? Yeah.
what a wanker!
That's better.
How is that still funny?
I don't know. Farts are funny because technically we're all 4-year-olds underneath. Oh, well, I don't know how underneath my 4-year-old is, but
So Andrew, but I was trying to be a good boy, not buying stuff, but I also fell victim to the Sonicware thing.
Oh, did
So-
you?
Yeah, so we'll get that. I guess we get
could've-
November, something like that.
Yeah, I didn't realise how long it was going to take to turn up, but yeah, November, and it's just going to be cool to be able to have something that I can stick in my rucksack and do that stuff with, and I'm looking forward to it. I love working in constrained systems to both author, program, and play. You know, when you're in a constrained system, you work harder,
Yeah.
and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really took the OP1 concept much further. When I inspected it further, I'm like, it's a hell of a lot better than the first version of the ELZ, and they added some cool new stuff, 4-part looper and
That's
all
what
kinds
I
of stuff.
love.
So yeah, and external looper too. It take external stuff in as well, which is really cool.
Yeah,
So
that's super cool.
I
resisted
I'm
it.
just going to rebound on what you were saying there, Andrew. But the confined system or anything that has limitation, I just thrive under it. I absolutely love it.
Me too.
And I find a lot from what I do online and the channel and all that. I find a lot of men and women of my age have the same reaction to limitations. They just
32.
They get more
Yeah.
creative.
28.
But is it a generational thing?
I
'Cause
don't-
a lot of younger people actually get equally creative with something that is sort of limitless.
The problem with younger generations now.
I don't think it's a
not-
problem. I think it's just their approach to things.
The problem for them is
Yeah.
that
Good.
everything is available on pretty much any device, pretty much all the time, pretty much for nothing. So they're not used to working in constrained systems.
Yeah.
So when they're faced with doing something, we have this. We mentor people. We're bringing people through. We do a lot of mentoring, and I do a lot of stuff around sound and synthesis and audio as well as video and all that stuff. And when you actually give someone something and say, this is it, this is what you've got to play with, you've got to come up with something from just this, and you give them a really limited tool set, you limit the polyphony, you limit what they're able to do, they come up, they will disappear down the rabbit hole for much, much longer and be more focused than if you give them everything. If you give them everything, they just kind of, well, they either freeze or they do the same thing that everyone else does. A couple of loops, couple of blom, 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 done. Something sounding amazing because it does, but it sounds like everyone else is amazing. It's a default vanilla amazing. Whereas if you force them into a limited environment, they actually thrive. So it's just about what we're used to. I've often deliberately limited what I do. So I've for a long while now I've stopped using MIDI, recording MIDI. I do record it, but I don't use it as to edit. I just in case I forget something. But essentially, I record something that I play, and if I don't play it well enough, I do it again, and I do it again, and that's when the happy accidents happen.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. But that's a good point. I think are they as inclined to create limitations in their systems because they understand the benefits?
Why would you if you've not had that? I mean, where it happens, where it does work for younger sort of younger people, is when they're faced with a guitar without a lot of effects pedals, and the first thing is to plug it in either to their computer or their smartphone or iPad or something. But if you just give them a guitar or an acoustic guitar and that's what they play, they become amazingly inventive.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think any of us would question that the creativity is not there. It's how they're going about getting where they want to go, and are they, again, do we lose?
But is it that, or is it that it's not a generational thing at all? It's just being able to have all this stuff available. Since I've been able to have anything I want, I've become so uncreative.
Yeah. So my point was actually going to be more that in the sense that I find that I thrive under limitations because I don't get I don't get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of choices, and I've found that the younger generation actually is very good at not letting itself get overwhelmed by the choices and actually being the younger kids were able to actually pick and choose exactly what it is they wanted and work within those parameters. but actually at not letting themselves be overwhelmed by the sheer amount of choices that is presented to them, which is something I can't do. If I have too much choice, I freeze up, and I can't work.
I think what's interesting there as well, though, is the reference points. When we have youngsters coming through, their reference points for music. So we tend to want to make the music we hear, right? That's the first point. That's the first starting point. We tend to want to make the music we hear or that we're listening to. We want to sound like something. We want to create that sort of groove, that thing. Mm-hmm. And the reference points are all very, very similar. You know, there are lots of genres, but they all start with the reference points in the genre they like, and so they already know what to do. That's no different for any of us, and at different times that's been the case.
Especially when you're young.
Especially when you're young. And I think the difference is we didn't have a choice growing up about how we were constrained because we simply couldn't afford it. The tape wasn't there. We had to, I still remember running tapes around studios to get that looping big long effecty thing, turning stuff back to front. I did all of that shit, and it was brilliant because it forced you to really think through, am I going to waste an hour and a half or 2 hours doing this, or
sometimes you did.
Can I? Yeah, sometimes, but actually less so, because you always came up with something from it, because a day would disappear. And if you were doing studio time and you it was your first time in a studio or something like that, it was expensive, so you kind of had to make things work. I don't think those choices are ones that necessarily some younger people know that they have to constrain themselves, to say, I am going to do it this way. I'm not going to use a digital reverb. I'm going to use a room sound. I'm going to put some mics up. And really shitty PZM mics. And I'm going to use a compressor to compress it down so I can boost the length of the tail, and I'm going to create my own reverb.
I think it's got to be really difficult to have all those choices at the get-go. When I look at what they've got to deal with, because but I always believe too that there's something they've lost even with the gains. And I just believe that fundamentally as a person. It's never just... So think about... This is the thing I thought about, and I won't go on too much. We bought... I heard somebody go, yeah, I remember you bought the $10 CD, and then 3 songs in, you hated it. The difference was, for me, I still listen to it. And I listen to it a lot, even if I didn't like it, because it was the only daggone thing I was going to listen to, have new for the next, I don't know, it could be a month or two, right? And you were almost forced to kind of like push past this initial preconceived notions that were so easy. Oh, I hate it.
And also with that kind of mentality, if you bought a CD because you heard one track and you loved it, and the rest of it wasn't at all your thing, you would listen to it because guess what? It was programmed. It was done in a way where it was made so that you listened to one track, then it was done in a particular way. It either had a concept or something else. So there were other ways of engaging with it. So even if you didn't like it, you would, as you say, put it back on again and try and find something about it you like. Because guess what? You spent your money on it, and you can't take it back if you don't like it.
It's just the reality of. That's just what happened for most people, and so for me, I'm really obsessed with that. What was the value there? Because I don't believe it's as simple as like, no, there was no value. I'm like, no, it's not. And then what do now the kids? Because they've got a ton of choice. They are not,
and they understand it. That was my point. I'm actually in awe of a lot of the younger generation. They actually know exactly what they have and when to use it, or what they need to achieve whatever their role. I'm still clueless as to what exactly I need to get that sound exactly. And for me, it's a lot of experimenting. It's a lot of trial and error. some things work, some things don't work, but you make them work because you have to, because you recorded them, like you were saying, Andrew. It's just that's what you're stuck with. You make it work, and that's your sound. But I just find a lot of the younger generation are far more deliberate in their choices and understanding of the technology. I'm in awe of that. I mean, absolutely.
No, I think you're right. That they are very deliberate, and they're probably more filtering about the kinds of sounds and the kinds of things they're going to bring into a song or a production or whatever they're doing. Track.
Yeah.
But does that hurt them? Does that hurt them?
Yeah. Are we missing some discovery or some unique sounds that would...
That's the point, right?
Yeah.
If you don't play in a cover band, right, and you aren't forced to play like these different styles, this is why I always believe bands are so wonderful, that you get thrown in these, when I was a drummer, I wasn't truly a session drummer because I couldn't play every style, but I was clearly forced into situations that I just was not in control, and I had to. And I actually started liking surf music and certain things, appreciating, actually. Well, anyways, I'll shut up. But
no. I think it's a good point. I mean, it's a different point, but it's a good point, and it's also perhaps some of the other stuff that's happened is. People that are younger than me, but aren't young people anymore, but people that are younger than me, really got to grips with the whole sort of workstation, rhythm box thing.
Yeah.
People go out live and do the EMOM thing all the time now, and they perform in different ways to us. It wasn't really possible, but I guess it kind of was, but we never thought of doing it. They just turn up. They're not worried about whether or not they are technically great keyboard players or whatever else, sort of drum, because they've got all these machines that can do it for them. But that doesn't mean
that's not the bar.
That doesn't mean that they're not performing in a way that is incisive, insightful, and meaningful, because they are. A lot of them are. There's some really good stuff out there.
No, and
really good stuff.
I agree that I think really what comes down, a lot of it comes down to how fearless, how confident, and how fearless they are as musicians, right? If they're willing to get up there and be fearless and make mistakes, put out their releases that aren't perfect. Because I'm the same way. Like even something like Hardware Jams, there's a few people on there who really just, man, they'll take some amazing chances with what they do. I can't really describe it because it's so all over the place. But I go, that cat is unique, like really unique.
Yeah.
Your other ones, I go, they're really good, but they're formulaic as hell, right? And it's okay. I'm not really judging them, because the thing about being formulaic is if you really dig into it, right, into all the little, whatever, let's say it's post-punk. If you really dig into it,
all the niches and corners of it,
it's fabulous. So, but that's you put yourself in a box, right? And I would say, be careful, right?
There's a band that I've been mentoring, a band sort of production team that I've been mentoring for a billion years, about, 15 years or so. And I ended up playing with them for a while as well, which was really good. It was a really good thing. Their take on stuff, the way they work, they use Ableton. They've had a bit of a hiatus, but they've just now sort of come back to doing stuff again live, or rather for film and TV. And as soon as they opened up the doors, they landed a BBC Sounds documentary about Banksy, and their music's all over it. Now the thing about them is, they don't have the depth of experience I do. They don't have the technological adeptness that I have. But my God, what they turn out is astonishing. I couldn't turn out what they're turning out, and it's brilliant. And it always makes me. Sometimes I'll listen to something they've done. They say, "Have a listen to this. What do you think, Andy?" And I gasp. I'm just kind of, where did that come from? And they're not frightened of mixing media either. Throwing in the voice samples, or bringing in a cellist to do something because they want to, and then using loops and stutters and all the Ableton stuff. Guitar, they just don't care, and they don't play any of the instruments brilliantly, but they make every single note count.
Yeah,
It's
really,
extraordinary.
It's really important.
It's extraordinary. Yeah,
it is.
That's what I mean. That wealth of option is not slowing them down in any way, which it freezes me up in a way.
Right. So maybe it's really just it's still ultimately about the individual and how they go about things.
But I think there's truly a generational gap there, as in we seem to thrive with limitations. This is truly where I do my best work. Whereas they don't.
Well, we were probably the first. Well, I'd say we, Kent and I, probably more so. The first generation for whom technology became part of the musical landscape. I mean, really became part of the musical landscape, where you could shape sound in the way that we can now. So we were the first of that generation. It's moved on such a long way.
Yeah, of course.
And it's I think that realization you don't have to be a maestro makes it work.
No, I mean, I think any of us that started bands, there was always that cat that came in that could barely, I had to use the word cat, pun intended, that would come in with barely any skill, but would add so much. Just how they approached it, kind of like the David Lee Roth syndrome. It's just like he leaves that band, and you just go back and you listen. And you go, guys, the guy was just a freaking artist.
And I think essentially.
Can I just
Yeah, do.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Hello.
I would say music is feeling. So if you've got any type of feeling, you don't have to be creating your 80s stars. In fact, I think that's... I mean, I'm terrible at creating 90s music. But if you're creating it... No, I'm slightly better than you, Andrew, I'd say. But you can go back to your 80s. But what I'm saying is, if you're creating a feeling...
Yeah.
That's all it's about. And
that's
it doesn't
true.
matter.
Yeah.
It's a feeling. Music is a feeling.
Oh,
you don't like a
of
sad,
course, yeah.
happy, a dance, and it doesn't really matter how successful you are. It's an expression of art, and that's it.
So the one thing I would add to that, Inky, because I wholeheartedly agree, my whole point is if you put yourself in a box, you almost constrain those feelings potentially too, right? Yeah. So that's why I'm very reticent of forms, because I think the feeling should drive the structure. And if it's, you know what I mean?
I tell you a story. I had to do an essay on genres of 90s music, which obviously is my favourite thing.
Grunge.
And I did this essay for a degree, and they had this bubble chart. It looked like the map of the universe. And I remember in the day there was about 4 or 5 genres. But people who weren't even there had created these genres, and it now looked like a map of the universe. There's only 2 genres. Do you like it or don't you? That's it. Doesn't matter whether it's 80s, 90s, 70s, 60s, or 2020s. Do you feel something for it? Do you like it? That's it.
I would actually, I know what you're saying there, but I think do you like it or don't you like it is a real simplification, because often people don't like something for all sorts of reasons, usually because they're not familiar with it. And if they, for whatever reason, find a way into it, they're introduced into a style of music, whether it's opera, rap, jazz.
Don't mention opera. Don't mention opera.
Exactly.
There you go.
Opera is something that
strike opera, please.
No.
Opera is something
Heavy
that
metal and opera are no go.
Don't you dare
is
scare
something
Inky
that
off.
some people absolutely adore, and if they are exposed to the right one at the right time in the right environment, they get it. You don't have to like every piece of opera, but you suddenly realise it has value and worth.
I would agree that I will listen to everything once. However, it doesn't mean I want to listen to it again. The point being is, if everybody makes the music they like, don't worry about who likes it. As long as you had emotion and feeling when you've made it. I mean, look at all the great artists in the world. Look at Van Gogh. He didn't get love while he was alive. He cut off his ear and all that. Yeah.
I would say I think our point was not so much about the end result, but more our admiration or lack of understanding on how we achieve that end result. It was
It's the emotion that you make it with. It doesn't. You shouldn't be if you're thinking about the end result and who's going to like it. You're already on a loser.
No,
and I agree. And I agree. It's different for a commercial value because for a film or a commercial value, but on a personal value, if you're making music for the end user, you've already lost the plot.
No, do you know what? I think that's absolutely right, Inky.
Yeah,
I think that's absolutely. Any sustained career or any sustained engagement with music over a lifetime is done not because you are making music for other people, but because you cannot envisage not making music for yourself. Right. That's it. That's the thing. And here's the thing. If you do make music for yourself and you make it from the heart to express something, then you will always find an audience for it. It may be small, but you will always find an audience. If you're doing something musical, you will always find an audience if it's something which you love and you can't not do.
Have you ever watched a video of David Bowie advice to young artists?
Yes. Yeah.
I watch that probably once every 6 months. I'm not young anymore, but I find it like thoroughly inspiring and just genuinely, just a brilliant moment of somebody else talking about why you should be playing music and in what context. Just Google it on YouTube or
send it me, Ollie.
It's a fabulous little segment of advice.
But also, you're talking about opera. Not opera is the same. I mean, Carmina Burana is incredibly powerful, so much so she's movie soundtracks and trailers.
That's personal choice, right? We all have a personal choice.
Oh,
so everybody here has a personal choice.
But it's not all the same. I can't just say opera's all the same.
No, I'm not saying opera's all the same. I will listen to heavy metal once. I will listen to an opera once. I'm not saying I'm going to listen to either of them again. But there are some I might like. But it's not my genre. But it doesn't... That doesn't come down to what I'm making or what you should be making. Everybody should make what makes their heart sing. And forget about the viewers. As soon as you start looking at... Unless it's commercial for a TV series or something like, which is a different spec.
Yeah, if you're making a living, you have to consider your audience, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, and that's already a constriction where you're going, oh my God, I've got to do this for that part, and that's already a problem.
I think
make music for yourselves.
I think the making music thing is one thing. Appreciating music in all its different forms, a bit like art or film or literature.
Yeah, you force yourself to expose to it.
Exactly.
You will start off with one particular genre, and you find it very difficult to get out that, and you may settle on one or several that you stay with for the rest of your life. But pushing outside of that always informs what you think about that whole area about literature, stepping outside, your particular, detective novels or sci-fi or Shakespeare or whatever. When you step outside of it, you become informed about other ways of writing and other ways of narrative and telling stories and whatever. Same with music, different genres of music. If you can say I don't like something, a particular genre, but you don't really know. Jazz is one of the hardest ones for a lot of people to get into, especially sort of modern jazz. It's very difficult, but there are things. There are things in there that once you learn them, you go, bloody hell, that chord, even though the timing and it sounds discordant, it resolves somehow, and you suddenly realise, shit, that's what Tamla Motown was about. That's all the chord shapes they're using there are that. It's jazz.
I absolutely love jazz if it comes back, and I absolutely don't watch techno at all. So I make techno, and I don't watch it at all. I watch modular. I watch anything from. So I've got a guy who's heavy hard metal wanting me to do a collab with him. I love watching everything that isn't me, because I know how to make the music I make, and I get the people who make the music I make, but I'm not learning from it. But there is a limit where I go, actually, I don't really like that, and I can't listen to it again. But I listen to everything once.
So my point with a lot of people misinterpret, and I believe what you say, Inky. I think when you're in the moment of creating, there shouldn't be too much thinking. It should be pouring the emotions. Hopefully you've got your technique. But I think it's okay that after you're done, just like when you listen to other artists, usually I may be analytical, but it's not critical in the way that maybe it can get misconstrued. It's critical because that's how I learn, right? I break it down. And if I say someone's formulaic, again, that's why I had to keep. It's not really a bad thing. I'm saying they're working in a form. I get what they're doing, right? And it's interesting to me. And then I look
just like a horror movie. If you want to make a horror movie, you better have some tropes for horror movies, right? So.
But I'm saying my point is that
we all form into those. We have those horrible. They're comfort zones. We all go a chord, a genre, this and that. So my new thing would be like, I want to get a guitar. I don't want to make like techno. I want to get a guitar and sing. But it's hard because you all have these comfort things, don't you? You all have a comfort zone.
But I think that's what makes Hardware Jams so brilliant, doesn't it? Like, it's just, people come on there as a freaking pizza wrap, And I was like,
one day you can make this, and one day I could make something that I never make.
But people
and nobody's going to go,
no,
hey, that is not what you usually make. That's terrible. And I'm going to go, I'm trying it out, and people try stuff out.
That's why I made that fart and burp
in the
jam
bigger
a year ago.
community. In the bigger community, you're not gonna. If you're good at something, you don't dare to make something completely different. You don't go, hey, I'm gonna make this guitar jam and I'm gonna sing and I'm gonna make some heavy metal Clash, whatever. You just go, no, I'll just be sticking to what I know and I can do. And that's kind of sensible, but it's nice to have a community like this, where we all are, where you can go, let's just experiment. It should be pouring your heart on a plate. One day I'm happy, one day I'm sad. Why shouldn't I do that? But I'm scared to. And we shouldn't be doing that. We should be going, emotion is music. Music is emotion. It's different if you're doing it for a film or in a professional sense where you've got a structure and you've got to go for. Otherwise, no, it's emotion, it's art.
It's emotion, and it's also analytical because it's mathematic for tempo and rhythms and chords and structure.
Yes,
so it's a little bit of both.
Yes, Andy, I've got A-level physics and maths, but still, it comes down to emotion.
Right, but if it's too emotional and has no form, then it's like, it's just...
I think the point everyone's
Yeah, I
making...
get that.
I think the point that where we started off with this discussion was about the process of making music and the process of how we engage with music. That's where we kind of started out. Is it different for us as possibly more senior musicians, or is it and is there do younger people make music in different ways?
I was surprised that younger musicians, now, again, we're getting into formulated things. Younger musicians, I went to university and I saw a couple of 17-year-olds making drum and bass sets. It's like, look, they're making 90s drum and bass sets. Why would they be doing that? So again, they're formulated, but if that's what they like doing, as long as people are doing what they love to do and experimenting, I don't think I'm not a big one of these younger generations aren't doing it all. You just got to find, like us all, in the whole universe of YouTube. There's only a few of us talking on this channel. And
I think we're expressing our...
there are a few young stars doing everything they want to. You just got to find them. You've got to find them.
Inky, I think we were just expressing our admiration for the younger generation to be able to find their way out of the web of options that is presented to them, whereas we tend to sort of relish in limiting ourselves to a few options. Like
We're the old gits stuck in the
No,
room.
I don't think that it was a situation
They're
of...
a bit more. They can be a bit more.
I think
fluid.
we're embracing.
Yes, OG. Sorry, I'm sorry. I was just joking.
Okay. We are all kids.
Well, also, I mean,
I agree.
remember the
I
old
agree.
days of Lego in the 70s. We had like 4 shapes and 5 colors, and you had to be creative as hell to get anything done. Talk about limitations.
I know.
Okay?
It's
Yeah, but they still have those limitations because
No, they have all kinds of
have
preformed shapes, and they have faces. and
they have so many options, then you get lost.
That's what I mean.
Never
That's
bought
the difference. Yeah.
I've never bought a VST in my life because once I realised I had to buy a VST, I looked at them all and went, "Oh my God, this is like I'm going to get lost." So good on them for the few that get through that.
some of them.
BS.
A lot of the young people I know, they are really trying to study a lot of. They want to know what a Prophet is. They want to know what an Oberheim is. They want to know a Moog. They are really trying to learn. They are just up against,
Plus, I mostly bought VSTs for stuff I couldn't afford in hardware. Right?
I don't like buying VSTs.
I'm not going to buy Moog modular, so I'll buy the hardware.
And now, remember when I was 19. You
Good night,
had to
gents,
go
and Inky. Good night. It's got to that time.
Good night.
Lovely to see.
Good night, mate.
Good to see
Drinks
you.
ran out.
See you tomorrow, Kent. Bye.
It is late.
Says you wrong.
I
Good
love
night,
VSTs.
Jim Rich. But when I was back in the day, you had ADEX, you had the hang around studios. You couldn't buy a rolling machine. You couldn't buy a studio. You had to hang around studios, and they didn't even have hardware in the studios. They just had a stack of ADAC. These guys, are finding a way through the VSTs and then getting into hardware. And I think we should definitely encourage the new generation. I don't think that it's like saying everybody in the 90s was crap, everybody in the 80s was crap. It's not right. It's not right.
It's not true.
These are our next generation, and we should be encouraging them and finding them.
I think for me, at the end of the day, you either have the fire within you to be that you want to take musical instruments and express yourself through that medium, or you don't, that everybody.
Well, David, do we encourage them, or do we say no? We know best, and this is the point.
No,
I don't know.
I'm an encourager. Personally, I'm an encourager. You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
Because
I'm with you.
Because I'm still learning, and I can learn from them. And I don't feel like I'm competing with them. I think that's the most essential. That's the most essential thing I could say. I don't feel any sort of competition, right? I'm just doing what I've always done. I'm just getting older. There's nothing I can.
Okay. Here's an idea. We have a good idea. It's called music, and then eventually we're all going to die. I'm sorry, but we are. Do we let music die out, or do we pass the baton to the next generation? That's all I'm saying. Secret little button going, you're doing well. You've stepped out the park where everybody's doing the same thing. You're doing your own thing, and it's pretty awesome. We should encourage you. That's my goal in life.
The difficult thing I found is I taught my niece what little I know of guitar, and she totally surpassed me. She practiced her ass off. She plays really well. She's very good, but then she's too shy to play. She won't play in public. She won't collab with me. I said, let's make a project. Let's do some cool shit.
I
can't do that.
You secretly have to fucking film it, don't you?
I did, but it didn't help.
Yeah. I hate that. I hate seeing it anymore.
They're still doing 2 years for that.
So I have to keep trying to get her out of her shell.
Yeah.
And because she's
You
talented.
have to secretly.
No, but then you do it surreptitiously, and then you're a jerk, right? So I'm trying to do it nicely.
No. You do it stealthily, and then you show her back.
I did.
You show
She
her
didn't like
back.
it. I did. It didn't work. It backfired.
Keep doing it. Keep doing it.
I gotta just work with her and get her out of her shell. She's just very shy.
Keep doing it.
You can't do it. You can just model the behavior, right?
Yeah.
And try to convey why.
Because she got immediately how fun guitar was for her. That's
How
her
old is she?
mindset.
How old is she?
Now she's just graduated college last year, so she grew up pretty damn
My
fast.
daughter did music for about 3 months and then went back to art. I'm good. So you know what I mean.
Well, that's the thing. My niece is good at art, so I figured she'd be out of her shell for that. She'd do it for music, but she's more into the art part.
She's probably
My daughter won't even create an album fucking cover for me, and she's brilliant at art.
Yeah.
She wants me to pay her now. I mean,
There you go.
Come on.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. That's not. I don't know. At some point, I remember I was teaching a little boy drums, and I tell the story, and he looked at me at one point. I was helping out his dad. He was like, "Well, why should I do this?" And I honestly, I just kind of muttered like, "Man, I don't know what to tell you, dude." I just wanted to do it, right? I wanted to do it so bad, right?
Yeah.
I did it wrong, right? And then I was just like, I'm not the teacher for you. I can't. I just literally, that was the last class. I was like, I can't do that. If it's like, I want to teach somebody.
To be honest, if you're not trying to teach the next generation something, anybody, not you, just your daughter or your son or whatever, if you're not trying to press on the button, what we're going to do? We're all going to die. And
Gotta take care of us.
it's not just a music thing.
No, it's not.
It's a vibe love thing.
It's
in my opinion.
It's the natural progression of things. People,
Yeah.
anyone that is competing with anyone, really, you know what I mean? Especially,
Anybody who's competing from our age to a younger person is losing immediately, Dave.
Not taking
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think the main thing with young people is just not to try to get way above them. You know, just come down, right? Listen, and try to find some commonality. And music is the commonality. That's it.
They are the future.
Yeah.
And
still the future.
If you want the love of music and the vibe, fuck off, Kent.
I want to be the future.
If you want the love and the vibe to carry on, you must carry it on. And ignore Kent because he's got a waving roaming camera there.
You can't take him seriously.
His dogs are not going to have kids.
Dale, yeah, he's got the
He's
TARDIS
kids,
thing.
so, you know what I mean? Just ignore him.
I got a Mustang, you can all fuck off.
One of my dilemmas with my niece, though.
He would have rolled the race when I was 18.
CSH are going to have kids, and they're going to be like dogs on roller skaters, but they can't quite have the paws to play the CSNT yet. That's what's going to happen.
funny
You
thing
need to
about my
work on
niece-
the evolution.
When I taught my niece the guitar stuff, she immediately gravitated toward Taylor Swift, and I can't fucking stand Taylor Swift. So I was trying to get her to play more of the stuff that I like, and she wanted Taylor Swift.
No comment, no comment.
Come on, why would you not Taylor?
I hate Taylor Swift.
Hate her?
Yes.
She's gonna write a song about you. She's gonna write a song about you.
Yeah, exactly. You do her wrong, she writes a song about you, right? There you go.
Let her go, and then see when she comes back like a yo-yo. For fuck's sake,
She just got more into art. She does a lot of graphic art stuff and painting and stuff. So,
Taylor Swift is not cool. She's a bit weird.
No, she's a mess. But it
She's a bit of an-
did get my niece into guitar more, which was good. That was the good part.
I'm weird. I can't fault anybody for that.
We can't fault anyone for being actually very successful, but we
Oh, she's
can
super
fault them for.
successful.
But we can fault them for people who make songs about ex-lovers.
Same thing with Justin Bieber. Can't stand that guy either, but he's very successful. You know.
I
No,
guess.
the people I don't like who are successful, or who are people who make tracks about, and you know they are making tracks about the ex-lovers they've had. I mean, there's a few, isn't there? There's a few, and you go, I get it, but you don't need to have to make it so obvious. You know what I mean? Just
Well,
make a
I mean
sad
that's her
track.
creativity, right? That's what all she can write about.
She's a narc. Sorry. Oops. I spilled.
I don't know. I'm not gonna be on this Taylor hate now. I can't handle it.
Sorry, she's a bit of a weird.
Yeah, I know. I'm not.
And it's pop music too. I'm not really, I like 80s pop, but I don't like
Let's
modern.
get on the pop music.
I think Taylor could run into that studio and blow your mind with her talent. But
Kent, play something, and BJ, Ollie, Kent's going to play something. BJ's going to join in, and so are you, Dave. Come on, because I've heard you. Come on.
Oh, just like that.
Oh, they get the hamburger off
Come on.
the wall. Play the hamburger.
that's a lot of pressure.
Come on, let's have some. I'm in my kitchen. I can't fucking play anything.
I literally don't have an instrument. Let's see what happens. I might sing.
Sing some Taylor Swift.
Let Swift go. Let Swift go.
I don't really know many of her songs. Isn't Bad Blood?
Dave, you just Dave, Dave, get on with it. There's loads of sense next to you. I heard you. Okay? Stop being a lightweight.
Hydra.
Hydra. Come on. Right, Kate, you start it off. VG Ollie's gone for a wee.
I'm not.
We know. Ollie's got. He's got the. He pulls out one of those things.
Let's go. Come on, you three. Come on.
He's the one-man band.
Dave, stop talking. Stop fucking wasting time. Turn on the synth. Get on with it.
Inky's being the producer from hell. Isn't it?
Wow.
VG's on. VG's on. And now, Dave. VG, get on with it. Good job, I can't see the chat at this moment.
Oh, you're in trouble.
No, it's 1 o'clock and I got a wife sleeping next door.
VG, that didn't worry you a minute before. That didn't worry you about 2 seconds before. She's obviously been married to you for some time. She knows what a fucker you are. Get on with it. You're Irish. She's Irish. You'll understand.
Does this fall under abuse?
Right, go on. Come on. Let's go. Let's play us out.
Kent, you gotta start.
Can you do Ken, can you do the I can't say it.
You want it? I'll play it.
Tabler.
The what?
That's the Tabler.
I know even less now. What is it? No, I don't know.
You did. I hate you. It's the Macabre. It's like the Jonathan Creek tune. Jonathan, fuck off.
I've never seen. What? I've never seen Jonathan Creek.
It goes. Oh,
He's getting it on.
Okay, we've got a beat. So let's get on with the beat. Right, yeah, who's got that beat on? Who's got that beat on? Carry on. Everybody carry on.
Look at Ken. He looks so miserable.
It's your hardware jam initiation, Kent.
Pardon?
Hardware jam initiation.
Yeah. She asked me to play something I don't know how to play.
Trial by fire.
No, that's good. No, it's get on with it. You're doing it.
That's all I could do.
Get on with it.
Look, the drums are doing. You do it in time, though, Kent.
Who's got a
You could
hurdy-gurdy?
do it in time with the drums.
Excuse
You know what I
me.
mean?
On the internet,
I'm on the freaking.
he's 4,000 miles away.
James on it. Just listen. For fuck's sake.
No, you don't seem to realise how science works.
Oh, I do.
He's 4,000 miles
I do.
away. He
I
has to
do.
hear what I'm playing and get back.
I get a gun and I get a shot and it works.
PSR stuff. There you go.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Sound like a PSR.
It did, didn't it?
No, this was all going so well until.
When?
Hey, just start.
About
Just
5 minutes.
just start us with a big boy.
Right,
Right? One,
Dave,
two,
right, shit.
three.
The orchestra's going to start. Dave, you were doing drums. And then Kent is going to do something, and OG Ollie is going to do something.
I'm still playing,
Let's
but there's
go.
lag, obviously.
Yes, obviously we all understand it's going to be lagging. Dave,
No, I'm playing right
go
now,
ahead.
but the lag
Go
is.
ahead.
I will adjust for the.
Dave, just stop. Start us off, Dave.
My screen.
Come on, it's late. And the chat is no more. We've run out of chat. Get on with it, Dave.
What's this one, though?
Go, Dave. Dave, start.
No. All right, let me think about that. I don't like that.
I didn't
Don't
sign
think
up for this
about
amount
it.
of abuse.
Don't think about it. You'll go wrong.
I know. I knew that was the kiss of death. I knew I shouldn't say that. Oh, come on. I'll give you a nice straight beat.
Just mute the drum.
Ah, sorry,
Ooh, Aboriginal.
Come on, Kent. Turn up, Kent.
Hang on a minute.
Come on, guys. Don't leave him hanging. Oh, guys, hanging. Come on, Dave.
Oh, gone dual DX7 now.
And it's not like you can't play, is it? You haven't got sense.
There you go. Come on.
Alright.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, see, I got you going. Keep going.
All right, people, I'm going to yin my way out of this.
Oh, gee. I bet you lightweight. You fucking lightweight. You lightweight. You're never going to recover from this.
I am a lightweight and I get schooled tomorrow. Have a very good night, folks. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right, take care, babe.
I love you.
Bye-bye. See you later, babe.
Was that Andy? There you go. Who's that?
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I think you, since you're being lazy, you've only got one hand on the keyboard.
Yeah, I can't play this thing yet.
Well, yeah, other synthesizers. You can play two-handed, can't you? It's sounding good across the internet. We've got USA. Come on, don't let the UK down.
There you go.
Thought the monks are in. Sounding good, but I just think Kent needs to stop that
hand near his chin and play it on the sit next to him on the left. Just my opinion.
That's not working.
No, on the other left. On your right.
The other left. The other left.
Two hands, one on not on your chin.
I don't know what to add. What would you add to this? Complex rhythm, dear.
Next time I'll get in the studio, I promise. That rhythm is cool. That rhythm is cool.
Why? What are you playing?
You're playing for each other. It's not in the kitchen. I'm not in studio. Next time, okay. Next time you're on. Next time you're on. It's a promise. Ooh, like it, David. Come on, sit my back. Give him some drums.
Go on.
Yeah. You can try again. You seem to have lots of things that aren't being used. Smoking.
We're not hearing you.
Hear me,
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't think we're hearing Dave.
I thought he was maybe offline to play something, test something first.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
No, we're not hearing you, Dave. No, you're muted.
I've been muted the whole fucking time.
Yeah, so I'm trying to say we're not hearing you.
So low we couldn't hear him, right? That was
Oh fuck! Heartbreaking.
Man.
Andy, I was thinking it, man.
Here we go.
Very weird.
long, boys. That's awesome. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, I totally trolled your stream. Can you just put that on an album now? Right now?
I have
That
no.
was fucking awesome. If you don't put that somewhere, somehow I will. I'm not flying to get David or Andy, but you are in driving distance, Kent. So if you cannot capture that and put it somewhere, I mean, for fuck's sake, that was awesome.
Well, it's on YouTube now.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not. Can't be just on all YouTube. It's got to be somewhere else. That got somewhere else within a couple of minutes, didn't it? And watch it back. I mean,
I couldn't even tell if the mix was in it.
hey, I'm a troll. Hey, I'm a troll. I'm sorry. That was. It was epic. Yeah, you can't stop showing off your big suits.
I love my Rolly. I really do.
There's a thing about big suits and big cars, isn't there? But I'm a woman. And
Rolly's
I'm
a little
comment.
synth. What are you on about? You can get that under your arm, girl. What's the matter with you?
That was epic, you guys. You need to please capture it. And
So, Kent, you just did your first hardware jam. Now you can be official.
Okay, then. I don't know what the fuck I was playing.
I don't either.
Nobody knows in hardware jams. That's the beauty of it. We all just like going, we're fucking idiots. That was epic. That was epic. We got to capture that somehow. Oh, fuck's sake, someone captured that video. Don't make me do it because I'm officially on holiday for the next 2 weeks. But please,
Holiday, you
someone, don't ask me to stay listening to me. But that was. You say you can't play across the universe, but you can. Obviously, you've just done it.
The rhythms are the tricky part.
Yeah.
No, but he did it. No, it was done. It was done. That was. I'm not being funny. I might be a little bit drunk, but that was epic.
I suppose if only one person's doing rhythm stuff, then it works. But if a couple people do rhythm, then it's all out of whack.
Oh, it's hard. I know.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
I was trying to center it. And I was like, how do I even know what I'm centering? Like, it's.
Yeah.
If you listen to that back on YouTube, you will understand that was fucking epic. And somebody needs to release that track. There's parts of that especially in the end bit, that were you going, holy shit.
Took a while.
No.
Yeah. It's like everything else. It's like, it's like with a kettle. It takes a little while before the water is boiled just right. It takes a little while to get there.
Especially if you put hose water.
Ken, yeah, I'm going to be saying you were fucking lagging in the first bit. It was like, come on, Ken.
Yeah, title this one hose water. That works. Yeah.
The host is losing the most. You know what I mean?
Well, I was trying to get.
Came in.
I was trying to get something from the Osmos, but I mean these patch names. I mean, I think they're
crazy, right?
Written
You
in
gotta sort by
Nordic
type.
or something, aren't they?
Sort by type. You
Yeah.
change your menu setting to sort by type. And then
okay.
it's the bottom left
the
menu.
cats are idiots, and then you'll be there fine, right? But you could capture the end of that, and somehow, come on, you've got to listen back to that. I'm not joking.
That's about it.
I'm not joking.
Well, I appreciate that you pushed us to at least
Yeah.
play some music. I do.
Glad we can entertain. Thank you.
That was fun. I got to get going. Actually, I got to eat dinner. So.
Yeah, I got to kill it. It's 2:00 in the morning. I got to work in the morning.
Sorry, I've been
No, it was fun.
what do they call it? A fucking a troll. But I'm glad I'm the best troll on the program. Okay, you gotta fucking do that. Okay, you gotta wind that back and see that because it's cool as fuck. And anybody says that you can't play live on YouTube, you need to watch that back.
Well, only the as soon as there's any serious rhythm involved, though, it will.
No, it worked though, and there's a thing called Jambulator, which I can send you all, which you can join. It's free. It's you send Gelsey's thing that he did with Knockdown. And if you don't know who you send Gelsey is, he's like the racing dude. But honestly, you don't really need it. You don't need it. You've all got it. You've all. Thank you. And I shall shut up and I shall disappear. Bye.
All right,
darling.
Thank you.
All right. See you, everybody. It's good.
Good times.
Jamming.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, mate. Oh, God, my back.
That was pressure.
We got there. We got there.
I was so happy with Andy Fowley. I was like, thank God he's doing.
Well, I had to hook everything up. That's why I made this killer little rig. I don't know if I showed you this, but I made this little travel case with a 10-channel mixer. You see this here? 10-channel mixer.
Right, yeah.
Behringer interface, some cables.
Yeah.
This XLR mic that goes under the headphones. It's actually separate from the headphones.
Oh, okay.
And then I can just plug this in anywhere USB and instantly get a USB codec prompt and patch that into this stream.
Yeah.
And it usually works pretty well. I actually forgot to turn off the echo cancellation. So I was afraid it was going to sound like shit because I forgot that. And sometimes the music stuff doesn't sound so good if you don't turn that off. That's a test that I've done anyway. Maybe it came through this time. Okay, I guess. But yeah, and this is also battery powered too. And the mic is powered by an adapter off the mixer. And so really all you need is a battery powered laptop and this little bag, and I can do the stream me stuff from anywhere with no extra power source.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, it's a fun little thing I threw together. I didn't want to play with that Soundflower or that other stream through, whatever that thing's called. What's that audio tool you guys use all the time? The audio stream through connector.
StreamYard?
No, the one that routes your audio off the external stuff. So you can hear yourself. Because the beauty about this is I don't even need to hear myself on the stream. I'm hearing what the Behringer is sending out.
Oh, okay.
To the let's bring on a camera here somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah, it's barely off camera. There's an audio jack on here and a headphone jack. So I can hear exactly what I'm sending to the computer without having to worry about am I hearing myself on the stream, because I'm hearing myself in the interface.
Yeah.
I was blasting the computer speakers and literally playing the Reface speakers. And I was thinking, this is insanity. Like, I have no idea.
Reface sounds pretty good though on the speakers. They're tiny, but they work.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know if it was even. I was like, I have no idea what's happening now. So I was trying to drone a lot. I was like, just play like don't play rhythms. I was like, don't.
No, it's. Well, once I stopped the drum part, and you brought in some percussion, that worked.
Yeah, it's just
live percussion.
Impossible to know what everybody else is hearing, and that's what is maddening about it. But it was fun. It was fun. All right, I got to go. So
radio.
Nice
way to end, guys.
Cool.
I'll have to. Right, see all you guys later.
Call that tangerine